1,200 days we've waited. For more than 1,200 days, we starved for Blast to join us back in Portugal.
Lisbon, make some noise!
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise.
Good luck, bro. Good luck.
Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Siwu peaks, stops Alexi B, and Jax is dead! OG falling back, that's precise, and he gets another over the top. God damn. Filthy! Absolutely filthy!
It is the Dream Team versus the Super Team from Portugal.
Roman, you know you want to slice and dice!
It's time for the grand final! Na'Vi taking on Vitality.
Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again! And again! And again! Give it up for the Black Spring Final Grand Champions, Na'Vi!
SDY, did you imagine this moment?
Yeah, I imagine it almost every day of my life. It's a really good moment.
The Ninjas came in looking sharp, but they were quickly blunted in back-to-back games. An easy matchup awaits, but a full final slot is still miles away.
Glaive is coming in, he's already low on health and red! It's the headshot!
EG and their fluid roster were unable to be like water and instead got boiled in their opening games. Full finals seems impossible.
Drop low, Breeze. 2 clean headshots.
But impossible is only a word.
EG versus NIP in a tussle for tournament life. A crucial best of 3 coming into the Blast 4 groups. And Jacob, I want to get your thoughts on the Swedes and I guess the Dane on the screen at the moment. How have you kind of read NIP so far at the tournament?
I mean, they came into this tournament speaking about having a great boot camp. They feel they're now ready to win tournaments. They're ready to contend for titles. We didn't really get to see that in the group stage. They got a little hard done by a hard group, I would say. They came close in a couple of their games. But the fact that we see them now here in the first round, to me, is a little bit disappointing, especially when you consider how hyped they were coming in.
And then Evil Geniuses, the guys on the screen at the moment, arriving with a new addition, I guess old slash new slash just back in the lineup.
Old slash new slash returning Automatic. Yes, it's going to be on the server. A player that will always leave me intrigued, leave me interest when it comes to Counter-Strike. It might be a little bit hypercritical of me to say that he's going to change the whole situation. It's been complicated for EG, but at least without it, I feel like they have all the weapons they need to go on the server.
Yeah, very excited to see what he's going to be delivering on the server. Speaking of an old player, to the newest lineup of EG, we're going to see exactly what the team are thinking of the 2 new players joining the roster.
When you bring in new players, you bring in new IGL, then you're going to be doing a lot of new things.
I think this is exactly what I would have done with the team myself. I would have gotten a European coach and a European IGL right away. I think these 2 solutions are the best way to improve the scene the fastest.
The goal is to field the most competitive roster. We have several competitive players. There are a lot of options for us if we feel like we need to try some different combinations.
Eventually, they have to win a tournament now. We have 15 players to choose from.
There's a lot of benefits to actual practice schedule. There's a lot of opportunity for players. Now bringing Hext in.
Bringing up Hext is a good sign because that's somebody that everyone in NA has been talking about for a bit. He's kind of like the Oboe or the Stewie of yesteryear.
I'm bringing excitement and a hunger to grow.
So every time I asked a player, hey, what's one person you shout out from NA? Almost every single one has said Hext. Just super sound decision making, solid mid rounds, just a good rifler, really sharp, and I think people are excited about him.
The biggest reason why we wanted Hext is that he talks a lot, he has a lot of energy, he wants to take initiative.
My goal is to be comfortable within the team and hopefully bring the team some trophies.
That's a shot and a half.
It's a big step for him, playing Tier 1 tournaments. He's not really afraid of anything, she's not scared. Milan comes from the Tier 2, Tier 3 scene in Europe, and he's been used to having to grind a lot. He's a pretty young IGL, and he's been in-game leading for some big names.
I think the combo of him and Vorborg might be cool, especially if they had Valens watching the demos and saw good ideas coming out of K23. Then I'm interested.
He's comfortable and he's used to taking charge no matter if they're like very strong opponents or he has very experienced teammates, so he's used to this. But he's also coming with in-depth knowledge of the meta of Counter-Strike. I think that's a lot of what he's adding to the team, some like new ideas, fresh ideas to some of the more experienced players that we have. So far I've been very impressed with him.
I'm rooting for EG. I think they made a couple of sensible moves. Unilin is a great stepping stone, IGL. Hopefully Vorborg feels comfortable directing people and telling them what to do. If those two things come through, I think it's going to be fun to watch EG play.
I think having that mix of experience but also that eagerness that comes from a more inexperienced player is a very nice mix.
Definitely an interesting concept for EG coming into things, particularly, you know, expanding their horizons, getting European players, Nylander, they were talking about in that video. So far, I'm not totally sure what we make of EG. We don't have a huge amount of sample size to be going off of from what we saw from last week.
No, we don't. And to be honest, just reflecting on that whole EG project and bringing in these two different rosters, three different rosters at least together, I think the means equals how dire the situation was prior to that change. And if anything, you have to give it to EG. You have to respect their idea of breaking the mold. Whatever this is they were doing, we're done with this. We are done. This wasn't working. Not only are we going to bring new people, we're going to bring different rosters as well. And we're going to try to enhance some kind of competitiveness between the rosters, hoping that this is going to trigger some sort of reaction, because we went from the abyss with EG to now something new, hopefully something greener, something more positive with players like Hext, with players like Nilan, and I guess it can only get better.
It can only get better. That's the whole point of it, right? We're looking towards EG and we have zero expectations whatsoever whenever they join the server. I agree with your point that it's nice to see them doing something, because it couldn't get any worse, right? They had to change something up. They had to find new motivation. They had to find new blood. And sure, I think EG is a team that will still be around. They will win more maps than they've, have done the past couple of years, but it's still a team that is struggling and fighting to find some sort of a foundation for the future.
Yeah, we were talking about a sea of red when we were looking at their matchup results throughout basically the entirety of 2022. So do you see, Automatic coming back into this iteration of EG? Do you see that making kind of any substantial difference for either of you?
Just look at that graphic right here. Look at the last 12 months, right? They haven't played a lot of maps, but they've lost 14 out of 15. And then you go back, a further 12 months, and they're still losing more maps by far than they're winning. You have to go all the way back to 2 or 3 years ago, where there was still a competitive team for them to win the majority of their maps, and that's still in a weak NA field. So EG, it's been a long time coming, Matthew. We're not talking about a team that the last couple of months have been struggling, or the last 6 months. This is a team that the past 2 years have done absolutely nothing on the international scene.
I mean, look, they brought back Automatic. My man had a little bit of a tryout on Valorant, comes back to the light, he sees reason once again, he speaks the truth, comes back to Counter-Strike. And I'm being maybe a little bit naive, that I'm guessing he's going to bring back the same kind of input on the server as he used to. He was always one of the most reliable players, but I really think the conversation has to be turned toward Breeze and Cirque. That duo, listen. It's been complicated for them in the last 2 years. And there are only really two ways. Either on one way, they've been going at it and practicing the most they can, and they just don't have it anymore. They just don't have the level, and that's it. Or they have the level, but somewhere along the way, they lost their ethics, they lost the work, they lost the motivation. If this is the second scenario that we were talking about, I want to see these young players kick them in the freaking butt and have them really going on the freaking deathmatch and try to reach their level again. Because the credit has expired. Their credit have expired a long, long time. This is not even the last dance. It's like 5 a.m. in the club, the lights gone out, and you can see who you're dancing with, and you're not happy about yourself, you're not proud about what you're seeing. That's what's happening. We are way past the closing time.
It is very, very simple. Step up or get cut.
Yeah, I love that metaphor. Then,
You know,
actually. You've been there too many times.
Oh, I've been there.
Oh, yeah. No, I've definitely been there. Hopefully, EG not continuing to stay in that dire situation. But whilst we talk about that, let's hear from Breeze on the lineup.
How do you describe this version of EG to me? Because you've seen them all.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a new EG. I mean, obviously, we have a lot of people coming from. We have a newer IGL coming from the CIS region, and we have a younger player with new blood. So, honestly, it's just a new feeling. You know, I think the team's a little less experienced, but I think that's in a good way. It's a good way because we have nothing to lose. We've been playing pretty. The last 2 years have been pretty rough for us. So, I mean, only up from here, as I say.
That's what I want to hear about. The positives, the only way is up. But when it comes to Nilan, how different is it to what he brings to the table, and how much has changed in terms of the way even you guys now learn to play? Like you said, he comes from a completely different region from you guys.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think there's too crazy similarities or too big differences. Sorry,
Okay.
but honestly, it kind of reminds me how Stanislav used to call. It's very straightforward, kind of easier to play. It's kind of free flowing. And obviously he has a little mix of what he wants to do, but we kind of try to mix it all together into one big. We're trying to find our own play styles right now.
Nice, and that's what it's about, right? We want to see this new play style from EG with all the changes that have gone through. But also, it's been 447 days since you last beat a team in Europe, right? It's been, like you said, it's a long time since you've been able to find that success. Do you feel like this has mentally reset all of you guys, though, because of these big changes coming through? Like, kind of out with the old, in with the new, you guys sticking around, bringing some of that experience to it all?
Yeah, I mean, we're not really worried about how long it's been since we've been a team. We're looking at the now, and obviously, we have a new lineup. I have high hopes for us, so we're just going to keep working hard and get to practicing, and we'll get that win soon enough.
He's got that smile on his face as well. That's what I want to see. When it comes to Hex, though, right? Obviously, coming to Tier 1 level is always very difficult for any player. Is there anything in particular you guys have done with him? Because he did look at least individually sharp.
Honestly, with Hex, I'm actually surprised with him. He's very confident, and for a young player, it's usually you have to find that with games and with experience. But I know I'm playing with Jaden Hex. He's very confident. He knows what he wants to do, and it's nice to see out of a young player. So honestly, just with the experience and the tournaments that we're going to be playing, I think he's just only going to get better.
Breeze seems to agree with us. It can only be up from here for the side of EG, and it has to be here and now as they are going to be taking on the Ninjas in Pyjamas. And when we look at their road to this particular stage at the Blast 4 groups, they had a particularly dicey group coming into things. We weren't sure what to expect from Vitality, with Spinks coming into the helm, and an Astralis that actually looks pretty dominant throughout that group.
Yeah, this wasn't as easy for NIP as it might have been, honestly. Just looking at the data you have and the tenure of the rosters, you might have thought that they would be in that top 2, they'd be comfortable up there. That wasn't the case. I guess there's a player in here that we can put under the spotlight that hasn't exactly delivered. I guess Brolan would be my go-to, Jacob. I know you hold him in high regard, high esteem, but hasn't been there quite yet.
I think that's the problem for NIP, because as we spoke about already, they came into this tournament feeling very confident, talking about having a great boot camp, talking about being ready to contend for titles, contend for winning tournaments. And Brolan was supposed to be the key. He was supposed to be the mega signing for NIP that once again could pull them up to a level where it's very, very fun to be. I think Brolan is the best Swedish players they have to offer right now. I think Brolan is a player that have the potential to take over the server, control the server with a rifle, and he's a very solid player. Makes very few mistakes and seems to be a cool-headed guy as well. The fact that Brolan is not off to a good start in NIP is a little bit worrisome to me, because we spoke about it already. In terms of their roles, you already have Plopsky, you already have Estek, who's a bit out of position, who's not really waking up to the expectations. So you need this guy on the screen to perform better than what you're seeing right here. He hasn't been bad by no means, but he can be better.
And he's a playmaker, right? He is a playmaker. Brolan is the one that unlocks the situation. He's the one that solves the puzzle. If you look at the entry fraggers in 2022, just the LAN top 20 filter, he's the 7th best entry fragger we have in Counter-Strike this year. This guy is unlocking situation. He's a can opener. So if he doesn't, then suddenly NIP falls a little bit flat. And I think Rez is someone that kind of strikes after Brolan had his first effect into the round. You liberate a little bit of space, you give some distance, and then Rez is going to be here like a turret, just fragging people down. But when Brolan isn't doing that work in the first field, then suddenly there's an issue.
Yeah, and I love that you bring up this narrative, because, Brolan does come in with high expectations on the side of Ninjas in Pyjamas. But let's hear from him heading into this series.
Obviously, when your time on Fnatic, comparing to what you have in terms of IGL there and comparing how Hampus is, what's the biggest difference for you? What's the thing that maybe is a change that is helping you, or maybe something that's different to you that you have to get used to? Explain it to me.
Hampus is more of a, I think he's more of a better individual player than the IGLs before me, before in Fnatic. But I think he's a more aggressive player, and he's taking much space compared to others. And yeah, that's really nice to have an agile like to actually call with confidence sometimes, and having confidence individually as well. So yeah, that's I mean, the only thing I can basically think about.
Okay, nice. And in terms of confidence you were just mentioning there, how's the team's confidence after this group stage? Because I feel like a lot of us expected you guys during the opening game, being the team that didn't make changes, to have a better performance, maybe even top the group.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were kind of disappointed that we did not play that much better in the group stage. I mean, we had a good boot camp, went very well and everything, but I think like we kind of choked on everything on Inferno and Gas Vitality, and yeah, it happens overall. But we got a new reset from the group stage here to the playoffs, and yeah, I mean, we need to just show the results, and I think we can do it. So yeah.
That's what it's all about. Now, opening game today is going to be against EG for a best of 3. Obviously, a team you can't prepare for, but just looking at EG, looking at the names they have, looking at how you guys are feeling, should this be a comfortable series for you?
Yeah, it should be, but I mean, it's a big tournament, and every team is good. But I think everyone is seeing us as the winner, and we as well. So yeah, I hope we're gonna manage to take the win after.
Hopefully it is, Brolin. Thank you very much for your time, man.
Thank you.
Reset and refocus coming into this stage of the BLASTPremier full groups. But when we're looking back to what we initially saw from NIP, there was one clear thing that really stood out to you, Jacob. It was the slow starts that NIP had on many of these series.
I mean, I tried my absolute best to find win conditions for EG in this game, right? Zero expectations towards them, but one of the things that NIP hasn't really been doing so far is winning pistol rounds and winning second rounds. You see it right here. They played 6 in the tournament so far, haven't won a single pistol round, and only once in the second round they've been able to break their opponent. So if you talk win conditions for EG, then maybe this is a point where NIP is struggling a little bit, and maybe if EG can get up to a good start, we can have a competitive game match.
I have no analysis to offer. I'm just loving this John Hampus Revolta meme. That's perfect. That's right there. It's all in the making.
It's the same picture. I can't see any difference between
Corporate wants you to find the difference.
Yeah, I mean, do you feel like that is a bit of a stretch, though, if we're kind of talking about win conditions for EG? If we're looking at if we're looking at kind of I don't know what NIP are really going to be bringing to the server, it's kind of going to be more than what we're going to be seeing initially.
The only way we can be honest and paint an actual true picture is to say that EG taking down NIP in a best of 3 would be a great upset. It would be an immense surprise, right? If NIP has a few shortcomings, if they have a glass ceiling, sure, but one of the things that we cannot take away from them is that they don't lose the stupid games. They really don't. They're very stable. They're very constant in their output. They're always lurking in the top 6, 7, 8 of any tournament.
Yes.
And I don't see any reason why this would be different today. I think for NIP, the real challenge, the real test will come a little bit further down the road when they go up against the top 5 of the world. But right now, you just make light work of EG. You just have a good time at the office. You reassure yourself. You grab some confidence, maybe some plus KD for the stats, for the MVP of the race or whatever that is. But this should not be a hard game for NIP.
For me, it's all about managing your expectations, because I fully agree. I don't expect EG to win. I don't expect EG to put up a good fight. But if they can, that would be a win in itself. If EG can come in and maybe steal a map away from NIP, that could be a step in the right direction. If they lose 16-12, 16-13, and both maps have been competitive, that's even a win in itself for EG. No one is expecting them to take down NIP. No one is expecting them to eliminate MIP. No. But if they can just make these 2 maps, maybe 3, competitive, then I would be a happy man.
We're changing the rules of Ws for EG at the desk. So we're doing. Look, if you can get 12 rounds or 30 rounds, we'll just count it a win.
Yeah,
we'll just count it as a win.
In your books,
you know, in your book, that's a win.
I mean, is Nuke the chance for them to get this W, Pimp?
No.
No, that's it. And that is where we're going to throw it to a break, because we're going to see exactly how it is going to go down. Evil Genius is bringing Nuke into the mix as the first map of this crucial best of 3 elimination series. We're going to see if NIP can bring the pain to them after this break.
Well, that right there is something you do not want to miss. Quite an experience being back in the arenas once again. It's great. We expect to see you there. We're going to need some teams to get there too as well, though.
All right, Tony the Tiger, calm down.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Jesus.
EG.
Yeah.
It would be an exciting comeback if they could make a comeback. I said like they've already lost, Jason. I mean, it would be an exciting upset.
Yeah, and in some ways they have. That's a huge disparity to overcome in the odds there. That's quite shocking. Yeah, this is well, we kind of had the pleasant surprise during the best of ones last week or at the beginning of the week during the group stage for complexity. EG didn't have that same level of kind of impact on their group. We're still kind of still very new roster, a lot more moving pieces. I think a lot more to recover from for this EG team. It's going to take a little bit more time. And the nice thing for them, we got Timmy back.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Timmy.
It's nice to have him back in the mix.
It is nice to have Tim.
Well, let's see. EG, they're going to be starting on the T side with the NIP on the CT side. Bobski back here, not flashed at all, but not hitting the shots either. S-Tag trying to put a stop to it, but it's not going to happen. It's Breeze with a couple of ending kills, and EG laughing their way into a victory in the first round.
Yeah, you got to giggle a little bit. Look at the way Nealon gets that opening kill, just jumping with a hard wrap around the hut. I think he probably still in the air when he gets that first kill. That was wild. Nice pistol rod from EG. Nice and quick. Nice and quick.
Yeah. He got up close and personal.
Surgical with that Glock. Round number 2. Teagles, 5.7 armor, scout on S-Tag for NIP. Obviously a big investment. That's a nice chunk of nade damage to take down automatic. Hampus is close up to clean up the frag. And he's even able to escape with the UMP.
All right. Nice little hit and run. Awkward position for EG to find themselves in. Not just losing maybe the opening, but kind of losing a little bit of that yard control. I think they still have Nealon out there trying to do something. S-Tag going to be falling right back. Does not want to stick around for it. But with the Deagles and the Scout and the UMP, a lot could go wrong here for EG.
Oh,
Deep
yeah.
breath.
A lot could go horribly wrong for EG. They're going to have to be very cautious. Running out of utility as well, so if they do want to attack that lower bomb site looking at the nades, I mean, even the smoke is on Nealon, who's outside towards red box, so they don't even have the ability to drop down and smoke off window and find a way to obfuscate one of those tough angles. This round might get spicy. 50 seconds on the clock. EG not really making a move. They took over ramp room. NIP knows it, and it looks like they're kind of hesitating between going back towards lobby to hit the upper bomb site or committing to the ramp play.
Might just all be decided on what they actually find out here, if anything. And you could see Nealon is not actually looking...
He slipped the net, though. He missed the timing of Hampus checking for intel. 30 seconds now.
They're going to go for it now. And you're right, he did get past Hampus. That's a great start. Scout is here, tagging them up, both him and Hexstar. A little bit tagged, so that's unfortunate. But a good headshot nonetheless. And here comes the flank from Nealon. He's hearing them coming down, so got to be real careful. Oh, one of them slipped past the bomb. It's being attempted on the other side. And it looks like they'll be successful. Oh, what a recovery so far for EG. They can win this round. Looks like they will. Hampus just caught with a nade in hand. That is really close, but they kept their cool.
Yeah, they really did. That felt sketchy for some time, especially when you start seeing those scout shots land as they try and enter in before they even really make any progress through ramp room. And without that smoke to block off a window, those scout shots get very, very dangerous. Nicely managed. Good flank down secret from Nealon, and we have a 2-0 scoreline. Unarmored USPs for the NIP squad.
Yeah, no pressure. Means you can just, you know, get warmed up a little bit. Probably going to lose a round. Hampers with the Deagle. But outside of that, it should be no real issue. Hoping to guess the timing, but obviously quite far from doing that. The automatic. Quite the player to be losing on the lineup, you've got to say, last week.
Yeah, I even gave that interview because he was one of like the few, I mean, all eyes on some of the North American players that went and kind of flirted and investigated over in the world of Valorant and came back. Automatic obviously be one of those, and he was one of the guys who came back on this EG roster, and I mean, a pleasant surprise to see him performing so well. He himself a little bit harsh on himself, saying, you know, even if the stats say he was playing well, he felt very uncomfortable adjusting to the new game of Counter-Strike. So it'll be cool to watch his continued development, but obviously an incredibly impactful player when he's on point. Same with Breeze.
Yes, they have a couple of people on this
Same with
lineup.
Cirque, but we've been saying those two names have been coming out in this context for quite some time. So it's kind of make or break, it feels, for Breeze and Cirque. Breeze gonna turn the corner, get dropped by Rez, pulled his knife out. One more player to find in ramp room, and ooh, he might find Hex, but tough shots to hit.
Just a bunch of players there hidden in a corner, which is making it very awkward. Plopsky going to be trying for the flank, but Hex is here to watch it. Khalil's been picked up, so that, I mean, it's not too bad to steal a Khalil in the next round. If you feel like you can't win the round, maybe it's better than throwing it away.
That's what I would think, and that's what I would have in my head as well. I would be curious to get the kind of feel and the vibe from pro players on that one, but it feels like this would be a perfect scenario to just play the economy game. And yeah, it's a weaker weapon, but I mean, surely you got to feel like you can get by with it for one round to find an upgrade if it gets you, who knows, an AWP down the road, an extra M4 to a teammate down the road when you need it.
I have so many mixed feelings about Automatic, because I actually rate him like super highly. I would say, even though I think Breeze probably, you know, I think we talked about this last week, he got like 8 on the world chance back in 2019, so he was high there. I think overall throughout the stretch of his career, I rate Automatic really highly. I think he plays some really smart Counter-Strike, but he kind of got parked in North American Counter-Strike in a really weird way, and I don't know, didn't have the passion or the will to make it work. There was something missing from his game anyway, so I really want to see that back, because I really think Automatic is a really talented player. So.
Yeah, he's been one of those like underrated, like really subtle star players, kind of. Where I mean, obviously in the Cloud9 lineup when he won the major at Boston with them, you kind of get overshadowed by the bigger personalities like Stewie and Tarek, obviously, and Scoodle had a lot of attention. Great flashbangs, great utility. There goes Brez. Ampus is going to rotate over. He's forced back by a Molotov. So EG again with control of ramp room, and again having Automatic in position in the secret stairs.
Yeah, what a start. They took no damage for winning that fight. And they have, yeah, as you said, a potential for a flank down there. As Tag's made his way with the AWP. Something that we've talked about a couple of times already, but something that also seems to be working pretty well for NIP.
Look at this play from the Ninjas. Although, as I say that, it almost seems like one of them, Plopsky's kind of flirting with the idea of going back up, just a smoke door. So they're going to keep 3 players down here. They've gambled most of their resources towards this lower bomb site. They have the right call and the right read, but there is utility for EG, and can they put a stop to this? Brolin misses his opportunity. Plopsky goes down. All of a sudden, all those resources is just down to S-Tag's AWP, and they know he's here. They know he's boxed in by the Molotov, and I'm kind of surprised to see Automatic giving up the fight. Not trying to take that weapon away, but certainly there's no chance for a retake for NIP.
Not expecting Brolin to miss that shot when they're coming through the observation room there. I would have thought that he would have been able to do that no problem. Hampers taking some kills, but they're just to escape at this point. The round has definitely been lost, so they had the right call. They had 3 people. That's way more than you normally see defending the B-bomb site, and they just missed all of their shots.
I say none of them were actually in the bomb site, right? Plopsky was like just coming out of the vents. You had S-Tag with the AWP over towards Toxic. You had Brolin over in control window as well. None of them actually had any presence inside the bomb site. That could have actually even been a much cleaner take for EG if they had had to smoke to drop down instead of just deep Molotovs, but whatever works. 4-0. EG's back, baby.
You're calling it already.
They're back. Don't fight it.
You didn't pick them, did you?
No, I'm not crazy. I didn't pick them, but I would like to see them. I wouldn't mind any upset that comes out of the EG camp these days. I'm on board with. Give it to me.
I kind of feel the same way. They made like a pretty strong commitment to Counter-Strike. They've reinforced it a couple of times in the past, and they've been through a lot with, you know, like varying lineups and a lot of obviously issues with the NA scene in general. So I appreciate the fact that they're, you know, sticking with it and still supporting NA Counter-Strike. I think is super important. So on some emotional level, I feel the same way. I'd be really excited if they can make it work. 4-0 in favor of them right now. Up close with the 5-7. It's got so many bullets. It's a good double kill for Plopsky.
Oh, Brolin was
for a long time, yeah.
Yeah, Jesus, that was the flashbang that lasted forever.
I don't know where the bullets went.
I think he's behind the box at that point.
Is he?
That's what I'm gonna go with.
Okay.
I'm with you though. It looked like it was spot on. One more kill for Automatic and one more round for EG, up 5-0.
It's a good start.
It's a great start. T-side nuke as well.
Kneeling there with 6-1 as a scoreline. So some of the newer players in the mix too to try and show themselves. S-Tag gonna escape with the AWP, so that's at least something. But the Swedes are...
BO3s instead of BO1s, but it also makes them more painful when they do happen.
Yeah.
Now that we're here. But we're a long way off.
Still.
We're a long way off from that conversation. We're just teasing a little bit. Everyone relax. 5-0, EG's on fire. This is their map pick, starting on the T side of Nuke.
That was a mighty swift kill to come in there for Roland. Running gun to take down Breeze. You want to see that. Some discussion on the desk before we got here. I think Pimp and Maniac were talking a little bit about Roland and you know, sort of whether or not he was living up to the expectations. And I guess in a way not, but maybe it's too early to judge. I'd love to see some more out of him.
Yeah, I don't think it's too early to judge at all, to be honest with you. I think it's entirely kind of fair criticism. I think the nice thing is, though, like, you know, NIP's still been performing at a very adequate level with even with those kinds of, you know, whatever you want to call it, underperformances.
All right, yeah, that's fair. That's maybe a good way to put it. So maybe it hasn't been what you wanted, but it hasn't been detrimental to the team yet. Nice pick-off. Cirque, initial battle, nobody won that one, but...
That's a gift. That's too easy. S-Tag kind of got baited right into that play. It was the exact one Cirque was looking for, and S-Tag takes a big risk and gets picked off for it.
40 seconds, though, on the clock is a bit awkward. Some utility still left on the EG side. To see if they could try and wrap it with automatic coming in through Mini and just try to see if they could hit this A-bomb site. Molotovs. Going down in the corner, up on the hut though, it's Plopsky and nearly stopping the whole show. And Brolin definitely will. Good 1-2 punch combination for that defense. An automatic, a little bit late to get in here. Needed his team to maybe open something up, and he's going to cancel it and just call off the round. So first one on the board for NIP.
Yeah, good round. Like you said, good 1-2 punch. Plopsky up on top of the hut, Brolin along the wall, out in the open, ready to swing off that contact. It worked perfectly. Now the one, okay, Brolin does find the AWP. That was in the hands of Cirque, so he's able to transition that over. I was worried that S-Tag's op wasn't going to be recovered. First round, 5-1. Good start from Brolin, and combines with 2 more here, even playing anti-flash, turning away, making sure that he's going to have full vision when he eventually wants to swing out for the fight.
And they lose, what, 2 rifles in that round on the NIP side, so not going to be a great start in terms of the money, but it's going to start to work in the right direction. Let's see what EG could do if they can slow it down and get back into the mix before NIP start to get warmed up. It seemed like a couple of players were not quite mentally ready, and that can happen at times. Although it's not exactly morning in Europe, is it? So they've got no excuses. Maybe jet lag, flying in from...
Yeah, sure. Let's go down that road. Bring them all out.
Just making it work.
4-round lead.
And some decent cash even after the buy here on the EG side. So they've got something to work with. Ooh, nice. Quick boost to try and look over, and they're going to be catching S-Tag. What a nice little trick to be pulled. Cirque winning the early AWP fight here.
A little bit of blood still pumping through his veins. He's still alive. He's still kicking. Good on Cirque. Provided a couple nice pickoffs with the op so far in this game. And this is the exact kind of start you want if you're EG, looking to cause some damage, looking to cause an upset. 5-1 advantage here in the 7th round as well. Falling back towards T-spawn to line up some smokes. Smoke wall, and automatic looks like he's going to have some pressure on him. There's 3 players essentially ready to fight here when these smokes plume. Don't turn the corner too early, and there goes Hampus. Peeks out wide. Automatic falls. But the smoke wall is up. Nealon's going to have to use that.
Yeah, the rest of the team making their way down towards the ramp instead. Nice find from Rez. And yeah, they have the ramp room, and maybe even they could try and go for the bomb plant here, but this is being read. And nice timing for Brawler. Not going to miss the shot this time. And he get back up. 2 versus 4. No point in throwing your life away. Just wait for them to put the bomb down if you can. Oh, Breeze saving his AWP right there. He was going to be dead for sure, Cirque. He was scoped up at the other angle. Hampus can't find him. He's on the other side of the silo in there, so it'll be a bomb plant at the very minimum for EG. If they can win this one 2 versus 4, that'd be a miracle. They're going to lose Breeze right away, and now it's Cirque. AWP in hand and already pushed out of the bomb site. I don't know if this is winnable. Rez, especially with the flashbang there from Hampus, absolutely shutting it down.
Yeah, that was a perfect flashbang. Good job from Hampus to chuck that out and make that fight a little bit easier. Breeze wasn't able to get anything done over towards ramp room. 2 players coming to his position. They get shut down. Plant's not bad. Automatic maybe trying to screw up the timing of Hampus to peek right before that smoke plumes, and obviously just a beautiful shot from Rez there. NIP have strung 2 in a row and another timeout is called.
Yeah, it really looked like both players there wanted to use the smoke timing as a way to initiate a fight, which fair enough, you know.
Interesting. Second timeout used by EG.
Feels early.
Yeah, it feels very early for 2, especially they just called a timeout about 2 rounds ago.
Yeah, they did. But I guess if you're worried about the mental state of the team, you want to...
Sure.
You're the coach, you want to make absolute sure.
I think it's probably the final buy they have with this economy, which is why he wants to get some words in. That's one of the pickups for EG that we haven't really spent a whole lot of time talking about coming over from Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, that's a good point. Which, I mean, that'll be quite the adventure, I have to assume, from a coaching point of view, too.
Yeah.
Big change.
But got a lot of success that earned him the job. Obviously, that Copenhagen Flames roster impressed so many people and broken up for parts. Those players and individually have been very valuable to a lot of rosters trying to bolster some skill going into the later stages of 2022. Automatic is already across, actually. This time he's in Big Garage.
Made his way here so fast. Oh, but Roland's going to be finding him at the end. Otherwise, nice position to be in. Breeze catching a bullet in spite of the fact that it didn't look like any part of S-Tag there was actually visible, but guess it was enough. Rez going to be sneaking in there, boosted on the other side, so he might have a disadvantage, but he's somehow quick enough and puts out the Molotov. Good fundamentals here. I mean, they're 3 on 5, so why even take the fight? Why even try?
Yeah, well done from NIP. They've just grabbed a kill every step that EG's taken across the map. They've lost a single player, and now there's just nothing left to do. Everyone is dead but Breeze. 1 versus 5. He's got a Galil in hand. And now, so great start for EG. Let's just say that.
Yes.
It was a wonderful start. It's exactly what you could have wanted. They had control of the economy. And now the rest of this game is going to get more difficult. They're going to save into the next round. And all of a sudden, you're going to have an NIP defense on Nuke that has money. That's now rattled off, what, like 3 in a row or so? 4 in a row? Looking good, starting to build up into it, and then you put Cash behind that, and now EG's offense has got to find a way to break it against the Molotovs and smokes and flashbangs and all the different gadgets they haven't had to face up to this point.
Could be running into a real stop the count kind of moment here. Obscure references. Yeah, a little bit of a head tilt. But ultimately, like you said, I mean, still in a good position now. We do have the Deagles, Tech9 out on Hext, so see if they can find a way to find a shocking upset in the round itself. Already a nade landing at his feet, so that's a bit unfortunate. And like you pointed out, I mean, they have the nades now, so putting speed behind a round like this could be even more tricky.
Yeah, it just restricts the options you have. You're never going to be able to handle that angle from up top with the Tech9. Hampus committed. Plopsky down to the bomb site. Brolin over in mini.
Nealon, yeah, he saw that. He's like, wait a minute. Can I win that fight?
Yeah, he Dan-M'd him through the box, ready for the repeat.
Like a football field away versus someone with a scope. Not easy, but guess it can be done.
Well, all that's left
to pull the trigger on this ramp hook.
This is how they want to go down. They're just picking which way they want to fall. Rez missed some shots. New angle for him, controls the spray for all 3. And S-Tag with the op ready and waiting for Cirque's peak. He's got that as well. Nice and easy. 5-4.
Even in a round like this, just seeing some of the NIP players starting to warm up their aim a bit more and kind of getting into the groove of things, I think it's just a nice look. I was seeing S-Tag miss some shots, definitely seeing Brolin miss some shots in the game so far, so just a couple of small things in the right direction here. It's probably feels pretty good for them. EG, though, slowed down, and we're going to be heading into the 10th round with a soon-to-be even scoreline, the way that this is going.
EG needs to start getting some kills right now. If they ever want to have an easier time in the later stages of this half, they need to start chipping away at this economy now, because this is going to take 2 to 3 round wins to truly break. Let's see what they can do. Automatic again outside. Breeze going to come flirt with the squeaky door inside. The smoke goes for the spam before it clears, but Brolin picked the perfect timing to move and the perfect timing to spam through the smoke.
Breeze He's not even getting a chance at it here. Automatic's been trying a bunch of different things to get down. Sometimes they're really quick. Sometimes he's been challenging the smoke out here. This time he's just going to sneak by. I think he might have had...
It felt like from his view.
But that's a very dangerous thing to repeat. He might have also thought, wait a minute. I don't actually know. Is that the M4 or the AWP out there? Probably more likely to be the AWP. And they're slowed down, but they're not getting a single view from NIP. No one from NIP is actually looking.
Why would
for a
you?
fight.
Yeah, force them into an execute. Remember, this is a very, very new roster. If you're NIP, force them to make the move. You don't have to push into them. Just say, you guys have to show that you actually have the organization to take control of the map and the bomb sites. Rez up top, trigger discipline. He's lucky to be able to transfer his aim back, and S-Tag rotated over perfectly. Automatic once again left as the final player outside. He's only going to be able to get one. So we're all tied up at 5, 2/3 of the way through the first half.
How does Rez win the fight? I love the idea of him letting more players come in, but once the first one actually turns the check, you assume he's just dead.
Yeah, he did take like 2 bullets, right? There were like 2 or 3 shots fired by Hex. I guess they just weren't as on point as you would have liked.
That's crazy.
Good job from S-Tag combining over, finding a perfect timing for the rotation. 5 rounds left.
And 5 rounds in a row.
Tech man rush door.
Yeah, I like it. But they're going to try and get through Hampers first, and the spray through the smoke, he can't even see what he's shooting at, and he's still getting a couple of kills. Bomb lost inside a hut. And Nilan is almost dead as well as Brolin to pick him up eventually, and they're going to get slaughtered getting through. I think Hampers got all 3 kills through smoke in that round, so yeah, nicely done. And now they're in the lead, NIP, with 6 in a row, a lot of money on their side. They're ridiculously rich.
Yeah, they should be fine for the rest of the half. They've been able to survive with quite a bit of players alive in these past 3 or 4 rounds or so. So comfortable with the money moving forward. A little bit of a hiccup to start. Slow opening. Coffee hadn't kicked in.
So still some real disappointing high fives or fist bumps when we've just been seeing Dexter. Now you got the Swedish version. It's just nowhere near as impactful.
Limp.
Yeah. Something to really work on.
No strength. No sound behind it.
I need that hard, like that slapping of meat sound. That's what I need. Well.
Go on.
No.
What's that about slapping meat you want to talk about? Ooh.
Nicely done, S-Tag. Yeah, I just got a text from my agent saying, stop that.
Abort this conversation. Get out of there. Oh, God bless. Nice shot from Breeze. Rez was lining it up. He was almost there. Almost with missile lock. Breeze going to push down into the lower site. He's going to lead the way. No utility used just yet. They do have 2 smokes. There's the first over towards control side doors. Brolin is here shifting over, and good heads-up awareness from S-Tag. No smoke down at windows means this fight is dangerous against Brolin, and bomb is being planted now.
Fair play for Automatic, though. That timing is still really good to find. That's kind of his job when he's there, is to try and catch someone rotating down, but just couldn't find it this time. 3 versus 3 for the afterpart, and there's a lot of utility on that CT side, so we'll see if they can find a way to make it through. Plomsky. Door is open. That wallbang, though, not connecting. He could find the kill. It does a lot of damage when you get it at this angle, so got to be real careful. Molotov towards Cirque, and he's in an awkward position, but still not dead. Quick trade there, turns it into a 2-on-2. Breeze holding his own and comes up with a quad kill at the end of the round. That is magnificent. It brings EG back into the game.
There's some flashes of Breeze. Good headshots. Even Coach has his back with the fist bump as well as Cirque defuses the bomb. That's the opener. That one's brilliant. This stuff is just great. A powerful position, a crossfire with Cirque. They've got to look both ways, and Breeze handles business. We're all tied up at 6.
They needed it. Losing 6 in a row is pretty rough, but truth is they can still have a great first half.
Well, the nice thing, yeah, 6 is a great amount of rounds as well, especially, I mean, this is the benefit of starting out with a 5-0 run. You only need to grab 1 to 2 more in the final 10, and then you're going to be feeling really good. Hampus is going to find Automatic. Easy kill. Plopsky finds Breeze, trying to crunch in on the position from 2 different spots, and both get shut down. Cirque's the only one left even close to lobby. He's up on the roof, I believe, with an AWP. It's all on Hexton Nealon.
Many different looks from Automatic in trying to negotiate this yard position. We've seen him, you know, down secret, in garage, this time trying to make the quick drop in the mini.
They're trying to, I mean, you pinch that spot, you're hoping you can at least trade off the player on top of HUD, or if someone gets a clean fight of it, then all of a sudden maybe the other guy's peeking into the bomb site, so you have someone who's got 2 fights that he's not expecting, and just the position from Hampus is perfect to put a stop to that play. So these two guys are going to bring attention to lower. When this smoke fades, Cirque's only job, only role that he wants to be involved in is getting a pick as someone tries to rotate through vents.
Yeah, but they need to be successful down low before that could even happen. Thought he heard something. Don't think that he did. Oh, but a nice pickoff. That's a really quick flick, and he's even going to step into it. That's way too risky. I appreciate that, but still, probably should have stuck around and let Nealon and Hex try and do their job down below instead. 2 versus 4 for them, and an almost impossible round to win. Hampus keeps running, actually, and they're both going to go down. The spray continues for Nealon. He takes down S-Tag, and Brolin is on his own. Caught as well. An absolutely ridiculous attempt at a retake there for NIP. I don't even know what was going on.
It was a little bit fast as well, I think, because Brolin was not in position. Like, he was still walking up towards the door, getting ready to pounce, open it, and jump through the smoke, and the retake just begins maybe 3 seconds before he's actually ready to get involved in the action. Good kill from Hex. Good job from Nealon swinging to fight the same side that Hex is aiming at through the windows. That's what, a 2 versus 4 victory for Hex and Nealon, the new additions to EG.
Yeah, there's no way they should be winning this round, but they did. Credit to them. That's very hard to do, even if NIP screwed up a couple of things there. The way that Hampus kept running like that, you can think of it a couple of different ways, I guess. I mean, for one thing, obviously he was very late to start the fight with the person in Ops room, but then at the same time, he's creating so much space behind him for his teammates to run up, so you would think even if he dies, there should be a trade, and there just wasn't. So a lot of things going wrong for NIP in this round.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of things going wrong for NIP in this half.
Yeah, true.
1 round lead. Still plenty of money for NIP to have a strong buy here. Double up setup is the answer. Rez is done dealing with that garbage over in Ramp Room, but a good pick from Cirque. S-Tag couldn't plant his feet and get ready.
This might be one of the more exciting maps that we've seen out of Cirque so far. It's still really early on, but...
it's been a minute.
It's been a minute. He's won a couple of great fights against S-Tag. And S-Tag himself has actually been OPing really well in the last many games that we've seen out of NIP, so it's not that it's necessarily nothing either.
Well, this has been like one of the levels of criticism you can levy at the Cirque and Breeze, because obviously we've talked about it for a long time now, as they've kind of been in a very, very long-term slump, is we haven't even seen the flashes. You know, like usually when like a player, like a star player kind of loses his game and hits a slump, you see like 1 game out of 10 or so, like 1 game out of 8 or 9 or something like that, where you're like, okay, there he is. But we haven't even seen the flashes out of these guys, so good to have it back at least for Cirque to a degree where he's at least just hitting the shots. The bar has shifted pretty low.
Yeah, sure it has, but we got to start somewhere, right? If we want to see Cirque return to glory, then it's going to have to be... It's going to start somewhere. Nealon's on his own this time. It's a 1 versus 4, and they don't even have the luxury of having the bomb down. Great defense for NIP. Brawling getting a couple of kills. Nealon needed that shot to come clean right away, otherwise more backup is going to be showing up. Molotov to slow them down, but it doesn't really matter. They're not under any real pressure to try and get this retake done beforehand. Although Hampus is acting like he is, and Nealon's spinning around. Absolutely not. Oh, he's going to go straight for the bomb plant, and the Rez is right on top, and he takes him down. That is such an insane attempt from Nealon. I'm impressed. But also NIP, I don't know why they're that aggressive.
Yeah, that's a little bit of overconfidence, it feels, isn't it? Yeah, well, I think the first player obviously up top, this is Hampus. He's beaten the Molotov. The Molotov's gone a little bit deep, so he's saying, you're going to expect the Molotov to prevent any kind of a peek. I'm going to try and play with that silliness. I think his teammate is just hopping up the vents early to try and coordinate that fight and have some teamwork with it. Just 2 great shots hit by Nealon, to be fair.
Yeah. You like to see it, though. 13 and 9 on Nealon. He is showing up in a big way. Tied scoreline as we head into the 15th round, the last of the half. So let's just see. A couple of Mac 10s in play for EG. Maybe not the most desirable, but it can work.
They're lining up. I imagine with these Mac 10s, I was going to say some kind of upper pop with some players still kind of waiting out in the back, but maybe towards Ramp Room is going to be the play. They've had some success there, and again, they have automatic and secret. Flashbang is out. Rez completely blinded. They need to do something to block off this choke point. Another flashbang goes in. Running out of utility for the lower site. Just a Molotov and 2 flashbangs.
3 people from the CT side around Hell at the moment, so that's perhaps a bit awkward having that many people nearby. Hex deep in the corner with the MAC-10. So if they try and go and retake this, oh, they're going to swing for it. That's a good check, but no head armor on Rez, and he gets blown up. And the same is true for a couple more people on the NIP side. They got to be really careful here. Hampus trying to get the fight. He did have head armor, but he still died.
And Hex has called out 2 players. There's an AWP and there's an M4. He heard everything. It's just Blopsky inside the site. S-Tags arrived with the USP, and they put a stop to everything. It's Brolin as well on top of it. And Automatic has just started getting involved in the action.
That's so heartbreaking. They should be winning the fight for the bomb side. Automatic is there and he nearly sprays him down, but Brolin will survive. So NIP with a 1-round lead. It's real close heading into the second half right after this.
Oh my god, he broken or what?
Just makes the game feel faster and more interactive.
For all my life, even with 1.6, I didn't play this map, so...
Scroll wheel. Oh my god, he broken or what?
Scroll wheel, although I do use both, but I prefer the scroll wheel. Easier to bunny hop with.
I like B-hopping, and you can't do that with spacebar. So I'm gonna say scroll.
Scroll wheel because you can like bunny hops, that's all. That's the main reason.
Scroll for sure. I have both. I have been space as well, but I use it really barely. So I use scroll, of course, more, as all other players.
Scroll wheel just because that's what I've always used.
Scroll wheel in any game, no matter what. My spacebar is what I talk with in push to talk, all programs, so...
I think both are interesting, but just because right now I'm playing stretch, so I'm gonna have to take stretch right now.
I will say stretched because I use it more.
I tried out native some months ago, but in the beginning it was nice, but long term it's, I don't know, too slow, everything too small. So you go with stretched and you're fine.
I've always played stretched in my career, except the time where everyone played black bars. It was a time there where everyone had 10, 24 black bars. And when people started to go away from that, I switched to, and I've never gone back since. I really enjoy stretched overall.
It just makes the game feel faster and more interactive.
Probably stretched. I've always played 16-10, and over the years I've switched to 4-3 now. Trying to figure out what will be mine for the rest of 2021, but we'll see how it goes.
Ancient.
Ancient.
Ancient just because I didn't like Train.
Train, because I really like this map before.
I don't like Train at all. It's like, for all my life, even with 1.6, I didn't play this map, so... Ancient is a new map, I'm looking forward to play it more, and yeah.
I will say Ancient because it's like new map, so...
I prefer Ancient because it's new and fresh and just fun to play right now.
I think it's fun with new maps. You get to build a meta, find new smokes, find new tactics.
Nice. Upper was big. I think we can go lower. Go lower, yeah. I'm gonna post one single. I dropped you bomb. Okay, I'm not smoking it. Smoking double. Yeah. Go one more. Dropping down vent. Can you guys come back upper?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Never mind. No, there's three lower right now. I'm planning.
Windows.
This. My glass. Single open. I have single.
Yeah, I'm playing God spot.
My top side.
Oh fuck. Okay, let's double top site.
One is single.
Go in that corner over there, maybe.
I have to have double now, guys.
Yeah.
Flashed. Popping double.
Yeah.
I think glass.
You holding windows, right, Jaden?
Yeah, I'm not driving it. My idea. Miss it. Miss it. Double. Nice. Double. Double and glass, maybe. Out. One more out. Nice! Dude, I fucking quick switch. Good job.
Was a good job. EG coming out with a pretty good first half. It's cut right down the middle, 8-7. NIP still with a 1-round lead, but I don't know, the Swedes did not look as impressive as maybe I was expecting.
No, they didn't come in really in probably the best shape we've ever seen them. So I think that was a great opening half for EG. Especially, I mean, again, the expectations have been set so low that, I mean, this definitely seems impressive. But some very, very good rounds, some good clutches. 7 rounds in your T side. Switching over to defense now. Molotov towards top hut. Hext is going to have some issues. Drops down. Drops right into Plopsky's Glock. And that's it. That's the defense.
Yeah, you could see that coming a mile away when his position was up there. It's just so hard to stick around. Quick bomb plant as well for NIP. If they can win the pistol round of the second half, they might be in a real good spot for it. Sneaking up, 3 people in heaven, but already Circus dropped very low, and they have no grenades to utilize. They just have to try and run in and hope to take the fight. There's so many Glocks down on the low ground of the bomb site, and Automatic is on his own. He's snuck in, trying to see if he could find Hampus, who's jumping in the corner. What a headshot to bring him down! But time has run out with no kit. It's going to be all day. And S-Tag, well, he tries to run for it here. Automatic. Is there time for this defuse?
No, unfortunately there's not. But that's a beautiful shot right at the end onto S-Attack. Almost really well played, but didn't have the kit to make it work. Nice try on the retake. That was 4v5 as well. Pistol round 2 NIP. They extend the lead to 2.
Scary stuff, yeah. This is the first combination, right? The flash and the Molotov, just way too much to handle. But they almost did it. But this is a great shot. So is the next one. Just like to see it. If he had a kit, that would have been the round right there.
Yeah, or if anyone had a kit from above and was able to actually drop into the bomb site and actually catch a glimpse of that. But remember, they all kind of died without being able to really swing too wide. Second round investment. Armor and upgraded pistols. 2.57s and M4 and Automatic with those kills. He had 3 kills in the pistol round, so feeling frisky.
That is... I feel like we're just still kind of maybe getting a little bit more used to the second round from our spy coming out, but... yeah, second round M4 by now for EG. Why not?
Deep Molotovs prevent Automatic from peeking up and getting any information. Hampus is going to crawl right along the smoke wall, gets tagged.
Automatic, let's see. This investment could be quickly nullified if they lose that M4 out there in the yard. Got to be real careful about that. Cirque with the scout, though. Good position to take a shot, fall back, recommit to the defense down below. And NIP, they have been slowed down already just a bit. Under a minute.
Automatic's rotated the upper bomb site as well. I mean, EG has no information. They have no idea what's coming. There's the first piece of it, right? Cirque spots one jumping across, misses the tag. Flashbang is out. They're going to come right back. So Cirque's still calling. Nobody's here. And S-Attack can hear the footsteps shuffling around. Now towards Mini, crunching into the upper bomb site. Breeze gets pulled into the hut. Automatic's M4s arrive from up top, but everyone's going down. You might want to think about bailing out. Good first kill, but that's all you're going to get. Nealon goes down next. And it's a 1 versus 3 for Cirque.
Yeah, he's going to find that M4 and hope to try and make an escape. Always a good start to any attack like that if you can just find the opening before you really get into the site.
I think Automatic probably got to be a little bit frustrated. He actually rotated himself up vents into the perfect position.
Yeah.
And then kind of pulled himself out of it just by the attention that Cirque saw towards ramp room with that scout. Now the question is, can Cirque even get away? Looks like NIP's not super interested in the hunt.
Yeah, they're going to stay a little bit further away, so maybe he'll be all right. But that is potentially a real scary round. They managed to make their way through, and as you said, a bunch of people getting stuck up at heaven like that again, which hard to get out when you don't have the grenades to facilitate anything with. 3-round lead for NIP. And with this kind of a force-up, I mean, it's going to put a lot of the early half here in jeopardy for EG. They could be in a tough spot with the money for a while. But yeah, this kind of an opening for Plopsky, right? That's the first sign that there's a hit, and it's basically right on the A-bomb side.
Yeah, this was brutal. Just that little bit of presence over towards ramp room, towards radio room, just kind of pulled most of the defense towards above ladder in that really tight corridor that's tough to fight against, or tough to fight from. So Cirque has the M4, missed an opportunity on top of Big Garage, and he bails out from the position.
Hext is already out of the round. Nice boost, nice jump up. You can see Hamp is not quite ready. And Breeze at least realizing that someone's dropped down the vent, which is pretty critical information. They're going to be losing him anyway. Plopsky was ready to receive the rest of EG. So much time on the clock here that really awkward when you know there's a player down below somewhere. Timing is everything here for Nealon. If the door opens on Brolan, maybe there is a way to do it, but he needs that 1 second advantage, basically. 50 seconds on the clock, by the way. Brolan still hasn't found anyone down below, so now they're starting to think about where they actually want to go. The bomb is up in the yard.
But what do you do if you're EG as well? Look at the way they're split across the map. Lower bomb site, upper bomb site, and automatic just kind of tuck and tail behind the box and ramp room with that M4, trying to keep the weapon alive. There's really no win condition here for EG outside of someone with a pistol just grabbing 3 kills, and unfortunately they're going at Cirque, who has no HP and not even looking in the right direction. Automatic going to try and find an escape route, you imagine, through T-spawn, but he's actually put himself in a lot of danger being here, and that M4 has hit the deck.
That is real unfortunate. So, going to be a 4-round lead here for NIP. Nealon up on top with the Deagle. Could try and do some more damage if he's feeling like it. And not even going to get close to that. Plomsky with a nice connection. Could really feel the Swedes are getting warmed up more in this game now, in terms of their mechanics and their aim.
I'll be the rotator down.
Let's see what the gun round has to say about things. Let's see if EG can get started as well. Remember, they did bury NIP as well in the opening stages of their T side also. NIP just got... Okay. What was that? What was that look of disgust?
I don't know. It's like, why have we not won already? Roland is at 19 kills, by the way.
Yeah. He got there. He shot off the scoreboard. Oh, okay. There goes Cirque. Roland, he's up to 20 now. It's the big 2-0.
Didn't even get to take a shot back. Automatic going to be picking up that AWP, was lost on the ground, so maybe he could find a shot with it.
Remember,
wall going up though.
Towards the end of his time in Counter-Strike as well, he tried to shift into kind of an AWP role.
True, yeah.
Let's see what he's got with it. Let's see if he remembers any of his old tricks. Unfortunately, it looks like he's going to get just crunched upon. Hampus is going to take some liberties with that smoke. Good shot from Automatic. Close up, but they line up. The timing from Hampus is absolutely perfect. Now it's all on Breeze.
If he gets flashed, there's nothing he can do. It doesn't even matter, Hampus. I don't know how he saw that, but he did. And Nealon coming in from the heaven once again, but Plopsky's there to take him down just like the previous round. And this is looking real good for NIP. You see him smiles coming out, still kind of weak on the fist bumps, but they're winning the game.
We'll talk to him afterwards.
Yeah. Maybe we need like something that measures like decibels down there, and if it goes like below a certain amount, we just don't accept it. They have to try again. Gotta do it again.
Okay. I'm into it. Yeah, I don't know how he saw that either, but maybe he just spammed it. Maybe he just spammed it and then got a little lucky. 5-round lead. 12-7, back to pistols for EG's defense. They do have light armor picked up on a few players. Cirque, he invested in the AWP in the previous round, didn't even get to fire a shot. Now he's got to save without any armor to be able to afford the AWP moving forward as well. Dire times for EG's defense after a good first half on offense.
Hampus sneaking all the way into the garage out on the CT side, so in an interesting position to maybe find something, although there are no CT players out here, so it's still great. I mean, you can use this for almost anything you want. You could see again they're using Brolan on the other side, so they're pinching that mini position. If anyone was going to be there, maybe they would have been forced out with a Molotov.
Brolan will be calling out one in vents, as he knows exactly where that smoke came from. 2 players down low with Automatic in the vents and Nealon dedicated to the bomb site. Although Automatic has shifted all the way up. Is anyone looking for Hampus? That's the real question.
Doesn't feel like it at the moment. He might have the jump on at least one of the players in here, and that's surely going to cause enough chaos. Spots one, sees a second, and he's going to go for the double, and it'll work out just fine. Well done. That's enough to open the entire bomb site. Automatic. Even if he got that kill, probably wouldn't have been enough. Nealon coming through with at least a kill this time, but he's in trouble. They know where he's coming from, and maybe even having the AK is going to be a better choice for it here. No kit either. Hard to imagine this working out. Roland's going to be able to catch him, and it's going to be a 6-round lead now for NIP.
This is perhaps one of the last chances we'll see EG have to stay in this game, I should say, after the good first half that put him in contention. They have yet to win a round on the CT side of Nuke. They're going to get another full buy here. Op will be out again for Cirque, although light armor, light on utility. Only 2 kits to work with on Hexton Breeze. But this has got to be where EG starts putting a stop to this run from NIP. 5 straight to open up the second half. They've just essentially returned the favor that EG gave them in the first half.
Yeah, that is true. If they want to build a comeback of their own, EG, now is absolutely the time for it. 21 kills on Brolin is still kind of hard to deal with, though. Nobody on the EG side is matching that at the moment. They're just a bit further behind. Nice angle. Nearly being able to get the drop on Hampus. And trying to slow down NIP out in the yard.
A lot of attention outside on the yard for EG right now with Automatic as dedicated. Cirque was actually watching from the wrap through Big Garage. And you've got Hex down in secret, looking for them to come down secret. He's going to get some attention on him. Actually, Nealon's coming to join up right now. If he gets there with some hustle, Automatic gets picked off, walks right into the crosshair of Hampus. So this crossfire here between Nealon and Hex, it's got to be effective.
I think Hampus was looking somewhere else. I think he was... I think you couldn't even see the panic there a little bit. Hex, though, the timing might be good, but he's going to get a bullet to the face instead. It's Nealon to show up. Huge double for him. And Breeze also taking a kill on Hampus, and somehow we're back into a 2-on-2. Mostly, I think, thanks to Nealon actually doing a lot of work there. Cirque feeling the pressure from both sides, realizing where they are, and Brolin's going to be sneaking through. He had the right idea and the good awareness there, but it's not going to translate into a kill. Instead, it's on Breeze, trying to win it 1 versus 2. That 25 seconds left, and he'll get found. The Molotov on top, making things even worse. And it's another round for NIP.
Yeah, they just handle it so well. Hex doing the jump over towards Toxic side to get information. He gave up on it, and one was able to kind of sneak by. That was almost a really sketchy situation, but still, Hex just gets deleted, unfortunately, on the cross. T side for NIP has been, I'm not going to say perfect, but it's obviously extremely effective.
This is great work.
It's not enough.
No, it's not enough, unfortunately. Would have got Popsky too, maybe it would have been a different matter, but that's asking a lot.
Another player looking at his mouse, blaming his mouse for his poor aim.
What else are you going to do, you know?
True. Yeah, otherwise you'd have to take responsibility, and that ain't happening.
Nobody would do that.
No.
Nobody likes that.
Nobody likes that at all. 7-round lead for the Ninjas. Well, I was really excited to get like a cool game after the first half that we had. I was ready. I sat up. I was buckled in.
Yeah, it still feels like there are moments where EG could do a little bit more, but now it's just such a huge run here for NIP that it's starting to get a little bit ridiculous. 2 rounds away from winning on Nuke. Overpass as a second map. Automatic maybe hearing, the steps, but can't obviously see anything to get that deal working.
Hampus has been a beast this entire half. He's been taking so much space and just calling for his team like based off that, just making his own reads and pulling his team up behind him, and always in a very, very powerful, impactful position. Swings and forces Hex off the angle. 4 players, 4 defenders downstairs. Rez has the first kill. Hampus has the next kill. Just a couple of deagles to defend against what's coming.
Yeah, right idea. Going to be forcing out Cirque, and he's so ready. What a heads-up play. Able to stop the tap on one player to receive the second one coming through the smoke. That's actually really well done. Eventually he'll go down, but you're right. Hampus has been a force to be reckoned with here in the second half. That's 15 on the side of NIP. So far, 0 rounds for EG on their CT side.
Yeah, which is crazy to think about considering that they rattled off a good amount of rounds in the opening half on the offensive side. Just can't get a read, can't get any kind of stop whatsoever. They've got to do 8 in a row to force overtime. Hampus outside this time on his own. Smoke wall being put up, 2 in front of Mini, 1 in front of Big Garage. But it's all a ruse.
Yes, it is. Trying to keep their attention out there while they seem to be grouping up towards the rep room instead. Nealon's holding here, and he's been one of the more exciting players so far for EG, at least on Nuke, so maybe he could get a chance to shine early in a round instead of trying to recover a round that's almost already lost like we've been seeing him do in the past here. Roland hoping for somebody to peek in. It seems like they are slowly taking over ramp. They're getting there. Still a minute on the clock. They've got outside and squeak at the same time. So if someone from EG steps out of line here and is a little bit too quick to rotate across the map, they're going to get picked off. There's automatic. Hampers able to pick up one of them at the very least. 45 seconds. Still a little bit of a fight happening at the A-bomb side, but Nealon, he's in trouble back here. And Rez will send him to a watery grave.
They just can't win any fights in the second half. I don't know what's happened, but EG just not able to really connect with any shots. There's been zero stopping power in this defense. No matter how much of an advantage, no matter how much they're positioned, how they're working together, there's been no ability to slow down NIP.
No, absolutely not. It's crazy to see. Just a 1 versus 5 here for Hengst to try and bring it back, and obviously that is not going to happen here.
He's got it. He wins these.
He's so ready. I don't know, Jason. You need something more. Klopsky will take him down. It's a flawless second half for NIP as they win the opening map against EG.
Yeah, it did look pretty sketchy, though, to start. That was a little bit odd, a little bit weird, but NIP at the halftime break, some kind of a conversation, some kind of a wake-up, and it was all ninjas in the second half. Map 1 is done and dusted. We're off to a break. When we come back, we're going to get the second map of the series and see if EG can continue fighting.
Hi, my name is Refresh, and I'm facing Esatec in a game of CS Screenshot. The first thing I noticed is like the wood / the plank material, and it kind of reminds me of Overpass.
Oof! Straight off the bat.
It could also be Vertigo because there's a lot of like construction sites and building stuff.
I'm honestly thinking about Vertigo because it's a construction site. I feel like I mean that would go pretty well. The question is where on the map that is.
But I think I'm gonna go with my gut feeling. Overpass on B side.
I mean, what is that on the floor though? All right, let's go with Overpass, and then let's go with T-spawn. No. Yes. No. Is it? Okay, go with T-spawn. Overpass. I don't think it's there though, but.
There we go. Yeah, easy.
Really? Oh, that's a tricky one.
This is actually kind of annoying. I mean, on Asian there's like a similar like B logo, but it's not ancient. It's too gray for that.
Oh no! What in the world is that? Just a gray wall, and then like you have to remember like the texture of the way the sign looks.
Vertigo. Yeah, I'm gonna say Vertigo, but a little bit of me wants Inferno B as well. But I think it's Vertigo around the B lobby area.
Well, okay, I'm gonna have to go with Inferno on Banana somewhere.
Oh, it's on Asian, but it's another place.
T side from the Ninjas sees them stealing away their opponent's map pick 16-7. But it wasn't all plain sailing for the Swedish-Danish mix to start things off. As you pointed out in the pre-game segment, Jacob, these guys have been struggling sometimes be getting the pistols on the board, which is what makes this win all the more impressive for me.
Yeah, they made it 7 for 7. 7 pistol rounds in a row lost, and they couldn't really convert the second round either, despite this time around making it close, and that powered EG to a good start. That was a win condition for us. If we wanted a competitive game, we required that Evil Geniuses got off to a good start, and you can say they did on a T side like Nuke. They get off to a 5-0 lead. You think to yourself, okay, there's a realistic chance of EG to perhaps even win this map, perhaps make it competitive, and then everything fell flat.
Is the return to reality, because I agree with you, Jacob. The start from EG was all we could have expected, all we could have wanted and wished and desired for them. Great start. They take NIP by surprise, who at the time seem a little bit overzealous sometimes, impatient, sloppy. Maybe they're not completely in it. I don't want to say condescending, but I didn't think that this was the full-on NIP. They got surprised a couple of times, but then you move on to the second half, and then the story just completely changes. I think Hampus just kicks in the new gear, comes in with a very strong T-side, which is starting to be a signature for NIP, and they win comfortably.
Yeah, things just completely crumbled for EG, considering, they had a 5-0 start to this map, only managed to get 2 more subsequent rounds on the board to get that 16-7 scoreline. I'm just wondering, why do you think things just crumbled for EG so fast?
Well, I think that NIP stopped making mistakes at some point, right? I think they had a couple of situations in which they were very favorably installed, and then they overpeaked just a little bit, maybe feeling like they were individually ahead, but we know how it is in Counter-Strike. Suddenly, if you go into a duel just thinking you're going to win it, but you shouldn't take it, that's it. That can be a mistake. And EG did well on capitalizing on these mistakes for a while, and as soon as NIP cleaned up their sheet, that was it.
Just to build off your points about NIP stop making mistakes, right? We played 23 rounds of Counter-Strike right here. EG won 7 opening duels in the game alone. 6 of those rounds where they won the opening duel, they also won the round. So as soon as NIP stopped giving up first kills, there was no way into the rounds for EG. The last 8 rounds on EG CT side, not a single round did they find the first kill, which led to them winning 0 rounds on the CT side as well. So when they couldn't find an opening, they couldn't find a way into the game, and they looked completely outplayed by NIP.
Let's talk about what you said was the kind of eye-opening moment for NIP coming into this round number 13, which was actually a moment that EG win, but the last one that they win in this entire map.
The last one, the final warning call for NIP, round number 13 as well. We can roll it, and this is going to be the last time EG celebrate and the last time NIP get frustrated. Here we can see how well NIP is installed in this situation. 5v3, they have Zerg put in the door. There's going to be a trade coming on. Still, NIP fully in control. 4 versus 2, a whole lot of time on board for them. They have more than 35 seconds on that bomb plant easily, and I invite you to think about how desynchronized this retake is going to be. They have Brolan coming in from event, but they don't give him time at all. They go one by one, they get picked apart, and finally Brolan is here to strike, and this is just outright disjointed out of NIP. This round should have never ever been around for EG, but I think that just as dramatic as grave that situation was, this was the wake-up call for NIP, because they didn't lose any single round after that.
It all speaks into the matter of the game as well. Without NIP making crucial mistakes like we just saw right here, EG couldn't win the rounds. I spoke about the opening duels, I spoke about rounds like these, right? They almost had to get the rounds gifted to them, and even if they were gifted a couple of rounds in this game, they still only ended up with 7. To me, the scoreboard is lying a little bit. This game was not close whatsoever. Without the good start from EG, it wasn't close on the scoreboard.
16-7.
Yeah, I know.
It's quite.
Even less close, yeah.
A 16-2. It could have been a 16-1. Like, we could have kept playing the rest of the rounds like you do in a practice game, and it would have been 23-7. It wasn't a close game whatsoever.
Yeah, particularly dire straits, as this was EG's pick coming into this best of 3 series. I do want to continue to talk about the positives maybe coming out of that map, though. Brolan was somebody that we were kind of putting under. Yeah, there's positives for NIP, that is. Brolan was a name you were putting under the spotlight coming into things, saying, with great power really does come great expectations, great responsibility. Yeah. Of course, he really delivered in droves on this map.
He had a rough start as well. In NIP's first 5 rounds, which they all lost, he was 0-5. And I thought to myself, okay, Brolan is not showing up. He got caught off guard a couple of times where he could have won a duel, he didn't win a duel. And then all of a sudden, as soon as NIP started to play well, as soon as Brolan started to turn up on the server, then everything changed. This kid you see on your screen right here, as we spoke about coming into the game, he can be the talisman for NIP in the future. He can be the guy, together with Risk, that can put NIP on the map in terms of perhaps winning a trophy or 2 this year or next year. So it's good to see him bounce back, good to see some mental fortitude as well. Despite having a rough start to the game, he showed up, he stepped up, and he got it done.
Yeah, that's what I take away from these images, these highlights we see here, that the fact that he was 0-5, but still being able to fight back into it is what matters the most, because yes, he instantly became a win condition for NIP when he joined, which is what we hoped for, which is what we demanded, right? He came over from Fnatic, we thought, this is your time, this is your moment, you have the players, you have the cast, you have everything you need right now to kind of play to the level that you can, and he's doing so now.
Yeah, 100%. I just want to give some props props to Hampus as well. How annoying he was on that T side. If I was EG, I would just be so frustrated with the amount of openings that he was getting against.
You know, we had a meme a few years back in Counter-Strike. It was Happy on the French scene. You'd always say, you know, Happy's always going to be lurking. You know it. He's going to be there, and he still finds you. I feel like Hampus, we're going towards it as well. He's been good enough to mask his intentions, and he's not as predictable. But still, it's a revolving door where he always comes back from behind. Always he strikes as a lurker, and he is so annoying to play against because whenever you go up against NIP now, you either have to dedicate your game plan to mess with Hampus, which means you have to redirect resources you would put somewhere else, or you give up on him, but then he can strike back. And he had multitudes of occasions in that game, in that half on the T side, where he struck from mini, got a double kill. He's just and I say this in a very pleasant way, he's just a rat.
He's annoying. He's an annoying rat to play against, to be completely honest. And I just want to make sure, yeah, exactly. I just want to make sure the viewers out there as well understand what we're talking about when we talk lurking and Hampus, right? You may think of a defensive player. You may think of a player who's always holding back and lurking, coming out last. Hampus is the modern days lurker, aggressive lurking, right? Getting into your face, getting map control early on in the round. You see it here on Nuke on the T side. You see it all the time on Inferno as well. Not afraid of walking up middle 10 seconds into the round. Not afraid of walking up, you know, or walking out yard 15 seconds into the round. Hampus is aggressively lurking, and he is a super annoying player to deal with because, as you said, you have to devote resources to him, and if you don't, he will get space to get the job done.
And things only looking on the up for NIPs. We are coming into their map pick. It is going to be Overpass. We were talking about it in the green room where I was saying, you know, I kind of associate this map with Rez in particular. You were saying, you know, S-Attack has kind of impressed you as of late, picking up the AWP on this map.
I feel it's the one map where you can justify S-Attack on the AWP for NIP. I think it's the one map where he actually has played some decent Counter-Strike. Every time I see S-Attack play Overpass, he strikes me to have a lot of confidence. He looks like he's moving around fine, and he's actually finding impact for NIP as well. So we'll talk about the potential problems they could have having him as the primary upper on Overpass. I feel that's not the case at the moment, and that, again, you know, paints a pretty clear picture right here for EG. If they want to beat NIP and Overpass, then what the hell are they going to do, Matthew?
I'm on the backhand compliment for this poor guy, hashtag. Look, as a team, I think they're just very complete on Overpass. I think on the C side, they have many assets, and the T side is one of the strongest one as well. They've revitalized the meta, they've revitalized their plan book, and Maui Snake, if he were here, would attest to it. Absolutely, he's a great fan of what they've been able to suggest on Overpass, so I'm quite confident about it.
So is it going to be a 2-0 going forward for the Ninjas?
So, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah? That's literally it. Absolute. There's
suspense.
No
uncertainty. What do you think, Freya?
You know what? I'm not here to analyze the game, guys.
Okay.
I'm here to get your opinion. And we're going to see if it is spelled out a 2-0 for the Ninjas in Pajamas. Potentially one more lifeline for EG to be holding on to here at the BLASTPremier full groups. It is going to be going down on Overpass, and it's coming up in just a few.
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready with the second map, second series of the day, and it'll be exciting to see what happens now. NIP kind of got control of that first game, and EG were kind of knocked out.
Will it be exciting to see what happens next? I think we all know what happens next.
Tell me, what will happen next?
I think this is going to get back to a little bit of the spanking that we all thought this was going to start out with. We were all kind of lured in by a good first half from EG.
Yeah.
Remember, that was their map pick, right? They didn't get a single round on the board in the second half. I think more than anything now, I mean, you know, I obviously would love to be praising EG, but I think it just feels more like this was a slow start to NIP they were able to take advantage of. And once they kind of got power on, NIP never looked back. They never had any issues. There were no complications in the second half whatsoever. So now you have the second map in the series. This is NIP's pick, Overpass, what they feel comfortable on. By the way, this can be a very, very difficult map for new lineups, new in-game leader, new coach coming in to be able to play and manage, especially when you also have a situation where your Opera and your star player are still kind of working themselves out of a slump. So everything stacked against EG here on map number 2.
Hard road ahead, starting on the CT side at the very least, so we'll see what they can do.
What you got for me now? Hampus falls to Hext. That's a nice shot from Hext. Good shot from Cirque as well. Quick peek through the tunnel. 5-on-3, and Breeze adds on top of it.
Yeah, they're making it work early on. This is great. S-Tang and Plopsky 2 versus 5, so a little bit of a chill out time here. Talk things over if you want.
Yeah.
Not much to really do in a round like this.
Now's the time to go make yourself a PB&J.
Oh. Is that allowed, like late afternoon kind of thing? Is that?
Dude, you can have a PB&J whenever you want.
Ooh, why America is great.
That's why PB&J is great. It's the most versatile sandwich in the world.
I need that. I need to work that into my life a little bit more, you know?
You do.
Before I met you,
You never had a PB&J.
I didn't even have peanut butter on anything. Now it's like, we're getting there.
You can eat peanut butter with a spoon. That stuff is delicious.
Yeah, I'm on board. Like, we need to convert more people.
Yeah. Get it going in Denmark. I actually went to the grocery store the day I got here.
Yeah?
I had some time. Couldn't find peanut butter anywhere.
They have it. They have it out there.
There's a whole like section for Nutella. You guys got like 50 different kinds of Nutella, but you got no peanut butter.
Nutella's really won the battle here. I'm not gonna lie, but you can find it. It's out there.
Nutella's gross.
You can put it with peanut butter, and it's not bad.
Naturally, that's the magic of peanut butter. It's nothing to do with Nutella.
All right, there we go.
Cirque pushed up long. Brolin shadow shows, shoulder shows. Cirque couldn't transfer over in time. Unarmored opponent, so NIP taking a hard eco round here. Going to be looking for a strong buy in the next one. Breeze going to try and knock down that tower. He's got the first one. There goes Hampus up on top, and it's just Rez left alone.
Yeah, Breeze connecting the dots. Like, either this guy is, 8 feet tall, or he's pin boosted.
And I think I know which one.
It's good stuff. Yeah, another decent start here for EG, but we've been taught already not to get too lured away by decent starts. So want to see how they do once NIP start to pick up some rifles, which should be happening at some point soon. Here we go. Galil on Plopsky. Plenty of utility on the NIP side. So third round is where the battle will really happen. See how successful they're going to be this time. Still want to see Cirque do more work with the AWP. He had some good battles. He won a bunch of them against S-Tag, which is great, but, I still want more.
Yeah. that's just greed, Yeah,
I know. But also because it was so much fun.
Yeah.
Someone out there must have created, there must be a couple of Cirque highlight frag movies out there for people to go and search for.
Yeah, from the growth of the NRG days and everything like that. Yeah, certainly. He's got plenty. Brolin going to lead the way for the Ninjas to move out towards bathrooms. There's a big stack, a lot of presence here for EG, and they're going to negate it. They're going to bypass most of it for the moment. Nealon is going to be a hard clear against the SMG. Brolin peeks for it. Immediate headshot. Nice one from Brolin. And that gives so much control over to NIP.
Yeah, it really does. A little bit of noise being made running back there by Hampus, and they got to be careful because there's two people out long. One of them is automatic here with the M4, but on a spray control. Crab walking and kind of minimizing his position behind the rock while still controlling the recoil. That's huge. 35 seconds, and the bomb does get dropped, but Cirque is so alone here. And he must be feeling the pressure from either side. He has no idea. They could be walking up behind him any second now. Molotov's going to be fading. There are the shots coming out. Cirque, great job even getting that kill on Plopsky. He could have been dead already.
Now they got to be careful. Oh, Estag, don't go this way. Don't go this way. Yep, through bathrooms, it's safer. He's got the bomb as well. Drops the smoke to be able to cross over. Molotov for safety towards bank, and he's going to tuck himself behind truck for the plant. In Hexton Breeze, going to see what they can find. See if they can get this retake underway. It's a 2v3. They've both got kids.
Yes, they do, and they have a Molotov as well, so maybe there is something to work with here, but that smoke is really annoying. If they could have caught S-Tag in transition towards the bomb plant, would have been something else. Flash setup, it actually goes behind Breeze, but doesn't really matter. Hamper's still there to pick up the kill, and it makes it impossible for Hext to do anything. He might as well back out with the AK-47, so NIP already on the board. Third round in. All right. They got that early fight for Broland so deep in on the map, right? There's just a lot of silence for the CT side, and then boom, suddenly, and actually that kill even isolates two other players in a weird way.
And just completely bypassing everything, right? Like, didn't even feel like the need to really clear out the other portion of bathrooms. They already have kind of that long route towards the site, and they're not seeing anyone jump for information. They're not even seeing any defensive utility being dropped whatsoever. So it's just like, let's just keep going until things are quiet. And then, yeah, towards the end of the round, you're able to kind of pinch in when there's no other options for EG. That's a very suffocating attack from NIP. Round number 4.
Naturally, given how early it is, EG are going to be using all of their cash into this round. That's what it's like when you lose that third round, so...
Automatic's got $1,000 in the bank and no kit.
Yeah, and probably they saved the AK, right? So someone dropped some in the round.
Ooh, that's a nice flashbang. Nealon eats it, but is able to escape. And Broland maybe taking some liberties. Not prepared for the fight from Automatic, who's been aggressive. Now he's going to fall back. Rez with a good headshot. Automatic has been able to find safety. So we're in a 4-on-4 into the next stage of the round.
Maybe it looked like Broland wanted to react to that little bit of attention happening there in the connector, but just didn't expect for someone else to be all the way up there. So a little bit crazy, perhaps. 4 versus 4 now, though. S-Tag and Plopsky started to make his way there. Hexed all the way back to position. It's so hard to clear when you're walking down like that. Plopsky tries, and he even knew what was going on, but still couldn't find the kill. Now Hampus has everything to do on his own. Nice flashbang to set it up, but it's not going to be quite good enough. And they'll all go down at the end with only one casualty on the EG side. Good defense.
Yeah, very good defense. I mean, helpful as well. Remember, the Broland kill coming around the corner, not even ready for it. This one right here, Automatic just gets to chill. Easiest frag probably he'll get this entire game. From here, a nice position from Hext is tough to read for NIP. Strong position, hard position to clear out. Still haven't seen the AWP in the hands of Cirque just yet. It's being at least it's being delayed for as long as possible.
Yeah, but there might be some delay on the NIP side too, because they just don't have the money to really do much of anything here. AK in the hands of Hampus. Not a bad player, I would say, to throw that on to if you're going to pick somebody.
Especially, I mean, not even necessarily in terms of skill, which he obviously has it, but in terms of the way he plays. Like we saw in Nuke, he was like, he's one of those guys who really likes to lead from the front, likes to read around the plays that he wants to make and kind of the space that he's getting. So he is kind of usually going to be the guy who's the first one moving forward.
S-Tag going up the slide instead of using the ladder. Been trying to teach my kids not to do that. Creates a lot of chaos on the playground, Jason. People do that. Want to use... Get them to slide the right way, you know.
Perfect.
Didn't spot anyone either, so...
No one is coming down? No one coming down the slide at him?
Yeah, catastrophe avoided this time, but... 5th round. And about 50 seconds on the clock. A little bit of a jump up onto the flower bed. Stack at the A-bomb site. 3 people here already, which... That's a sizable number for an A defense on overpass. No real news on what's happening outside of the B-bomb side either, so they're taking maybe a little bit of a riskier EG, but it seems to be the right call.
Let's see what Hampus can do with this. There's the Molotov towards bathrooms at the 30-second mark. Plopsky goes down, only presence towards B, so now EG has confirmation. This 3-player stack is in the right position. Utility goes down out towards long, and there's just no weapons to make this work. There goes the AK-47. S-Tag has somehow gotten a couple nice kills. But there's only so much he can do. M4 in hand, dropping down, can't find Nealon. 4-1 for EG, they hold strong.
Yeah, they got everything they needed there. Nice to see them able to negotiate that. A little bit aggressive for Automatic out of the open fighting, but he did get the AK away from Hampus, so not at all bad. 4-1 in their favor. Hex with 5-0, Breeze with 5-1, Cirque up there at 6-2. So they got a couple of players right now, 3 of them that are doing a good job.
Yeah, it's about sustaining it through the entire map, which we didn't see on Nuke, unfortunately. So let's see what EG can do with it here. Boost up. Doors blown open as well. There's so many tricks that blowing open this door that makes this such a tough prospect for Tees to attack into these positions. Rez staying way, way far back to start things out.
Yeah, and with the boost and the wall bang at the same time, you know, you could easily make a mistake on the T side thinking, well, that's it, you know. Definitely not going to be boosting on the other side, so some small tricks. Automatic all the way across now on long. And he keeps pushing, he's still moving forward, and the timing for this, if he keeps it going, could actually be insane. Bomb is way outside of B. And S-Tag is a little bit worried that something could be going on, but still, this is a deep position to be in. Now, if they don't realize what's happening, that is still a really long flank coming out from Automatic if he's going to get to the B bomb site. So might have to still be down to the B defense to hold it. Cirque is starting to rotate back, so they are about to be close to having 4 people here.
Ooh, Automatic. Good find. Turning the corner at long is just going to take the kill on a Brolin. NIP's got to go now.
Yeah.
That's the unfortunate part, is now they realize they're boxed in. EG's defense has all the information. 4 players are here. Circa's up top. Plenty of players actually inside the bomb site. There's the op ringing out, ringing true. Double kill for Cirque. And still nobody from NIP has even been able to challenge the site. This is a back away and save the weapon if you can.
Yeah, not even going to be possible. What a shock. Not even just that they get found. That is a great move for Automatic. But then the follow-up is interesting, right? They didn't go right away. They tried to walk onto the bomb site. There's no smoke for Heaven either to even stop the AWB. And it's not like by throwing the smoke they give anything away, because they already know EG what's coming. So, yeah, he's just got a clean shot for that one. And even then, another one on the res there. Finally, there's a smoke, but it's way too late.
Yeah, there was a very, very slow and flat round from NIP there. Timeout called. DJL's going to get involved in the conversation.
Yeah, it's about time now. You're starting to see another slow start here out of the NIP camp, which they made up for it on Nuke, so maybe they could do it again. But still, you'd prefer to see them come out with the confidence of having that first map win. 5-1. And no bomb plant, of course. 3 kills on S-Tag is the high fragger for NIP. That's concerning.
Yeah, that is a problem. But I mean, it speaks to that slow start you were just mentioning, the slow start we saw on Nuke as well. Just not even some frags behind some of the ideas they're bringing out. Bree's going to get aggressive, sees way more than he wanted. 1-for-1 trade. And calls that out to his teammates. And NIP have a decision to make if they want to fall back and readjust, realign. Automatic's going to pick off 1 more. That's Plopsky to go down. And they haven't even gotten to the point where they can execute the strat.
Nope, not even a little bit. Still just the Tech-9s hanging out here. Automatic, very deep position once again. There's no real pressure on him to actually keep moving forward, so I don't know, be a little bit surprised if he goes up the ladder, because as long as he's here, it's fine.
I don't know if you would have heard that footstep. That might have been too far away. I think it'll be based off teammates' information, but with his HP, he might just sit parked. Either way, that's always a good spot to be, if you can find your way there, to obviously to deny access to certain positions and also gather information. You never know when a T's just going to make a random footstep. Yeah. Automatic's found the timing. He's pushed up. He's starting to flank through Fountain. Cirque's going to play things passive. No reason to risk the AWP. He's got Neil and his teammate over at Truck. And Automatic on that quick flank.
Yeah, this is starting to look like a really solid defense, and they have good reads. There's Automatic, low on health, but still active in the round. Super impressive stuff. And Nealon able to get a couple of nice eco-frags at the end, so they keep moving in the right direction. Would be Inferno as the third and deciding map if we get there.
Ooh, that's pretty spicy.
I like that.
Yeah. Good round from Automatic. That kill right there, and obviously staying alive, moving forward with a nice fast flank. shrinking the map. 5-round lead for EG.
Three AKs recovered on the CT side. That's a good luxury. Oh, but that is a lot of damage on the Hext and Cirque early on in the round. It's a bit shocking. Cirque still moving forward to find S-Tag. Not deterred by all of the damage that they took, so that's interesting.
I'm assuming that the damage is from a spam to kind of prevent that sort of a peak, and
probably,
obviously it did not stop Cirque whatsoever. Good opening kill provided by the op.
Still only the 3 kills on S-Tag as the top, and we're good. We're in the 8th round here, so something has gone horribly wrong. Nealon, probably don't want to be pushing your luck here once you miss that shot, but the Molotov to try and re-engage. That's the right idea, and nearly wins that battle against Rez. Grenade to set it up, and I don't know, awkward fight on all sides here.
Yeah, I was surprised. He was looking for it. He wanted the fight. He just didn't find anything he was comfortable with. Still, there's 3 players at the 8 bomb site right now, so EG kind of has to hustle on the rotation. Smoke just went down in Monster. That might buy them the time they need. But again, NIP, they have no other option. This is it, and they're slow playing it.
Third man rotating in here. They're realizing now Hampus is hearing that running on the other side. They're going to push in to find Hampus. That's a great find for Breeze. And it's a 5-on-3, and they're just stuck down here in the tunnel. There should be no way for NIP to win this round. 25 seconds, and they know everything that's coming. Automatic with a bit of a long flank coming through the connector at one point, but even down here at the B bomb site, there's just so much defense. Nealon and Hext shutting down Popsky and Brolan, leaving Rez on his own to try and work out that AK a bit. And it's a good couple of kills, but it's not going to win in the round.
Keep fucking going, boys!
That's right.
We're caught.
Nice try.
A little bit late. All right, here's... Oh, dear. Oh, and that's what prevents him from pushing forward. That's what leaves him exposed to the AWP. Good catch.
Those Molotovs have a... Well, the smokes, I guess, have like a...
They're very temperamental, yeah. Sometimes they just have off days. Like, we really don't feel like extinguishing this particular Molotov. Deep nade. No damage dealt. A little bit of damage. 1 damage dealt to S-Tag. Another deep nade. That one's a little bit better. Chunks down Hampus. Molotov to force him into the open. Automatic. Gonna get a fiery kill. Follows it up with a frag onto S-Tag. And backs away safely. He's given his team a 5-on-3. NIP is getting really harassed on this map so far.
They really are. It's so shocking. I don't even know what to say. I think you just want to see EG keep this pressure on. Hopefully that's, you know, with the coach behind them, they're not going to fall victim to this mentality of saying, all right, that's it. Like, boom, we've done it. We've won this map. Because just make sure NIP get 1 round in the first half. Keep their, you know, foot on the pedal at this point in time, because there's no reason to let them back into the game. And they are playing it pretty nicely here. I mean, a little bit of a fight for Automatic. He's back into it. Now they're really far back on the map, giving no chances for NIP to sneak anything away.
Cirque is getting a little bit of swagger underneath him. 10-2 for Cirque, 9-2 on Breeze. Yeah, there's the individuals of EG are playing very, very well in this first half of Overpass. It's been a weird 3 halves, I guess, with the great start and great first half on Nuke from EG, completely disappearing in the second half on the CT side, which in theory should be a little bit easier. And then over here on Overpass, coming right back into it and playing well.
Yeah, it has been an odd match so far. True. Popsky trying to fight his way back, so 1 versus 5, I believe. He got a couple of kills for it, but ultimately, they're going to lose the round. Let's see if EG can keep that focus and just not give anything away. Doesn't take a lot. I mean, we saw that on Nuke already. Once NIP are up and running, if they start to get a couple of kills on the board, you never know where it could end, so... Deep breaths. 10th round coming up. Still almost no kills up until this point. Plopsky, those were the first 2 kills that he has in this half. So, we need to see more.
I don't know if Cirque got blinded. I'm assuming... Oh, there's the spam! Oh, the follow-up peek should have been there for Automatic. That's harsh. Grenade damage chips down Rez. He's going to come back. He's got to be careful. He's already missing some HP. Meanwhile, Cirque has found Brolan. That's over towards the main choke point of the playground. So man advantage is sustained for EG. I thought that 1-2 punch with the spam and coming down the stairs was going to be absolutely brutal. I thought that was going to be absolutely perfect.
It looked like it. Timing was amazing. Breeze looking into the corner. Hex back here, same position as earlier, and he's going to get revenged upon, but Breeze is so ready, coming for the smoke, and S-Tag in a 1 versus 3. He's going to be able to take down Breeze. Still got a little bit of time. Cirque up there. He's going to peek him at the right time. It looked like he almost walked into the shot there. And Nealon coming in, but the timing for S-Tag, he just turned away. Still got a chance now, but with 45 seconds, they know where he is, and the map is shrinking around him. There's the timing for Nealon, and it'll be the round for EG once again.
Yeah, okay. We're looking good now. This is a bit surprising, but EG seeming confident, and these have been pretty clean fights. I mean, pretty clean wins. I don't think there's nothing gimmicky about this. They're just straight up having great calls and being very creative and very proactive on this defense.
What a time to turn around. Yeah, they are. I mean, I agree. It's great to see. What are we? I mean, this time it looks like they're not letting it go either. Breeze at 12-3, Circus 11-2. So I like everything about this.
Yeah,
we were let down on the first map. Maybe not this time, Jason.
Well, it's another half to be played.
All right, we're not ordering the champagne just yet.
Not yet. No, we've learned our lesson. There goes Breeze, traded off after 1 frag. However, Automatic coming down the stairs has an opportunity. That's Plopsky to fall, but he's done great damage. 46 HP left on Automatic, who's also got to be mindful of anyone traversing through the entire hallway of that underpass. And Hexed grabs another headshot on top of everything else. 4-on-2.
Yeah, no lifeline for NIP in this round. And they had, Breeze out there, so there's a chance in those moments you can get an early kill, pick up a rifle, roll it into something more, but they've been shut down every step of the way. Automatic sniping away a kill. S-Tag going to be found. Only 1 casualty on the EG side. Starting to love life a little bit more.
Yeah, he is.
Who could have seen it coming? Winning actually just way more fun.
Yeah, that's yeah. Everyone should know that. Timeout. What do you do if you're DJL? It's like, wake up, boys. This is horrifying.
Say, this is on you guys. I can't,
I don't get to play the game.
Well, hopefully, I mean, at this point, you hopefully just can remind them that actually, if they can get like another, if they get the last couple of rounds here, 10-5, that's probably what you're thinking. Then
look at the frags. There's really just not a whole lot for the NIP side. I think it was like we were like 4 rounds or 5 rounds in, and you were saying S-Tag was leading the way with 3. He's only had like 2 since then.
Yeah.
And he's second in line. 1 kill on Brolin, 2 kills on Hampus, 2 on Plopsky. That's just, I mean, let's be real, it's just not good enough. Doesn't matter what the coach is going to say during the timeout. You got to get the frag. So individually, time for NIP to wake up.
It's a very ethical approach to the game of Counter-Strike that NIP are going with here. Trying to minimize the casualties, and still try to win, but it's not working. So
sure, they're like, yeah, it's not panning out.
No, but I'm glad somebody tried it.
Yeah, you only really know if something doesn't work until you give it a shot.
NIP have run that experiment for all of us, so now nobody has to do it ever again. Bomb dropped real far back. And they need an opening. They need the next 4 rounds, basically. Nice blow off the door, but Rez is there on the other side. Good headshot.
That was a team nade as well. That was like a CT nade, and it felt like that might have messed up Hex's entire plan, so I'm a little bit confused about the coordination of that one. It falls next to this trap. Cirque with the op. Needs the first at the very least. No one's given it to him quite yet. Brolin looks like he's itching for it. There's the slide peek, and Automatic is going to be put into play.
Yeah, moving up in case anybody wanted to revenge that kill. And he's going to find S-Tag as well. What a great little gift. And did run back, but now he's back for it. Ooh, Hampus is there to catch him. I wonder if that was an attempt to try and fake the audio a little bit in case someone was going to come running after him. 30 seconds, though. So even if this is a 3-on-3, it's cost NIP a lot of time.
And they still have to get through Cirque and Breeze, who have been playing very, very good games. Cirque is alive, falling back towards the same position of Breeze behind the truck. There's no Molotov, thank God for these positions, but they have a real big susceptibility towards long. That's Hampus slides out. Breeze gets, whoa, he somehow gets 2, almost the 3rd. Plopsky, there's no time on the clock. There's the plan. He's got to stick it. Nealin's coming through quietly, patiently as ever, and he's got it as well.
Yeah, he had to go straight for it. I love it. Some justified excitement here from the EG camp. They had a rough time of it in the second half on Nuke, but they've started out real well here on Overpass and well on their way to winning this one. It's looking great.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing is like maybe you don't even need to really have to put together a full second half. If you win the first half, you know, 13-2, 14-1, then you kind of have like an easy way of just a couple, you know, win the pistol round and you're basically there. NIP has disappeared and some confidence is starting to build for the EG side. Did someone just say you're so shit?
I hope so.
Me too.
We need more of that stuff, you know? Whatever it takes. 11-1. 13th round is here. Cirque with all the confidence in the world, even with a grenade behind him, not moving out of position. He's got automatic out here for a little bit of a 1-2 combination, and they're going to trade favorably. So still a 4 versus 3 now. Bomb is dropped quite far back, and again, NIP under pressure right out of the gate. Just slow down. Broland does not want to stick around here. Looks like they're going to try and group up. Maybe find some action at the B bomb site. Although that's going to be slowed down too. Smoke is just in time. Got 2 people already from the EG side. Nealon is not that far away from being here, so we'll see. Oh, the timing to peek through.
Oh, no way.
No. Plovsky and Rez, they've got to be so confused. Oh, great.
what? Yeah.
Tim is remarkably unimpressed, but that's just how he is. I guess.
That is just him.
Yeah.
He hasn't changed a bit.
But I like it.
They're shaking. They're actually so
Oh, good times. They're shaking. They're actually so scared.
I like it.
They're also just so confused at the moment, I think. Yeah, there's just, I mean, there's a point. There is just like a lack of energy, a lack of like almost interest.
Yeah, I'm confused too, I'll be honest. Like I'm not expecting this at all, especially because the recovery from NIP on Nuke was so rock solid. Yeah. Like they're like, oh yeah, whatever guys, we're here to win it.
It's like the uppercut you never saw coming. Like everything was looking good. We were chilling. We were having like a nice close affair, and then bang, it's done. EG's just returning the favor. Automatic's gonna get a lot of attention. 3 players at long. He wins the initial. That's Rez with an AK-47. Hampus is up next. He's picked up the AK. Oh, that flashbang. That's the God Flash. You're blind forever with that one.
So walking backwards, making sure not to scope anymore. Does not want to give the game away. No one's trying to push behind it though yet, and he's going to go forward to find them. What a flashbang to set it up with, but Nealon is there for a bit of recovery. Some great flashes for NIP in this round though so far. 3 versus 3, and a little bit more time for the NIP side to do something with here. Nealon going to get caught as well. The spray for Breeze, it's not there, and he will get picked off with a deagle. So finally, might as well go for it here if you're hexed, because they have the money in the bank, but 1 versus 3.
This might be the only round where I feel like I've seen like the timings actually work out really well for NIP's favor. And then as you mentioned, the flashbangs were just so incredible. Both flashbangs yielding them 2 kills. Hex coming in. As you mentioned, there's no big deal about losing this gun. EG flush with cash. There's the pick. There's the second round.
Yeah, at this point, you're trying to establish any foundation, no matter how thin, just whatever you can. 12-2, and leading into the 15th round. NIP hardly to be seen at all in this second map, which is really quite interesting.
Their second half team, Anders.
I guess so.
Yep. Saw it on Nuke. Final round of the first half. A 12-2 10-round lead for EG. Looking to extend it all the way to 13, but Plopsky's got the first kill. He's seen another one as well. He's calling it over to his team, and Hex is going for a little bit of trickery, dropping the smoke and backing away to a new position.
Yeah, Breeze early on in the round. It's going to feel great for NIP. Big step in the right direction, even if they took a fair bit of damage behind it. Automatics, I don't know, sees a bit more somehow. Able to take down Brolan, and that's at least going to turn it back into a 4-on-4. S-Tag is in position. And Cirque, even though we had the right idea, not going to be quick enough this time. Some big scalps to take here for NIP to start this 15th round with.
Ooh, Nealon. Bring it back into a 3-on-3. Automatic still aggressive, still basically on his own. There's the Molotov that he peeks before. Ampus can get the gun ready for a fight. Goes back for more. Another one over the flames. It's all on Rez. 1v3. He's got to pick up the bomb first, and Automatic still wants to fight. He's got the final kill. Unbelievable half for EG. 13-2 is the score. We're off to a break, and we'll see if NIP can come back alive in the second half again.
We are back from a bit of a shocking first half break. EG coming out swinging on the second map here on Overpass, and NIP taking all of the hits directly to the face, it seems. No defense put up here in the first half.
It was like a Rocky movie. They just didn't protect themselves whatsoever.
I know.
Yeah.
And somehow still keep living through all of it. 13-2 in favor of EG. They are 3 rounds away from getting us a third map on Inferno.
Yes, they are indeed. What a third map that could be.
Now, if it really is a Rocky movie, they're going to come back and defeat EG somehow anyway. But That's real far away at the moment. That's going to be a long, long march back into it here. Dualies for Plopsky. He loses res behind him, and he's ready for it. Still got so many bullets left, but they're not going to want to fight him. They say, all right, that's it. We give up and just trying to run for Hampus instead.
Look at the fear those dualies inspire. 4 players, they didn't want anything to do with it. Dualies are an impressive weapon. Hex leading the way into the bomb site. Smoke and flashbang in his face. Nice shot from Hampus. Clotheslines a second one as well. Eventually goes down, but that sets the stage for a retake, and another perfect flashbang opens up the door. Brolin coming in. He gets the kills with the dualie out to the right, and now Nealon has nowhere to go.
This is a terrifying round. Dualie's doing all the work.
Yeah, baby. Get him in.
Having the extra bullets there definitely making a huge difference. So you like to see it. It's a pistol round win. Finally, something going the way of NIP.
It's just back in the green room, Anders, between halves. Went to grab a water. Everyone in there was very happy to see this kind of an EG show up today.
Yeah. They're hoping for what? A shorter day? Is that what they're gunning for?
No, they were actually genuinely very happy to see this.
All right. Thought it might have been like a subtle burn or something. Plopsky with a nice triple spray down. I'd like to see it, and they're going to clean up the round, no problems. Yeah, I mean, I want to believe in it too. I do, and they've kind of sold us.
They've sold us a dream on Nuke. Right?
Yeah, they did.
Sold us a dream and let us down.
We're willing to give them a second shot here.
Yeah. This is a different dream. This is a better dream.
It definitely is. Yeah, that.
Here we go. 13-4
again.
Yeah, it is. We're ready to go live into it. Big lead for EG. Guns are out. T-side overpass. And Hex is wasting no time. He throws caution to the wind, and he's gotten all the way to the base of the stairs behind that Molotov.
He was shouting a lot at the end of it, feeling real confident, so maybe trying to use some of that to power his team back into the second half here.
Oh, nice shot from Automatic. Good recovery.
A little bit of a jump there as well. Rez, though, will be able to recover it, barely staying alive at 16 health and backing up into the B bomb side.
Molotov towards Toxic Barrels is going to deny access. Look at the defense. It's all shifted. All eyes. From S-Tag as well from up above. Brolin's going to shift now out towards long A. Mid-round push. Man down. Get into a position where you can wrap around for information in bathrooms if the time ever comes. And EG's pretty passive on this side of the map. Breeze and Cirque just now flirting with the idea of taking control of the staging area outside bathrooms.
Roland on a huge mission to investigate what's happening out here. Probably make them feel really confident in that B setup that they have down here, but now they're going to hear some flashbangs and maybe some footsteps as well. Well, clock is running very low. 30 seconds. The bomb is still out here by the birthday party, so they got to be careful. Broland trying to make a run for it, but going to be catching Breeze, and now we could back off a little bit here. 20 seconds. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard them running on the other side too. S-Tag, a little bit of a swing there, set up with a flashbang. Roland doing so much work in this round, and with just 10 seconds on the clock, they're going to try and go for the bomb plant, which Cirque will barely be able to put through, but I don't think that's going to really matter. 1 versus 3 and a single point of health, and Roland getting all the kills and even setting up one of them there with the flashbang.
Brolin had way too easy of a time out towards long. I mean, Breeze isn't even checking towards bathrooms when he's coming up along the wall at long. The second player as well is kind of running around the corner with knife out, expecting Brolin probably to be closer to the bomb site, closer to being involved in the action. This one here, not knife out, but really just kind of a lazy clear. In that one as well, 1 HP. Good job from Brolin with the reposition as well in the mid-round. 13-5.
I mean, looking at the scoreboard, I know it's been a minute, but initially, NIP had almost no kills at all. So at least towards the end of the first half, into the second one, they're doing something.
I'll tell you what's kind of brought them. I mean, they're not back in this game by any stretch, so let me, I'll temper myself there. But what's given them a few of these rounds and a few of what little breathing room they have is just some incredible utility usage. Like the last 3 rounds of the first half, last 2 rounds of the first half. This round here, amazing flashbangs to activate their players to get some kills.
Oh. Speaking of utility, good flashbang to get that one. Follow-up shot from Automatic would have been beautiful if he could have taken down Plopsky. That would have given them a couple of rifles to work with. And maybe even a round if they could have kept building it. But it's back into a 4-on-4.
Brolin again is going to be called upon. The critical position. Sir can't manage it with the scout. Breeze is going to tuck himself into a corner, wants to go for a late lurk, and the jump, he spots it. He wants that fight all day. On armored Deagle, Brolin chews it up.
Yeah, incredible timing, especially on that first peak. That's everything you wanted. And S-Tag back here. AWP in hand now. No real reason for him to move around too much. He's got a nice little position here to play around with. They're quite far outside of the B bomb site, so they should know almost everything. Hexed on his own, and NIP looking to take a 6th round. Roland activated. He was doing real well on the first map, even if it was a little bit of a slow start for, well, I guess for him and the rest of NIP really too, on Nuke, but he made up for it. Down the road. What happens if NIG... if NIG
wow, that's an old school slip.
Throwing everything into one thing, that's crazy. If EG lose this map, what if they throw it away again?
That would be depressing. That would be sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be pretty typical of the NA region to do something like that.
There could be some crying involved. I'm sending like that level of sadness.
Actually, how do we do this at EG team? Do they still count as NA? They've got 3 European players, European coach.
Well, they're playing so good. I can't. I was going to say they play like NA, but that's
not for long, baby.
Yeah, I guess they kind of still do. That is a good tough question. I agree. We don't know.
It's a bit weird.
But I guess there's the whole American melting pot thing going on. So
that whole concept?
Maybe it's just all, maybe, you know, that's how they win anyway. Like, all right. Still just NA. 20th round. Under a minute now. Hamper's taking a little bit of damage. This time, S-Tag is the forward player with the AWP. So look, we haven't really seen before out of him. It's going to be rewarded. Taking down Neil, and it's been Roland who's been out there looking for the shot, so running into AWP first is going to really hurt. 40 seconds on the clock, and again, running it down a little bit low, and now Brolin's going to be following up with some aggression on his own. And this might be very hard to read on the EG side. You might not expect this. 30 seconds. They are really slowed down.
Yeah, they are. And there's a staunch defense here. S-Tag and Hampus in the bomb site itself. Brolin has the initial contact in bathrooms, gets the dink. Hex doesn't want to repeat that. He's got 9 HP. He knows he can't win that fight. He's got to wait for automatic and go for the trade. There it is. Finds a perfect timing for it. Oh, Hampus, that's dangerous. He's down low as well, but the op is here, and S-Tag grabs the hip of Breeze. They're blocking each other. Look at the clock. 6 seconds. Cirque falls as well, and jumping up, Oddback has another, but the bomb's not being planted. NIP can win this on time, and indeed they will. 13-7.
Real scary there. It looked like there was maybe an opening, but you're right. Running out of time at the end, just way too devastating. So, otherwise, I mean, if they had executed this whole thing 10 seconds earlier, they would have had so much more time at the end here to try to take some of these fights in a little bit more of a reasonable fashion. Just did not work out that way, so unfortunate. But now, that closes it down to a 6-round gap. 13-7. Still a huge lead for EG. Still very good chances they're going to be able to win this whole thing, or at least get us to a 3rd map. But 6 rounds. I'm so scared. I really am.
Anders is not comfortable.
How could you be? How could you be at this time?
I know what you mean. Especially when you see like someone like Brolin have a couple really impactful rounds already in this half. You've had S-Tag that just had a good opping sequence there at the A-bomb site. You have some of the pieces. And again, much like Nuke, the difference between the first and the second half, you have the NIP players individually seem to have just kind of leveled up a little bit during the halftime break.
S-Tag missing a shot and doesn't get the follow-up either, and they're going to try and power up behind. It's a great trade. Cirque taking down Brolin, and they're really quick with it this time. They're going to pick up the rifles there as well. See if they want to keep powering up behind it. Hamper swinging wide, getting a double, but a little bit of a misclick there on the silencer, and that could have almost cost him his life. Indeed, it might still have. Nealon taking down Hampus, and it's a 2 versus 2. Surprisingly, should be a bomb plant coming through here. That smoke, a little bit deep perhaps, and Rez sees the opportunity, wants to go for it here, but a headshot from automatic. What a deagle to take down Rez. And now it's all on Plopsky. Does he see the shadow? He certainly does. Gonna get one, but there's the trade. And EG A shocking round they absolutely needed.
That's unreal. 2 devastating missed shots from S-Tag opened up the opportunity for that. Obviously, the silencer on Hampus, you're exactly right. I don't know if it might have gotten him killed, but it certainly prevented him from getting what seemed to be a sure thing on the 3rd frag. Those 2 misses are going to haunt S-Tag, depending on how the rest of this series go, but that's brutal. Good trade, good swing from Automatic, setting up Nealon for the final kill. 14-7, 2 rounds away now. And look at the money for NIP.
Oh dear.
Double op setup, but they've got a 5-7, a Deagle, and a FAMAS to surround it. Money is not pretty in any way.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. I didn't even really expect that, but I guess it has been some close rounds.
Oh, this is a lot of space. They missed the timing on Nealon. He's going to get close up towards sandbags. He heard the drop down.
3 people here, but with almost no weapons at all. This could be a wipeout. We could be seeing a 3rd map in not that long if it keeps going like this. They're already on the bomb site. Some counter grenades coming out, but there could be a fast bomb plan. Oh no, they're stacked on top of each other. What a headshot! Plopsky coming through with a double deagle kill. Automatic though, finally lining them up, and this will be the triple spray down that he wanted all along.
Yeah, but the opportunity's here. They kept him at bay long enough for the utility, the smokes to start to fade, so everyone is exposed to the op from up above.
Yeah, that is true. Almost backing up into it there. Got to be real careful, but Cirque's managed to find a way out.
Away from the bomb, though.
Yeah, away from the bomb. And retaking with double ops is going to be really awkward, but it can be done. Ticking away down below. Missed shot from Hampus, and no kit on S-Tag. He's committed to it, though. I don't even know why, necessarily. There's the swing and the headshot from Cirque, and it's 15 on the board of EG. They're almost there.
It's taken a pair of grimy rounds to put EG in this position, though, knocking on the door of a 2nd map victory. Timeout, you can see being called. Hampus didn't catch it initially, but we got it there at the end. Nice shots from Plopsky. That's pretty filthy. I thought that actually might be the avenue back into it. Good job from Automatic, clearing everything out, taking his time. Ends up with 4 kills on the round with that frag onto Hampus.
Yeah, that was critical. I mean, probably shouldn't even have had that double kill to begin with, Plopsky, but if they would have lost a round like that, it would have been heartbreaking. So good recovery from Automatic.
And I understand what you mean as well towards the end. S-Tag being really committed to playing that 1-on-2 with no kit with the AWP, because, I mean, obviously we saw their money. We saw the desperate buy that was to begin with, and there's really nothing to play with.
Yeah, it feels like that even if he gets a kill and can fall back to, it's probably already close to too late at that point in time. Tough call to make either way. 15-7. Need an 8-round run from NIP here. To start it with, they have next to nothing.
Yeah, this is like a 2nd round buy, essentially.
Yes.
With a little bit more utility. Scout, 3 Deagles, and the 5-7 on res.
Expecting some aggression perhaps here. And why not? I mean, you know that they're desperate, got their backs to the wall, so...
And you know by what you fought against in the previous round that the money is just gone. 4 players at the B bomb site for NIP's defense. Res close up to Monster Tunnel.
Automatic has 26 kills. What a beast. Does get taken down. Pretty good timing on that one. Rez able to drop him, but throwing away the rifle right away. Cirque wants to make absolutely sure that they can't get out here and recover anything. Even if it was his AWP, he's like, yeah, but I don't want anyone to pick that up. But it's a start. Bomb being brought quite far away. Still with 45 seconds, so they can get out here. Nealon's been working long, trying to create whatever opening he can out here, and S-Tag is jumping wildly to spot anyone with a scout, but they're getting pretty close at the moment. Yep, there we go. Spotted out. No connection on that shot. 25 seconds. And a good shot from Hex. Looking like this is inevitable at this point in time. 2 versus 3, 20 seconds, and they are far away from where this bomb plant's going to be happening.
Yeah, and they're going to come up and try and begin this retake initiative. I mean, look how far Rez is. He's just at the B bomb site right now. No kit on either one of them either. Plopsky's blocked off by a smoke.
I think Rez wanted to go check that rifle out there that Cirque threw away, so that's probably why he's that far away.
Yeah, just adding insult to injury. Making it feel silly. Oh, God. Well, look, you said Inferno was the 3rd map. We're headed there next.
Yeah, beautiful. I love it.
I'm glad that EG did not fall apart. There seemed to be, a little bit of fear, a little bit of a feeling that it could happen. Obviously, we've seen it in the past, but this time EG stands strong. They complete the impressive first half with a very, very strong second half, and they're going to send us to the third map.
Exciting news all across the board. Third map for the first time here. I'm really, really happy about it. And hopefully we'll get to see a close game. It is coming up right after this.
Hi, my name is Config, and I'm facing Rush in CS Screenshots.
I think that is Mirage, and I feel like I should know this because it looks very familiar, but where in Mirage is it?
I think it might be Mirage.
Window, but I'm not locking it in yet. Hold on. Let me think a little longer.
In window room.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say window Mirage, but I think it's somewhere else, but yeah, that's what we're going with.
Rush probably got that wrong one. He got that wrong for sure.
Yeah. Nice. Go in my gut. It's a bucket. A paint bucket again. Or paint. I see a yellow background on the right, little bricks. It looks like kind of like Mirage vibes again, but I feel like that'd be interesting to do Mirage twice.
This map is in the map pool, right?
Yeah, I don't know where that is, honestly.
I've never seen this bucket before, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go Mirage again, but I don't know where. I would say like outside spawn or ticket or something.
Like, I have no clue. I'm just gonna guess here. It's on Vertigo in mid or something. I don't know. Vertigo mid.
Damn, yeah, but that background messed me up, dude. I play A, I should know that. Oh well.
Oh my gosh. Well, you guys got me up because that's Rush didn't get that for sure. Like I'm 100% on this one. He didn't get this one. Where could this be? This should probably be something like
oh, that's overpass.
Dust 2? No, there's no. It should be.
I want to say like outside monster somewhere. Could be like graffiti and spawn, like towards B spawn.
That's a headshot. Close. Up dead. Nice. I'm ready to flash side. I'm watching lockers. Close left. Tear. Dead. I'll take behind. I'll take behind. Or you take. You take. Go. I'll take her. Side default. Left side default. You're by yourself. I'm gonna clear flank. I'm coming. 2v2. Don't jump up. I'm blind. Don't jump up. Maybe out. I think they're best one.
Give me another smoke.
I'm out.
You missed.
Smoke. I'll smoke. He's out.
Truck.
Smoke myself.
Okay, truck.
Yes.
2 on 1.
Go on left. Swing. Ready? We're good. Okay, let's just wait a bit. He's low.
Nice! Good job, Neil.
On.
EG well and truly answer back. A commanding first half sees them netting 13-2 on their CT side, and I don't want to understate this enough, but over 400 days since they managed to take a map off a European team. This is a victory in itself for EG.
Where the hell did that come from?
Yeah.
Where the hell did that performance from EG come from? I was asking production if they had clown props so I could put on a red nose and maybe big boots, because I was talking out of sorts. Before that map, I said NIP, they have it in the bag. Overpass is a good map. Their T side is amazing. Res is gonna do well. Brunen's gonna laugh at them. Absolutely wrong on all account. EG changed the narrative from start to finish.
I like how you think you're the clown and not
I'm
the
a big clown right now.
The
I feel
NIP
like a
players.
clown.
Yeah, you take responsibility for your words. I kind of like that. I'm pretty sure if you ask the NIP players and if you ask NIP right now, they feel like the clowns. This was not a good game of Counter-Strike coming in from NIP. They will be severely disappointed in their performance, and for good reason. You can't take anything away from Evil Geniuses. Played a good game of Counter-Strike. We talked about Automatic. Could he really come in and change the tides for them?
Apparently
Could he really come in and make the difference? Well, apparently so for you. But let's be honest, right? You have Hampus, you have Brolan, and you have Res. 3 players that we highlight a lot. They all have the same identical rating for this game, 0.70. Not high, not good enough for those 3 guys. So, to be honest, yeah, EG played a good game of Counter-Strike right here, but NIP made it, they didn't make it look hard, let's be honest.
I was kind of hoping to see a bit more depth and variation in the T side from NIP. That was one of the arguments that we put forth. It's like, they have a very diverse strat book. The way they approach the situation is really hard to read. It's hard to predict. I felt like EG were in command this whole time. Cirque and Breeze, specifically in the first half, were astonishing. In fact, they were proving performances that we hadn't seen in a long time. They were materializing the hopes and I guess the dreams of NA for a long time. Cirque was being commanding and assertive on the A side. Whenever Breeze was tested on B, he was rock solid. He never let anyone through. And Hampus ran dry. He ran dry. He didn't know how to put rounds on the board on the T side.
Just before we went to a break, me and Matthew walked by EG and we heard the coach Borbo say, guys, you got to play with confidence.
So that's what we have to do.
We saw that, right? That's what he needs to do. But we saw that on the CT side. In every single one of these highlights you see, look how far pushed up they are. Pistol round, you go out short, you fight. First buy round, you go up middle, you fight. Second buy round, you go up middle, you fight. They played with confidence. They shut down NIP. I agree with you. You would have liked to see more from Hampus, but they were constantly shut down before they even got into the rounds. There was not a lot of bomb plans. There was not a lot of retakes going on. A couple of rounds came down to a couple of clutches, but other than that, it was just ED dominating the server from start to finish. They played with confidence.
Yeah, huge confidence indeed. And you mentioned the coach of EG. We do actually have a few words from him after that map victory over the Ninjas.
I've got Vorborg, the coach of EG, with me here, and I guess we'll just start by saying Overpass has always looked pretty good for even when the old EG roster, right, before you guys joined. They actually had some better results on that. Didn't much change from what you implemented, what the other guys had in it, because even when we knew like Nip would pick into this, right, and then you look at it and you think, this is a solid game for you guys in general.
Yeah, I mean, Overpass has been a good map for us in practice. It is one of our more comfortable ones. We did expect them to pick it. But yeah, I think it's a map that all 5 players and also me are very comfortable on. So yeah, we're happy with it.
And now you're nearly breaking that curse, right? It's been 447 days since you guys beat an EU team in a series. It's certainly possible now, but how much of that was down to prep when it came to Overpass and how much you were able to learn from what Nip had already shown?
Yeah, I mean, we of course watched the demos from before the break, but we try not to read too much into it. We'll see what signals they send, and if they look like it, then we know what they're doing. But I think they're doing a lot of the same things that they were doing in their game against Astralis. So I felt we were very comfortable. We know what they were doing most of the rounds. So definitely comes down to prep, but this game or this map compared to the first one was also just down to the players making good reads, having the courage to make calls, push for info, all these things that we lacked in the first map.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing a third map, mate. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, very much looking forward to seeing how that third and final map does pan out for both the Ninjas and EG. And I love that you bring up kind of some of the more veteran players of the lineup as well. Because if I were to kind of close my eyes and guess what year some of those clips were coming from, particularly from Cirque as well in that toilets position, I'd say, 2018, 2019, we're throwing it back to those times. Is Cirque, is Breeze, is Automatic, are they back?
Yeah, and that was a true rollback, running back the years, throwback Thursdays, and I think it's what we call it, right? And it's interesting to see or to hear from Vorborg. He mentions these canons of Counter-Strike, be confident, go for information, have courage. And in theory, these are very great words. Everyone knows them. We all know Counter-Strike is about that. But it's great to see EG actually doing it this time. And I'm hoping that this is feeding some sort of inner trust, inner confidence in them, because we all know what we're supposed to do in theory, but sometimes we don't have the confidence to apply it. This here was a very good example.
There's a positive outlook right now for EG, and they've already exceeded the expectations we had coming in. They took a map away from NIP, and they're theoretically speaking, just one map away from eliminating NIP and progressing in the tournament. That's if you want to be positive about EG. Now they've shown themselves that they can do it if they play well. The realist in me, though, is thinking to myself, that's a flash in the pan, right? We haven't seen EG combine 2 maps in a row at any point against any European team in 440 plus days. So for me to believe that they're going into Inferno now and should take the W and do and replicate the performance we just saw right here, It's very, very, very hard for me to believe in that. You're asking if they're back. No, they're not back, but they're showing to themselves and they're showing to us that when they're playing well, they still have Counter-Strike to be played out there at a decent level.
And let's just flip the script. Think about their opponents. Think about NIP and the situation they find themselves in. Remember, if you lose today, you are sent to the showdown. You're not going to make it straight to the Fall Finals. You have to survive through the showdown, which we know is going to be very thieves and dire. NIP could today have a way to the showdown, the freaking showdown, a team that we praise the stability, we praise the consistency, we praise how they're always here present in every tournament at the very top. That's not what could happen here. Everything could change in 16 rounds.
And the potential to stumble at the first hurdle, no less. If NIP do win this, they've still got to continue on through the gauntlet as well. Do you see that as a possibility, though, particularly as we're moving on to Inferno? We know a map that the Ninjas are very comfortable on.
NIP have been struggling in the pistol rounds. NIP have been struggling in the bar rounds on Overpass, and NIP have been struggling recently a little bit on Inferno as well. They've recorded 2 losses in a row, once to Mouse, once to Vitality, 2 teams who were also struggling in certain periods on the map of Inferno. So yeah, I don't think confidence is at an all-time high for NIP. So it would be, I guess, a little bit immature of me to say there's no chance whatsoever for EG, but I fully expect NIP to beat them. I fully expect NIP to win this game. Anything else would be a disaster.
Well, Struggle City at points for NIP, and they do have the chance of Inferno at Redemption. Potentially their last stop from falling from the depths of the showdown, which one of these 2 teams will do after this map. We're going to be jumping into the action in just a few, and you don't want to miss it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Arriving at the studio, can tell it is G2 getting ready, warming up for their match against the Big, who have just rolled out of their vans as well. That is the last best of 3 of the day that is coming up, so a lot of excitement for that one. I think it's going to be one hell of a game. You don't want to miss it. But this one is yet to be concluded. We're on the 3rd and final map, and it is between EG and NIP. And look at those odds.
Look at the staring contest we got going on as well. Look at the deep into those. Oh, he's lost it. That's weak. He did open it up with like 20 blinks, you know? That's not cool.
Gotta be careful there.
Yeah.
Kerrigan would have never lost.
No, Kerrigan would have won that Stone Cold like 6 times over. Here we go. You know what that music means. Getting into the final map of the series. This would be a stunning upset. And if you're NIP, you've got to be feeling relatively shocked that you're even in this position. It's been a slow day. It's been a flat day. Some of these halves have been very, very sketchy to open up for NIP. They cannot afford it here. Evil Genius is going to be starting on the T side, the offensive side of Inferno.
And in that last map, we had Breeze, we had Sook coming alive, and Automatic, obviously, an absolute monster on that overpass map. So a lot of things working out for EG. And you're absolutely right. We need NIP to start to step it up, or they could be in serious risk here against EG, which I don't think anyone was prepared to accept.
No.
At the start of the day.
Not at all. Rez with the dualies. Same with Plopsky. Tag caught into a fight down at the base of the stairs. Rez gonna start backing away, but won't get away. Automatic with another instant headshot. Hampus is here to pick up the pieces. Nothing in his face quite yet. That's a dangerous duel for Breeze, but he's loving it. He wants to take it with the P250. He's gonna win. Oh, another pistol round for EG is on the cards. 4 on 2. Bomb's gonna be planted at the moment. The retake is held off by smokes.
Yep, and they're checking everything. They check the whole bomb site before they go for the bomb plant. Don't want to make a mistake and have one last CT player inside of the site. So good fundamentals for EG, even in spite of the hype, obviously, of getting the early battles there. Roland and Plopsky now 2 versus 4, and a little bit of a peek around the corner. Does spot one at the bottom of the bicycle, but has a long road to try and get back into this round. Nealon's going to be finding Roland, so Plopsky on his own, and I don't think there's much he could do at this point in time. So it will be EG to pick up the pistol round here to open Inferno with some parting kills for Plopsky to try and get some more cash in the bank, but it's not going to happen.
Nicely done. Pistol round for EG. 1-0. NIP not able to handle it. That whole stack betrays them. This one, Tag just caught committed to a fight he probably really didn't want to be committed to, and Rez had no chance there against Automatic. I do want to make a small correction.
Go on.
I did, for whatever reason, have a brain slip and say that EG had 3 European players. Hex is actually Canadian. He's a Manitoban, I think.
Is that a real place?
It's a province, not a city.
Okay. You know, when I walked in the green room, Scrawny was asking me about what the capital is. And I feel like since he's from Canada, he should know.
Of Canada?
Yeah, no, of whatever region that just was. I already forgot the name of it. I'm so sorry.
Manitoba.
There we go.
Don't ever forget.
So we'll go there one day. Pay my respects.
Okay. To the noble people.
Getting one Khalil back, all right.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade in middle. Rez has hit the deck. Nealon's gone down as well. Over towards the B bomb site we go, where Plopsky is the only one here. And
Prophet
there's
said, Canada is kind of the Europe of the Americas. Does that make sense?
No, but I'll go with it. Anything else you want to build off that, or are you just going to leave it there?
I'm done. I'm out.
Okay, sure. It is Winnipeg is the capital of Manitoba.
Oh.
Yeah, that just came into my brain from somewhere.
Nicely done. Plopsky goes down, trying to play dangerous game at the edge of the smoke, but eventually getting found. Hampus showing up with the deagle. Not likely to find anyone here, and his teammate in S-Tag has got a FAMAS all the way across the map, so don't think he'll be joining any kind of a retake effort here. Just going to be exit kills maybe on the board for Hampus, trying to make it expensive, sneaking in as they're trying to part the bomb site, but unable to get the first instant headshot there, so better to back on out.
Ooh, nicely done from Breeze. Finding S-Tag as well, taking one more weapon away. Hampus is very committed, going to step forward, does find a single kill. And he knows he's going to go down with the bomb most likely, and there's Automatic anyways. Shuts him down. Bomb blows up, 2-0 for EG.
They'll take it, I think. Getting the FAMAS away, probably a really nice feeling, just knowing that you're not going to run into that in the next round.
Look, I'm kind of worried a little bit for it. This is a horrible time to have an off day if you're NIP. And I think even with the victory on Nuke, you'd put this down as a day where NIP does not look to be at their best.
All right. Ending the silence at the start of the round.
That was quite the squeal.
Nealon not even needing anything other than the dualies. Going to be fighting Hampers. Eventually Hex will take the kill, but still, probably could have gone either way. 4 on 5. And yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what's really sparking this at the moment, because they did look fine last week, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, just individually off. I mean, we touched on it on Overpass. I think we're like deep into the first half. Like 3 kills was the most on anyone in NIP. There was just individually, there was no real power behind any of the moves, any of the plays they were making. Pushing down mid, it's been spotted by Breeze. He has the bomb, and that dink means he can't really progress forward, but he's got plenty of teammates to help him survive. Automatic's gonna rack up the kills. Nice triple. The Manitoban with the final kill.
Nice. They're getting their shout out today. I like it. Quiet fist bumps here as NIP are gearing up for the next round, and hopefully there'll be something more to be excited about from the NIP camp. Good fight for Automatic. Rez is a little bit impressed. All right, let's see. 3-0 for EG as we move into the 4th round. S-Tag on the AWP. We've got M4A1s across the board for the rest of the CT side. We'll see. Deep Molotov there. Oh! Oh my god.
Ooh, that was a little bit of a backflip.
With the camera angle as well. That looked so funny. Not even a chance for Plopsky. He's dead and gone. And
this is going to force out so much utility at this B bomb side. Look at the rotation over as well. S-Tag has joined up with the off. Hampus has come over with another M4. And Evil Geniuses now with this kill can probably feel relatively comfortable to start having some presence in middle. Hex just needs to be careful not to go down. The op rings out, and that's going to make him more passive, and he's ready for the push. Heads up play. Hex delivering again, and he was the one getting spicy in the previous map. Every kill that rang out, he was shouting. Automatic's going to turn the corner, and Rez is feeling so lonely.
Yeah, he is locked into this. No way out, and they're just all around him. Hex to wanted to find the kill, but could have been anyone else at that point in time. S-Tag running away with the AWP. It'll be 4-0 in favor of EG. What a start. Hex doing great work, but that opening kill from Nealon just...
something special.
That was something special, yeah.
I think the follow-up from Hex was really impressive as well, coming up Banana with the M4 sliding out towards Car, with the op shooting out against the half wall. It was easy, perhaps, to kind of lose focus there. They want this AWP. I like this. A little bit of ruthlessness coming out of EG, and they've got one. Breeze is going to force S-Tag back, who's got to know he's boxing. It's Hex holding the angle. He's got that as well. Still, valuable to get this op out of their hands if Breeze and Cirque want to press the issue. A lot of time left in the bomb timer. S-Tag coming back, managing his angles. It looks like he's going to keep this op. Cirque now sliding in, missed shot, but S-Tag survives with 6.
All right, yeah, I still like it. I think it's interesting to see EG maybe a little bit more confidence too, feeling like they could go for that fight. Eventually, we'll have to give it up, but they'll take the round either way. And NIP need to see them come into this game earlier than they did on the second map on Overpass. It's absolutely dreadful.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is like kind of like the really, this is like a really scary junction there. I guess the next round will be the scarier one, but this is kind of that point in the half where you really see how much EG can build upon having economic advantage.
Oh dear.
Okay. Shout out to my boy Breeze. I got him on fantasy. I like that.
Taken out by a wallbang shot. That's never a fun time. If you're on the receiving end, that is, but they'll save the AWP on Rez, so there's at least that. And this round, I mean, unless we get some really crazy pistol shots, might be slightly about saving the AWP on Rez and just trying to make sure that doesn't get lost.
They're already making the call right now for that exact play. Gamble stack towards the B bomb site. If they hit the A site, whatever, let them have it. If they come towards B, we've got a chance, actually a really good chance, all things considered. Armor on a couple players. 2 5.7s that are very dangerous entering into the B bomb site. The AWP on Rez, they've got all the tools here to make this work.
Smoke's going down, though. The counter smoke, that kind of stops any kind of an attack, so I don't know if they want to slow them down. And now they're realizing on the other side of the map they're going to go investigate. Nealon with a good spray, nearly following that one up, but he's going to realize how many people are here.
Yeah, they saw at least 2 more, so now they know. They're like A bomb sites, because actually they might have seen everything based off this play from Automatic. He's already coming in for the hunt. Doesn't press the issue, doesn't move forward. This early for a hunt is going to be a difficult decision for EG to make, especially after they lost so many players in doing so in the previous round. I think that you're just going to want to kind of let them sit and save these weapons. You know they have an AK-47 recovered. You know they have an AWP. This would be very costly to go after these guns. But still, 5-0 for EG.
Slight boost. I'm not sure at a range if that even makes any difference to an AWP player, but trying to stay creative. Automatic could get picked off here if he's not careful. They really want to take some of these guns away, so can't really fault them for trying to keep the economy low on the NIP side, and they've already won the round. It's going to be 5-0 in favor of EG. And it looks like maybe NIP will get to keep the rest of the rifles, what little they have. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, this has been one hell of a best of 3 for EG so far. Obviously, a bit of a slip-up on Nuke at one point, but even now in the broader context, you still think, well, they still look good at the first half.
Yeah, and even not just the slip-up on Nuke, but like the recovery from it too into Overpass. Like a team like EG that hasn't had success in quite some time. Like that would have been an easy thing to just be like, all right, well, I guess this is just another day at the office. This is just pretty standard. So it's cool to see this. The second round victory forcing onto Inferno. Let's see if they can complete the upset.
They kept their focus real well on Overpass. Even with the giant lead, didn't see much of that craziness that sometimes happens when you feel like you've already won. Hext trying to be flashed through, but he runs into a couple of nades. And it's down to 47. But they're going to be backing out. And that is a lot of the grenades gone. So they're going to go back and pick up another couple here from the stack outside. But still, maybe not slowing down EG as much as they would have wanted to there. And a really far back defense over at the A side. So right now, they don't know what's happening on Banana or at top mid, which is can be painful for the CT side.
Yeah, can be really painful. Oh, that's painful. Dink through the edge of the wall. Gonna force Aztec back. Sounded worse than it actually was. Down to just 66 HP. Back to mid we go. They've established banana control. They've established presence and applied pressure. Now, see if they can take brackets. A lot of utility being saved up for NIP for the later stages of the round. Hampus inside the A bomb site still has smoke Molotov. Rez at the A bomb site still has a smoke. He's just used it now.
See how much of a hit they can get here. Good timing on that one, but S-Tag with the spray nearly works out. There's the Molotov to add on. Top of the bomb is on the ground with 12 seconds left. They absolutely need to move. S-Tag trying to get that shot through, but not quite connecting. Still only 5 seconds on the clock and no chance for a bomb plant any longer. It's a good kill for Automatic, but it's not going to win the round. Finally, NIP on the board, but mostly, I think, thanks to a little bit of a defense there from S-Tag, that early kill that he got through. Otherwise, they would have maybe been run down.
Actually, it's really, the Molotov that he throws is massively important, but he was really caught out at an awkward timing in the open where normally I think you just say he was dead. It's his teammate, I think, coming through the smoke that really saved the day, because there was going to be a couple seconds while S-Tag was blind and the Molotov, there were 2 players that beat it. The fact that there's at least 1 taken out gave him some safety, some time to recover. They do lose a lot of players in the process, though. 3 go down, so money is an issue.
Late peek there for S-Tag, set up nicely. Cert going down, even though he looked like he was kind of in the right position for it. NIP hoping that this is going to be what really kickstarts a bit of a comeback. I can't even imagine what the atmosphere must be like on the NIP side, so probably at this point they need more than just 1 or 2 rounds here to get them fired back up again. Got to go on a little bit more of a run. And S-Tag's been trying to get them there. 7-4 right now. Got to keep that going. EG, if they lose this round, though, will be losing almost all of their economy, so there is something to look for. Dangerous jump there, Hampus. Still sticking around, waiting for a flashbang, but that's very, very deep. Throwing a flash that blinds everyone that deep on Banana might be difficult. Plopsky's here on his own. If he dies, there is no more B defense. He's going to get the kill and fall back behind the Molotov. It's pretty impressive.
Ooh, yeah, that's actually a massively important. Brolin's coming over. Is he going to be able to get involved? No flashbang to slow down this hit. He's trying to wrap around towards Coffins, which is going to be smoked off. Good Molotov usage, though. He can still come through the smoke. Trying to be a distraction. They know Plopsky's still somewhere. Good off angle. Breeze can't find the kill either, and Plopsky's held on so strong. It's Automatic, the last one left. With an up in hand. Good adjustment downwards. But man, what a tough round to win. I don't think he's got it in him.
Yeah, 1 versus 4.
15 seconds.
I was going to say, with no time on the clock either, just making it nearly impossible. It's S-Tag instead to pick him up, and I'm hearing some celebratory shouts coming up from the NIP camp. It's about time.
Yeah, this is the map to do it, just to forget about everything and actually go for it. Good job from Plopsky.
Yeah.
I was worried about that step up to be aggressive around that corner.
I mean, it feels like he's risking the entire round when he does that.
Yeah, he definitely is, but also he's got the angle just as the player's trying to turn to clear sandbags. 5-2. Hero AK on Cirque, who had some money in the bank.
Speaking of money, something is building there on the NIP side, slowly but surely. Again, how long before NIP can start to believe themselves that maybe there is a way to not just get swept away? It's been a really, really rough second and even third map here. Rez with the early kill to take down Cirque, and that's the AK lost now. Given over to Nealon quickly, though.
Any damage EG can do here would be great. They let him off the hook a little bit in the previous round with just the 2 kills. If they can grab 1 or 2 here, that'd be monumental. Here's the first opportunity with the boost up over the pallets. S-Tag at the corner. Boom. Nice shot. Good flick up. Automatic's got the AK now. Plopsky and Spawn to hold the cross. Nice, easy on the breeze, and a counter flash from Rez makes things perfect. All 5 players survive. That is massively important for NIP.
There we go. GGL starting to get a little bit fired up.
None of the players are going to do it. Might as well step up to the plate.
I like it. I mean, someone's going to have to be there yelling behind them. So, yeah. They're lacking a little bit of that energy you were talking about. That's maybe one of the few downsides of NIP, I feel like. Otherwise, I think they're an exciting squad to be following. Interesting development in general, but a little bit more of that. Ooh, jump into the flames. Plopsky nearly dead behind it. That's scary. Some good counter utility coming out. Hex, there's nowhere to stand. He's blind as well. Lucky to be alive. That could have gone horribly wrong. S-Tag not getting peeked from second mid yet, but it is close. What a scary moment. He could have been dead. And Breeze seems like he knew.
Did you hear the footsteps is the question. He might want to take up some of that space. He's just lurking here, trying to get in a position to backstab. Rez running away now. Breeze has found a perfect gap. They need some kills at this bomb site. They need to give time over to Breeze to make this play happen. There it is. There's the frag onto Rez. Now in CT spawn. S-Tag looking for it. He can't be committed to the B bomb site. Looks like EG want to come back.
Yeah, they do, but now Hamper's pushed up so far.
Ooh, this is grimy.
Yeah, a very, very hard position to clear right here if you're coming through from the T side. 55 seconds. S-Tag starting to get there to Archway, but they still don't know about Cirque. That just everyone is in position to backstab everybody else at this point in time. A mad round that we're watching. Huge kill from Cirque, though. S-Tag started to try and get there, and he's just going to be catching automatic, leaving Cirque alone inside of the bomb side. And now Nealon is on what must be the 7th flank of this round. On his own, 1 versus 3. They don't quite know where he is, but eventually they're not going to care and just go straight for the bomb defuse. There we go, and nothing that he could really do about it here. S-Tag, I think a little bit too covered inside of the smoke, and it's just about getting exits at this point. Only going to get the 1 there. It's an expensive round for the CT side, but they win it.
They really didn't get anything that they wanted with their initial fights out of those lurk kills. So that's why it felt like really disorganized with Breeze lurking and Nealon lurking. Like they really needed that kill right there to make this really dangerous. And obviously the kill from Breeze on that lurk at the A bomb site gave him the opportunity to rotate back around the map. 4 in a row now for NIP.
Something really sick for Brolin after getting the initial kill over the B-bomb side is he actually pushed forward instead of falling back, because this is like almost something that people just do by default, right? You like, oh, I'm gonna fall back to a new box or something. He's pushed forward in front of the box.
Yeah, he knows there's cover of smoke, so he's just saying, okay, I've got the first kill. If more people are trying to force their way through this smoke, that's going to be a really, really difficult fight for them. So yeah, trying to take advantage of that utility. 1 round separating the 2 teams. NIPs woke up.
Yeah, just a bit. It's about time, like you said. This is not the kind of day where you want to show up and have like a bit of an off day for the team.
No, this is
no space for it.
Keep in mind as well, loser of this series gets knocked down to the showdown phase of BLASTPremier. Notoriously difficult, notoriously ruthless. Flopsky with a kill through the smoke. That's Nealon to go down for no good reason.
Yeah, Plopsky's been playing a great game here in the first half.
And it looks like they're setting up a Halls pop right now. So I mean that's some utility they won't be able to have. Can they catch the timing? Can they catch the timing? Brolin holds the spray. First kill gives Rez a moment to shift over. He was out into the open, and that's awkward.
A little bit. I think Hex was trying to make the jump away, but
and he was low on HP.
I'm sure that's not how they do it in Manitoba. But...
No, it's not. I bet Hex apologized though.
Yeah. I'm sorry, bro. Jumped into your deagle. Regardless, good cleanup round here.
Oh, it's his toes. He blew off his little foot.
Yeah, they don't make safety shoes for deagles, do they?
Yeah, straight into the little booty.
What did the guy in Atlanta say? The deagle?
Yeah, he said if you ever need a gun that can shoot through an engine block, Deagle's your thing.
Ridiculous sales pitch. But...
yeah, it really is. But he was pitching to you, so you know, you never know.
Yeah, it sold me. I was like, I do need that.
Like weird. I never thought about it.
A situation might come up where that's going to be critical. Round number 11. And we are tied 5-5, but with NIP winning the last 5 in a row, started to get some money built behind them. There's 11,000 on Plopsky, almost 10,000 on S-Tag.
Yeah. That's what makes this hard, and that's why I was saying that was kind of like 4 or 5 rounds ago is the critical junction in this game where it was going to be figured out if EG was going to be able to take up and continue to beat up on an NIP that didn't have a whole lot of resources, or if they were going to sustain, because obviously, as we all know, it just gets so much more difficult where there's just a plethora of nades and Molotovs and smokes and flashes for the CT side to use. Naturally slows down these rounds and stalls them out and takes away any opening that you're trying to exploit.
I don't know.
And NIP doing a good job of holding on to their utility as well. Look what we have going into the 45-second marks. What, 1, 2 smokes, 3 Molotovs? That's pretty nuts.
I think Jacob was talking about this on Nuke, saying at the point in time where NIP stopped giving away the entry frags, there was nothing EG could really do, and I wonder if we're seeing a similar thing here now that NIP are being a little bit more careful. Automatic, that is one hell of a jump on top of the Molotov. I think S-Tag knows, but still, that could create a lot of confusion here. In the meantime, the rest of the EG squad is hitting the B bomb site, so if they can make it through, there's a big chance here for Automatic. He does let one of them run past, and inside the bomb site, Brolin on his own. 10 seconds on the clock, so they need to get rid of him right now. Otherwise, they're going to lose the round of time. Breeze getting up close, but he gets knocked out, and they're running out. They can't win the round. Oh, no! Coming through on the other side, Hampus obviously with a kill as well, but they had a real chance, a real opening here, and they just could not find the bomb plant.
Yeah, but again, we just talked about it for most of that round. The utility usage from NIP has gotten so strong. There's just so much time chewed off the clock. This has been a number of rounds where time has been an opponent of EG. And I'll say this as well. One other massive problem they're having in the past 6 rounds that they've lost, they haven't been able to find anything nice at the B bomb site. They're not able to find any kills. It was Plopsky at first Oranges to deliver a double kill earlier. Now it's Brolin who's had a couple of really good rounds to deny the entry. They're not able to crack this B defense whatsoever, and that might shift them to having to attack into the A site.
Yeah, they need something to start to make their way back. 6 in a row for NIP. Cutting a little bit into their money in that last round. Ooh, an awkward fight there. Could have been really bad for Plopsky, but with the Molotov assistance, it's going to be fine. Otherwise, they have that AWP on Cirque. Well, they had S-Tag ready to take him down. He's been having himself a real game here, S-Tag. 13-5.
Yeah, his Inferno game with the AWPs is one of his more polished as he's transitioned into this role. Automatic gets aim punched to hell. Breeze can't handle the heat.
Speaking of hell, I had a sudden...
Sure. Go on.
Had a sudden urge yesterday to rewatch Event Horizon.
Okay.
Great movie.
I never saw that.
You've never seen Event? Oh.
No. But I feel like I constantly see it on people's lists of like the movies that messed them up the most as a child.
Yeah, probably don't want to be watching it as a kid. That's true. It's a disturbing film, but there's something about it. I don't know what it is.
No, I don't think it's the film. I think it's just you are kind of a psychopath.
I don't know what it was. It's got that alien feeling too, because it's like all
dark and
all
moody.
the models. Yeah, and it feels it's like old sci-fi feel. It's just great. Anyway,
enough about hell.
Yeah.
Back to Counter-Strike. and the helmet EG are currently in. 7 rounds straight for NIP. Yeah, that's another good point to make too, is just the opening kills where we saw kind of EG able to bully their way into some opening frags a number of times in the first 4 or 5 rounds. Bailed out. Remember, they had that like very, very lucky blind shot from Nealon jumping up on logs as well.
Yeah.
Like they had a couple gifts given to them, a couple nice openings. They're not getting any of that now. Aztag, since the op has come out, has been able to grab, I think, 2 with his peaks towards alt mid and down mid as well.
For the EG squad, you've got to think as well, this is an interesting test to see, you know, how much strength and how much flex do they have in them, because you're right. I mean, sometimes it's fine to get a good start and a little bit of a run, but you want to see them be able to dig their way out of this problem here. Losing 7 in a row. If they can get 2 more rounds, even 1 more round at the end here, it's still going to make a huge difference. This is not a bad first half. They have a lot to work with, but it doesn't feel that way at the moment, so nice to see them do a little bit more. S-Tag boosted on top to take down Cirque. It's a massive beginning to the round.
And another opening kill. And another round, I think it looks like EG is going to be lining up a Hulls pop, and they just are missing one of the players of resources that would actually make this a little bit more effective.
And down in the pit, Hampus just getting into a good position too. They're going to try and see if they can beat the timing for it, but the flashbang, it doesn't do anything in that position for the first fight, and they're able to shut it down.
Rez had the timing on when that Hulls pop was coming as well. He could feel it, and obviously knows when it's possible, if it's done as quickly as possible. So he was tucked down and ready to go to play anti-flash in the peak afterwards. There goes Hampus. They still know Rez is in pit. 2 on 4. Money at this point really doesn't matter. Like you're not. There's not even a silver lining in terms of getting 3 kills in a loss if you're EG.
They're so rich. They can do whatever they want. 2 versus 4 here. Yeah, winning the round is really the only thing that matters. Missed opportunity for S-Tag, but he's ready. He knows where the second player is going to be. And automatic, not much he could really do in this one. Flashed out, and S-Tag will take the last one for a good triple. Helped by some teammates there with a good little flash setup. I'd like to see it.
Look, 5 is you can work with 5 when you switch sides at halftime.
Yeah.
You'd obviously want more. I think the bigger thing that's an issue is it's just been so long since EG have felt success. This is now 8 rounds in a row, and let's say this ends 10-5 and you go into the second half having lost 10 rounds in a row. There's never a good vibe going into that halftime.
Yeah, it kind of matters how you get to 5.
Yeah.
The journey matters in that sense.
Yeah, if you have 3 rounds and you win the last 2 of the half to get to 5, great. If you have 5 and lose 10 in a row, not great.
Nealon trying to create the space for his team at the top banana, but gonna get found out at the start of the round. And now we're down to Deagles and Tech9s here for the rest of it. EG hoping to get just 1 more round, maybe 2 if they could get real lucky, but there hasn't been a lot of that. And more opening kills going the way of NIP. It's starting to look like quite the strong comeback here for the Swedes.
I don't even know if I'd call this a comeback. You know, it's just starting to look like a good half.
Yeah.
You know?
True.
They've been, they've been smacking them around since quite some time now. S-Tag at the corner. Boom. Breeze goes down. Hex challenging with the Tech-9. Rez is going to fall back into the site, and Molotov doesn't even matter because S-Tag is just deleting everyone. It makes no sense. Finally, Automatic puts him down, but it's too little too late.
I feel like there should be no way they get the pistol out quick enough to get the second shot.
I know. I think it was even jumping as well.
Oh, man. Okay. Rez is like, this is awesome.
S-Tag's having himself a half. I think if you're at IP right now, you're just like, thank God. Like we needed some individual power, and you've got it in the form of S-Tag's AWP.
All right, let's see. Boom. It's out.
Peace.
Wild.
1 more chance.
He's 19-6.
Yeah, he's beast mode right now. 1 more chance for EG to put a stop to this, get some kind of good positive vibe going into the second half. They've had no answers. I think this is going to end up this round towards the B-bomb site. There we go.
Nice.
Now we're cooking with gas.
But there's still 2 more people here defending Banana, so if they really wanted to follow it up, it's going to be a little bit tricky. It does weaken the defense. Hamper started to make his way back. S-Tag not going to be successful in his little adventure down the middle. He was waiting for a long time to find something. And if you're EG, you just need to convert this into a bit of a win. Oh, that is awkward. Breeze, is he going to see this coming? Surely no way. Rez, smoke's fading, and Breeze, I don't think you can even see him out of the corner of his eye there. What a play.
No, what a way to find an equalizing kill.
Absolute rat, isn't he?
Yeah, completely rat-like. Plopsky jumping for information. 2-2 split for the defense, 2-2 split for the offense. That's going to be the defense force back at Banana. Back to A we go. This has not worked yet. A number of different looks of Hall's pops have all been stopped, and this is just 2 players. And Rez deletes the first. Thank God the bomb hasn't dropped forward. Rez going to put out the Molotov as well. It's extinguished.
Yep, he's got a little bit of space to try and look over it, although they find S-Tag inside, trying to relocate his angle there, but not quite good enough. Neelam will take him down. Nice round from him so far. A double kill, and that's going to allow for a bomb plant. Hampus and Plopsky, it's round number 15, so they are going to go for it no matter what here. With a couple of flashes, some kits in play as well. Hampus up close, checking it out, but not finding anyone in any position. EG dug in pretty deep on the bomb site.
Flashbang to get out of Halls. Hampus. Final kill gets towards Graveyard. That's Hex to go down, but they now know where he is. And Cirque's already got one in the round with the off. He's hunting. He's got the final one. EG do it. In the final round of the first half, boy, did they need that. Put a stop to a 9-round run from NIP. They're going to switch sides, and then we find out who goes to the showdown right after the break.
I think my first thoughts when CSGO came out, it was CSGO would never become a real game. And
why don't I just taking shots right out of the gate? We've made it 10 years of CSGO since its release, and obviously a lot to talk about over the years, over the decade that it's been with us. Let's get the first thoughts from you guys on CSGO's release, you know, back in the beta days.
I think my first thoughts when CSGO came out, it was I've been 1.6 for a long time, and I played the earlier version of 1.6. It just felt way better. Obviously, coming from 1.6, where there was never an update in the end. It was how it is, nothing changed. Whatever you did in the game was still the same. You tried to figure out new small moves.
My first thoughts when the game came out, played 1.6. Personally, I played it for fun with my friends, that's it. When the game got introduced and when it came out, I wasn't necessarily too hyped about it, but I did try it out.
I actually think I was reliving what happened when Source came out. So I'm like one of these die-hard 1.6 people. Yeah. And when Source came out, I tried it for like 5 minutes, and I was like, I'm never playing this game. This is stupid. I'm leaving. I'm back to 1.6.
I did the same thing.
Yeah.
It was 2014, and basically every 1.6 Israeli player was playing still 1.6, and no one moved to CSGO. And I was coming to my brother with I had no credit card, nothing. And I come up to him, yo, let's buy CSGO, let's play this game. It looks so much better than CS. And in my idea, I was like, finally a game that I could be better than him at.
I was like at a boarding school in Denmark when everything was like starting to be released and stuff like this. So I saw some videos, I saw that show match they played.
Oh yeah, like the mixture of like all the old school American,
yeah,
European stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. And I heard the comments afterwards and the famous Sonic tweet or whatever it was with that CSGO would never become a real game and stuff like this.
Aged like a fine milk.
Yeah, for sure.
I think the first map was released was Dust, which already to me was a huge warning sign. No one's playing Dust. Why are they releasing it as like the test map? It had
the
fog and particles and cars that were on fire.
I remember feeling like just playing against bots, like just to get a feel for the weapons.
Crazy, isn't it? 10 years of CSGO, Jason. It saved you from being killed in the auto industry and saved me from more student debt, so some good's come out of it. We're back with the second half, third map, and it is a 9-6 lead for NIP. Great first half for them, in spite of a little bit of a rough start with what, EG taking 5 rounds in a row, and then NIP taking 9, and then here we are.
Let's see what EG can do to open up this half. What a great benefit it would be to them to have both pistol rounds in the third and deciding map. Breeze and Cirque, the only defenders at the A bomb site, and no one's looking for information anyways. They're just gonna stick with this.
Dualies are here. We've been seeing some good stuff out of them lately. Just a couple of shots. Neil in there to take down Hampus, and he's going to go check. Oh, this is a great play. He's going to find out everything. They should know what's coming, EG. They're rotating people back. About to be 4 people defending this bomb site. Smoke to set up some kind of a jump through res. They need to go right now. It might be too late. Indeed, it will be. Breeze still fighting. And double kill for the Dualies, and just a great look for EG.
There's those bullets, those extra bullets come into factor. That's great. Yeah, so many options when you've got plenty of ammo ready to go. So, both pistols. All they need now is convert the second one. Good job from Nealon. Wow, he really swung around the corner during all the chaos.
Can I make a pitch?
Absolutely.
I think stat track dualies should track individual guns. So you know...
All right. Yeah. Yeah, I like that.
Makes more sense.
Yeah, it does. Good for you.
Thanks,
a rare good idea.
Every once in a while, there's something happening.
Yeah, 1 out of like, 1,200.
Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take those odds. Come up with 1,200 a day, Jason, and we're
then it's easy.
No problems. Oh, that is awkward, but some great backup. Cirque up by that tiny, tiny balcony that we still don't know what it's called.
ROPS.
True. We do know.
Yeah.
4 on 5 now. Automatic. Oh! Oh, what a nice shot from S-Tag. And again, the sort of the crab walk around the corner makes it so much better. Oh, it's ridiculous. Plopsky, though, is on his own. So it's EG going to be fine in this round. Hopefully not losing anyone else. Indeed, they will be keeping most of the economy alive and getting close to tying up the scoreline.
All right, NIP is going to start feeling the pressure now. They're going to start feeling it as EG closes the gap in this on the CT side of Inferno as well. If EG can get off to a good run once the gun rounds start, imagine the nightmare if EG builds up a bank.
Yeah, that's you got to be thinking about that if you're NIP. Just keep this money low as you possibly can.
Automatic as well, continuing a good performance off of a stellar, overpass of something like 27, 28 kills or something crazy like that. He's got 14 here leading the way for EG.
Yeah, that's a really good point. What a game he's had. Nade almost drops one of them, trying to come through in the middle of the reload, but...
Oh, dang.
Holy strong Nealon.
Well, M4 does hit the deck, but it'll be recovered. Famas can be traded out. Yeah, we like that. Fist bumps all around. Guns coming in next for NIP. Let's see what they've got.
Hopefully something amazing, because some of these halves for NIP throughout have just been really tough when they go down and lose the first, 5 or 6 rounds. It's not a good time.
Yeah, this is not a time for flat performances either. S-Tag had 20 kills in the first half, and that's absolutely incredible. It's obviously going to be much more difficult to replicate that on the T side. Here we go. Hampus has a deep angle up Banana. Flashbang is out. Nealon jumps across over to Sandbags. Nade is going to give away that position. Hampus looking for a repeat that's not coming. Flashbang. Nealon tucks into a corner, but Hampus knows he can't challenge. The typical exchange of utility in Banana.
Yeah. Nobody really taking that much damage yet, at least. But it's a risky game to be playing, especially on the T side. Often end up running straight into the nades out there. Tied up at 9-9, and a really far back defense as I thought they set up the boost, maybe not. They're going to back it up instead. But yeah, they're kind of far back all across the map right now on the EG side.
2 Molotovs, 3 smokes to utilize for the defensive side.
Dealing out quad to begin with. Trying to get some top mid presence. Smoke comes out to try and slow them down on the arch push. Looks like they want to go really quick here, and they still might try that hex. That is unfortunate. The jump up on the pallet there to take him down is a great move, and Cirque, even with this close kill, he's still going to go down. Breeze in the pit, he's alone, and he will be found as well. And a big question now for EG. How do you do this if you even want to be losing these rifles? You've got to be really mindful of that economy.
Yeah, no, they're not. They shouldn't touch it at all. Oh, this is so scary. Nealon was close up. He actually, for some reason, really wanted to go for that. Gotta back away now. No chance of recovering any weapon. So that's a great first gun round for NIP, quite obviously, over towards Rap side, just overwhelming Hex. You did not expect him to jump up on the pallet. He's up over the bullets that Hex is firing out into the world. Good flashbang from Plopsky to blind Cirque, only allows him to get one. And Breeze as well can only manage the single kill. But now, this is going to dig deep into the EG economy. They've got one more buy. If NIP can win that, then they got to be feeling real good. Then you've really kind of you've sidestepped a lot of the issues that you could possibly have in the second half. 10-9.
And maybe also kind of getting away from the trend that we've been seeing so far from NIP, which is just you're starting to give up a bunch of rounds in a row, which you just can't afford to do right now. So yeah, that would be a nice step in the right direction for the Swedish side at the very least.
Important to note as well, I mean, they attacked that Rap side, but remember all the pressure that NIP, that Hampus applied towards Banana kept both of those defenders at the bomb site because they had to use a lot of counter utility to kind of feel safe, establish some safety over at Sandbags, kept both players there. Nobody rotated back. Nobody was able to help Hext whatsoever.
20th round. 3-man position at Banana for the CT side. Nealon taking a fair bit of nade damage, not checking below him. I don't think he realized someone could have been there already. An automatic could have gone down right then and there. That is a scary couple of shots coming out from the AK of Hampus. 4 versus 5, and they are so happy to take that. Nealon really going all in on that aggression. And assuming that no one could have made its way to the tree just yet, but not quite the case. Revealing the AWP on the corner there, so gonna get flashed out of position. And automatic is feeling quite lonesome out here. Got a bit of a smoke. I don't know if there's any more nades behind him. That's always a question. Oh wow, timing is insane. What is going on?
Oh, they needed that. Oh, they need this too. This is information. Cirque has an angle. Is he peeking all the way down? Oh, no way. What a pop-up from Plopsky.
Yeah, but maybe Breeze could still win the round. He's still quite deep in here. It's going to be hard to check. Plopsky not ready for it. So 3 versus 3. And a lot of time spent. Got to be real careful here, Breeze. You don't give this one back.
He's going to rotate all the way, though. That's going to open up the... Oh, no, he paused. He hit the pause button. Good spam through the smoke. Prompts Hampus to run forward and look for the player inside the site. They now know both players are on the CT spawn side. How long is that smoke up? That's the danger. Flashbang in. S-tag. Spamming through the smoke. Going to jump up. And once again... Oh, no! Rez from the other side. It's absolutely perfect at the most critical moment.
He just saved his team and maybe saved the round and the entire map as well. Breeze, 1 versus 2. Trying to get here, and the bomb is only freshly planted, so he's got a bit of time with the kit as well. He could try and look for them, but man, he has no idea. Not sure where S-Tac actually went after that bomb plant. What a ridiculous timing for Rez to get that shot. He's going to tap it once, but he's about to get shot in the side of the head as well. Oh, this is such an insane round for NIP. I can't believe they got away with it.
The 2 shots that saved them. Plopsky popping up from the underpass and ripping off Cirque's face for no good reason. And then obviously the kill from Rez that comes out just as Automatic's about to pull the trigger up on the boost. That is astounding.
Yeah, this one's great, but the timing on this is so crazy. That would have been a round 1 every single time for EG if they just stopped the bomb from going down.
Yep. What a beautiful round from Rez, and that takes the money away. That kind of a performance, that triple kill, I think it was at the end of the day for Rez, that's like a twofer.
Yeah. No, it really is. Down to the USPs. Odd P250 there on automatic, but otherwise, just a question for NIP of avoiding the stack if you can figure out where it is. No reason to risk anything really. Should be a 12-9 lead, which is, I guess in terms of numbers, not huge, but it's a nice momentum swing back to NIP after losing the pistol in the second half.
Yeah, it really is.
21 kills on S-Tag. Looks like they're going to find out. Look at Arch. You could tell they are getting a little bit of info on what's happening as soon as they turn the corner towards Library and Lil Pit.
Moto Pit?
Yeah. If we want to call it that, we're not doing the 10-year CSGO anniversary. We're going a little bit further back than that.
Yeah, it's a
we should.
Longer anniversary. Well, they know it's clear. Bomb's going to be planted.
I mean, there isn't even a pit anymore, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good point. Completely deleted it. They straightened the box in the corner as well. Did some housekeeping.
Yeah. I guess that's fine.
Boom. Plopsky looking to farm. Breeze and automatic. Even Circa's in there.
All right. Don't want to risk it too much. He's got some backup now. Rez is starting to get a little bit closer, so maybe he's going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable. But obviously, the one thing you just cannot afford here is to give away a rifle for somebody on EG to pick up into the next one.
Yeah.
So getting some kills against USPs, it's all fun, but just don't give them a rifle to play with. And they're not gonna, it seems. Automatic on his own.
Happy to keep the P250. 3-round lead, 12-9. Timeout taken. Likely by EG as they're trying to plant their feet on this defense. Some kind of resistance to the NIP march towards the next stage of the fall groups. Loser is going to head to the showdown. And just over, what, like 6-7 weeks or so from now, ish?
Yeah, that's about right. Really, really tough position to be in if you go down there. NIP fighting to avoid that happening right now. 3 out of 4 timeouts called here from EG, so they're running out of those as well. They have some money to work with, but it's not really super impressive, is it? Almost no nades on Breeze. No defuse kit currently picked up either, so that's something that could come back to haunt them a little bit. AWP on Cirque, though. It worked for S-Tag on the CT side, so maybe he could try and follow in his footsteps and have a little bit of an impact. S-Tag was being really proactive, AWPing everywhere, it felt like. Jump up here from Rez. It's just a lamp. Everyone calm down.
Molotov at car and smoke at the half wall. Roland sees absolutely nobody peeking. Bit of a gamble from EG as automatic rotates away from the B bomb site, but all 5 players from NIP are lining up, and that means Nealon with his FAMAS and his utility is going to be the only thing left to hold off this entire hit. Automatic now coming back, but it might be too late. Utility better be perfect from Nealon. There's the Molotov to slow it down. They're blinded, but their own utility is blocking anyone from being impactful. Spam not connecting through the smoke. There goes Nealon. And access to the B bomb site is there. 5 on 4 for NIP. And man, EG's going to have a decision to make. If they can't find a kill here quickly, this bomb site can be so difficult to retake. They've got no kits. You might just have to give this round up.
Yeah, I think there's no chance. I mean, especially because Breeze is so far away as well. And without the kit, you're right, just probably not worth it. And it feels like the only real way for EG to have actually defended the bomb site in this particular round would have been for automatic to get a spray through the smoke, or maybe for Nealon to do the same over by the coffins. But that's, you know, can't obviously, the round can't be hinging on one of those two or both things happening. That's pretty tough.
Really, really poor, awkward timing for automatic to just shift away from the bomb site. If you have that second player there, maybe either automatic or Nealon is playing a little bit more aggressive with it. But that time for him to back off and come back was everything. That was the window of opportunity. The smoke hadn't even plumed yet over at Coffins. I wonder if that was a little mistake.
What a turnaround from Broland, though. Yeah, I thought there was going to be a smoke there too, but guess not. One more big step in the right direction. EG's economy cannot afford to be losing rifles or rounds at this point in time. 13-9, and NIP 3 rounds away from getting where they want to go. Exchanging some nades, setting up with the AWP all the way back there. Otherwise, pretty common stuff here for the EG side. 3 people early on. Slowing it down into 2, and Cirque is in position. That is nice. A little bit of a follow-up from Breeze, although he is going to get traded. How fast do they want to go? It looked like they wanted to try and catch Cirque for a minute there, but yeah, they're still doing it. Down in the pit they go. Plopsky for the jump, but he's going to be found. Broland with a nice shot. Still does maybe a chance here for Broland to try and get it back. He's getting a flash over as well. Not quite quick enough with it there. Wants to bait out the shot. That's dangerous. Cirque is in there. And a good counter flash and an even better shot from Cirque. He stands his ground in this round. But there was a real moment there. It could have happened.
Nice job from Cirque. Nice job from Hex as well. The two of them combined to put a stop to that A hit. That was well done. Hex able to find Plopsky as he jumps down. If Plopsky can establish comfort inside pit, that round is so much more difficult. EG hits double digits. They're within 3. NIP can't build the lead quite yet.
Yeah, I really thought that they were going to be able to fight Cirque. Maybe 1 versus 2 for a while there. But Hex just stayed alive and did a good job.
I was worried no one being in pit for EG might have been a problem with Breeze going down after the initial kill.
Nice lineup there. Nealon taking down Brolin for the smoke. Some revenge, I think, that happened to Nealon a couple of times when he were on the T side. So
I also think that's about the second or third kill Dylan's got like that in this half. A couple of them came out, I think, in the second round. Maybe one of the ecos.
Oh, he heard that. He heard that little step. And we'll be taking down Hampus with the bomb as well, no less. 3 versus 5 and a chance now for EG. Maybe not just to win the round, but actually get some real economy going here in the second half, which you mentioned earlier is something that NIP have to stop from happening. They have to keep doing some damage, keep EG low at all times. Automatic and Breeze getting a couple of kills of their own, leaving Plopsky either 1 versus 4. Oh. All right.
It's an interesting first shot from Cirque. I don't think he actually saw anything. They're going to want to recover that AWP, and that's a kill you just don't want to take at this point in the game. Breeze only has 450, Hex at 0. You need to start building this cash. Plopsky does eventually go down. Op should... Actually, I'm not sure if the op will be recovered.
It's going to be kind of close, isn't it?
Yeah.
Breeze is running for it, but yeah, this is the start you want.
Yeah, but look, this is a great second round to find, right? But you're not going to be getting those kills out of Nealon, you know, every time consistently. You're not going to have that benefit of playing the 5-on-4, the 5-on-3 due to kills through smokes. 13-11. EG within 2. NIP have got to be stunned to be here. 4th timeout used by EG as well.
Out of a couple of rounds of victory here, which is interesting. Maybe they can feel that there is a path to just sprint to the finish line and take over NIP at the end. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, but no adjustments, or at least no adjustments coming from the coach unless NIP calls it.
13-11, just a 2-round gap here. And S-Tag has been slightly slowed down in the second half, you can tell.
20 kills in the first half, 1 kill in the second half. I mean, we mentioned it, especially with that AWP, but yeah, a bit rough. Feathers fly as round 25 begins.
Molotov to put some pressure onto the bottom of mid. Only a little bit of damage on the Hampers, though. They're setting up. They could try for some really fast mid control. They certainly have everyone in the right position if they wanted to go for it, so... Counter flash coming up, but no overreaction either from the NIP side. Just cool waiting. Hampus, like you said, sometimes he does like to lead from the front. He's going to be first in to try and create a little bit of chaos here. Doesn't immediately see anyone. Flash comes out and they catch Breeze. That's a huge timing. Hex on his own, and he will get run down. That's a clear bomb site. They're going to save right away. What a call for NIP.
Yeah, so much space for them as well. No resistance whatsoever. No utility to slow down any kind of mid pressure while EG had numbers over towards the B bomb site. There was nothing to stop them from progressing all the way towards the bomb site. Brutal timing to hit, and that is going to put a lot of pressure on the economy of EG. Going to put a lot of pressure onto the scoreboard for EG. 14-11, NIP just 2 rounds away. Any economic reset, and the game is essentially over. The opportunity is really, really swings to the favor of NIP.
Wants to push up close, gets absolutely caught, flashed and killed.
There's no way for him to know, like, kind of exactly where everyone is. There's no information on that side of the map.
A new bomb radio is nearly getting the better of Hampus.
It does some work.
All right, slow fist bumps for the NIP side, but they're getting there. 2 more rounds, and they'll be able to send EG packing. gotta still say, no matter what, this has been an impressive day for EG. Probably outliving most people's expectations by quite a bit. NIP definitely no pushover team, so taking the fight and almost getting there, but right now they're on the back foot, feeling a little bit worried about that A-bomb side and a similar kind of speed, so they have 3 people over on the quad side. We'll see. A little bit of a chance here. Breeze gonna get pushed off, though. It's a good flashbang, and they lose Breeze and Automatic both, and Hext might be following in the grave real soon. Cirque down in the pit on his own, but there's no reason for them not to fight him. They know they've got him pinned down here, and eventually, after a couple of kills, they're gonna get rid of him. Kneeling out here, they know exactly where he is too, shooting off that M4, and eventually he'll fall to S-Tag. It's a good round, and it brings NIP to 15.
I think that's the one that finally forces EG to their knees. I think that's the one that's going to be the one that finally forces them into just such a disadvantaged situation. They can't really fight back. That's all the weapons gone. That's all the money gone. I don't know what EG is going to be able to scrape together for the next round. I think it's mostly going to be pistols and armor. And they've hardly been able to contain NIP's offense with weapons. And you can see, I think they know.
Yep.
M4 in the hands of Cirque from Moss and Breeze. A couple of SMGs, Deagle on Automatic. So a little bit better than what I expected in terms of what they can bring to bear.
Oh, gotta be careful you don't step too much in the hallways there, because they're gonna know. Rez peeks into it. It's a nice double kill for Breeze. That's impressive, given the weaponry. And Cirque is still up here. Pre-fire's coming through. Almost baited up by the chicken. Cirque, and he's flashed as he turns the corner. Oh, that is heartbreaking. He had a real chance there, but Hampers will take him down. And now it's a 2-1-3 and an almost impossible retake.
Yeah, no kits, no HP on Nealon. There's been some phenomenal utility usage for NIP to make sure they can secure this series. But what a fight and EG has put up. What a test they've given over to NIP. Unfortunately, it's probably going to come to a close here. Brolin with the flank again, completely blinded as Nealon, and that seals it. That's it. NIP's going to win this 16-11. They're going to move on, and EG's going to head to the showdown.
Yeah, absolutely true. Automatic trying his best, but it's not going to be working out. It is instead NIP with a victory. Took all 3 maps, though.
Yeah, look, you got to give them credit. You got to be able to win games when it's not a good day for you. That's exactly what NIP did. This is not a win that's going to give any confidence over to NIP moving forward. This is not going to be a win that anybody is super impressed by. Individually, they felt off. Tactically, some of the maps felt a little bit sketchy, but listen, they got the job done at the end of the day, and they survived a fight.
Yeah, it's what you want to see out of them for sure, but we'd love to see a much more fiery NIP coming up in some of those next games, because that's going to be important. Of course, today we still have another best of 3 coming up, so don't forget about that one. G2 and Big are going to go at it, which is going to be a fiery game. Can't wait for that one, but first, we have James ready with an interview.
S-Tag, you guys managed to survive the full force of EG in that one. Okay, Nuke looked really good. You switch over to the second half. You don't let him get a single round. We think it's going to be all over for him. Did you feel like something was going a little bit wrong there on Overpass, mate?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like they were definitely giving us a tough time on Overpass. Nothing was going our way. We're just dying left, right, and center. And yeah, you could really feel they were confident. And we had to shut that down on Inferno. But yeah, it's tough to play. Like when you don't really get pistols. It's a reoccurring theme here, Blast. So yeah, we'll have to look at that.
And it's from the start of Blast to where you are now. These pistols have not been going your way. Maybe work on some new strats.
Maybe it's time I take the mantle. No, who knows? Like I think it's a combination of just, you know, getting absolutely destroyed. Like pistols are sometimes random, and if you just have a lot of them not go your way, like essentially you kind of lose confidence in your pistols. So I think we need to just work on it. So.
And in terms of what was said between the second map going into the third map, right, what was that team talk like? Because I saw you guys when you were leaving, and it looked rough on the faces as well.
I mean, we were out there laughing, to be honest. Like, Inferno, we know, is like one of our best maps, so we were really confident. Yeah, it wasn't much to say. Like, honestly, we lose both pistols, lose both conversions, and it's still, what, 16-11? So, like, it's quite confident, I would say.
And would you say that EG put up a better fight than what you expected, maybe what other people expected?
Oh, yeah, definitely. But, like, then again, like, it's really hard for us to say because we had a really hard time prepping against them. We didn't really know much outside of the small amount of maps they played. Plus, like, it was with Rush, So like it was a bit of a, you know, hard to read them in a sense, and we kind of had to learn on the fly like where they were playing.
Yeah.
So I would say in that regard, like we kind of had a disadvantage, but we still made it work. And but yeah, for sure, they put up a way better fight than we had expected. Like yeah.
You got a smile on your face while saying it, but you did survive. That's the main thing. Now, I got one more thing for you. Our lovely users on Blast.tv, they had a question for you, which is they got to vote on which one it was. The question they have is, what game other than Counter-Strike are you playing at home?
What game other than Counter-Strike? Yeah, I mean, I dabble like with friends every once in a while. So like the occasional ARAM in League of Legends with friends, or like Teamfight Tactics. I think that's just about it, to be honest, right now.
All right, not bad.
Wait. And chess. I play chess.
Oh, big brain.
Yeah, big brain.
There we go. That's what it's all about. Let's see how it goes continuing on throughout the rest of the tournament.
NIP, they get the job done in the end. Closer than many of us may have anticipated, but they do dodge the bullet of elimination. It will be EG falling down into the showdown. This was a kind of a must-win situation for NIP. I feel like it's probably going to be sighs of relief rather than cries of celebration for them.
Oh yeah, we could see that on DJL as well. The coach was behind Estag when he was doing the interview, and you could see relief, because for NIP, and I guess the conclusion would be job done. Nothing more. Just job done. They've done just quite enough. They barely made it past to the next step. A loss would have been devastating, of course. It would have completely turned around their narrative on its head, but they've made it. Just that.
A win is a win for NIP. I agree, a sign of relief, you know, without a doubt. They're well aware. If they play like they did today against a better opposition, against a top team, then they will probably get their asses smacked a little bit, to be honest, right? NIP, they get the job done, you say it right, but it's not in a convincing fashion either. I feel like here in Inferno, there was actually a game to be had. It felt like EG could pressure them. It felt like EG could push NIP a little bit more had they had just a little more quality as well. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't, and NIP, as said, got the job done.
I think one of the indicators we can find in this game that NIP overall was a superior team is how EG struggled to convert the great start they had. Once again, it's a 5-0 start for EG. They have everything they need, and still 6 rounds only in the first half.
Yeah.
And we always say all scorelines aren't equal. If you are up 5-0, if you have all the money, if you have momentum, if you push your opponents in the financial drought, then you are supposed to win more rounds. As soon as NIP stabilized the situation, and for that we have to give it up to Estag, who was answering the questions for James, as soon as they stabilized the money, that was it. They just closed the wall to EG.
And the problem was, it was a reoccurring trend. We saw it on Nuke as well. We saw it on some of the maps out here that EG would go after the good starts, right?
Yeah.
And that is the problem. When you can't capitalize off a good start, you just lack a little quality. You lack a little bit of depth, I guess, in your strat book as well. And that was the main problem for EG in this matchup.
Yeah, I feel like we can maybe give them the excuse, you know, new roster coming together. I feel like we're going to see that chopping and changing just because of the whole new dynamic and approach this EG organization are bringing to the game as well. But I do feel like that's a narrative that we've talked about a hell of a lot with Evil Geniuses. Again, we will be seeing them going to the showdown, where I don't know about you, Machu, but they're really going to have to be bringing the fire to be getting through that single elimination gauntlet as well.
Yeah, look, I think they've shown better Counter-Strike that we had expected, knowing the context, right? We are still kind of discovering the DNA of the Counter-Strike Neelan wants to play. We're still quite new to this. It's a bit dark. Having Automatic back playing great Counter-Strike is obviously a brilliant omen for that team. They're going to need that moving forward. Breeze and Cirque played one good half in the entire game. If they could reproduce that a little bit more, suddenly we'd have a conversation. But there is so much new blood in EG that for now, instead of being too damning, we have to wait and see, I guess.
I'll give it to them. You know, I had zero expectations for EG coming into this tournament. The fact they took off a map against NIP, to me, is a positive sign. To me, it's a step in the right direction. I fully agree with that sentiment. Yeah, NIP didn't play well today, but again, EG made it tough for them. The good starts as well. Maybe they can build on top of that. Maybe they can add a little more to the strat book, and maybe, considering they are going into the showdown in the NA side of the bracket, that can be enough in a relatively weak area right now. So I'm not going to count EG out just for now. There's still a chance they can make the fall final, but obviously they'll have to build more on top of what we saw today.
Yeah, very good point about the format going into the showdown as well. We will be one team from the EU side, one team from the NA side that make it through to the 4 finals too. I like that you bring up the point about, you know, it's a W in itself, and we were saying for EG to be able to take a single map off of a team coming into this. We really didn't have too many high expectations of them coming into the tournament. For NIP though, they're going to be progressing on through the gauntlet of our bracket down below on your screens. Team Liquid will be their next opposition. How do you see them faring against that one, Maniac?
Well, I think Jacob hit it right on the money, right? If this is the NIP that we're about to see against Liquid, they're in for a tough time.
Yeah.
But I think the pedigree of a team is also to match your opponent, or to match your opponent's level. And I don't believe we're going to see an NIP as we see today. I think they're all very well aware that they just escaped a big trap, and that a trap that they had laid on themselves that was kind of catching your own tail on that one. So I'm hoping to see a better NIP, and I still have my confidence.
I 100% agree. I think NIP is going to play up to their position again. I think Liquid showed us in the group stage that they are a solid team, you know, moving in the right direction as well. A lot of firepower within the two lineups as well. And for me, Kinder, Nafly, all these individuals. Brolan will be tested, Hampus will be tested, and Rest will be tested once again. But I fully agree with your sentiment right here. Sometimes it feels like NIP is playing up to their position. Today they got the job done, but they'll be much, much better against Liquid, no doubt.
And you mentioned the name Brolan. I think one of the fair statement of this game as well is that the superstars weren't really the ones we expected.
Yeah.
We talked about Brolan, we talked about Rez, we said these are the two players that you need. It was actually Plopsky who topped the charts.
Yeah.
Up there, it was Asetag who at times was the hero with the AWP. Good for NIP to have a depth as well when some of you players aren't exactly delivering what they're supposed to, but they have to. Once you get to that point into the bracket, when you go up against the Liquid, when you have potentially a heroic down there, you have a spot for the Fall Finals, we're going to see Brolan. We're going to need to see him and Rez play better counter.
Yeah, and that was the issue that you were kind of bringing up earlier in the day, Jacob, the fact that, you know, you can't always rely on a Plopsky to be showing up. We sort of need the stars on the side of NIP to really be showing up with more quality. And I feel like, as you already said, just the beginnings of these games, only 2 pistol rounds won over that series. Not great signs for them.
Yeah, that makes it 2 for 12, I believe, in the tournament total. That is a problem. That is something Asetag addressed as well, that maybe they lost a bit of that confidence in the pistol rounds. You can't start off 0-5 against Team Liquid and expect to win your map. So that's something they'll have to look at, something they'll have to work on, and something they'll have to improve for that matchup.
Well, of course, NIP will still be continuing on here at the BLASTPremier Fall Groups, but 2 teams already eliminated and sent to the depths of the showdown, and 1 more must join them today. And we are rounding out today with a banger, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be big, taking on a new look G2, and it's all going down after this break.
I beatbox like I do the song with my mouth.
Interesting, I've never done that one before.
It's gonna be pretty hard for me to make some sounds.
Firearms is not very relaxing in my opinion.
Just like that.
The new two for G2 were unable to make their mark. Another disappointing result means a full final spot could be out of reach.
And Hunter looking for the clutch as Headtrick gets ever closer, and Hunter comes at this weird angles.
That's so good.
Big was small against the top teams in their group.
Still going to win the fight against Crimbo. It's a bit awkward, but Tadson, what a beautiful double return.
Now they are staring down the barrel of their first ever showdown.
Big and G2 in a clash to keep their heads above water here at the BLASTPremier Fall Group. So one of these two teams, the end of the line is here. They will be tumbling down to meet EG and Complexity in the Blast Showdown. Nobody wants to be ending up there, especially neither of these teams, but unfortunately one of them will. Big on our screens first of all, but I want to start off the conversation by talking about G2 because we had a hell of a lot of questions coming into this tournament about this particular squad. We got some answers only on one map earlier on in the tournament though.
Yeah, we got very little answers. And I just want to give a shout out to HLTV who went out of their way to make an analysis of the two maps, which are the same, by the way. The two Mirage we've seen, HLTV, I really appreciate your content. They went and they deep dive into it, but that's about it. That's about it. We only see them on Mirage, and I think what we have seen is pretty much what we expected in terms of positions. HooXi, obviously, for Alexi B, and we saw JKS taking the position of Jax. That was all clear, but I have to be honest, on the T side, I haven't really seen quite yet the DNA, the signature of HooXi. It's going to take a bit of a while, and it's probably going to take more maps.
Yeah, standing behind them during those two games on Mirage, it felt like you could sense the team of the vibe. You know, it felt like people weren't comfortable, felt like people weren't played together, people weren't gelled together just yet. And that's completely natural, right? It's a new team, new in-game leader, new role player, and JKS coming in, so we need to give them some more time. The problem for me was that it was so lackluster from JKS and HooXi, both of the new guys. How's that going to affect their confidence coming into the second week right there? They've had a couple of days to practice, they've had a couple of days to better themselves, but still, it was very, very lackluster.
And I think you can see kind of the head and shoulders above that some of these players are in terms of the G2 lineup. We see m0NESY and Nico respectively being the 5th and 6th highest rated player of the tournament so far, but for JKS and HooXi, sure, HooXi does come with the caveat of saying, you know, I'm not a high fragging in-game leader, don't expect that from me. But just the vast difference so far, I don't know, could have been a hotter start from them.
Yeah, it could have been, absolutely. And I also think that just as much as we are going to give them leeway for the start of this adventure, everyone needs to feel their position, kind of get in the rhythm, that's fine. Still, for the core that rests in G2, for Nico, for Hunter, for m0NESY, you do not want your two new pickups to be at the bottom of the ocean and struggling for too long, because this is going to chip at your motivation and at your confidence time and time again. A game is fine, a couple of games is fine, but it's very much important that very quickly both HooXi and JKS find their groove and can provide something on their server, because you don't want their teammates to feel helpless and start maybe doubting the move that has been made.
The thing is, there's a second layer to it as well, because I agree, you know, we talk about HooXi's individual performance. One thing is if you're having a strugglesome period as an individual player, as an in-game leader as well, he's not known to be a fragger, not known to be a guy that should take over the server, but in terms of your confidence in your calling, sure, you can have a bad game, but if your T-sides is also struggling and you're not making the right, I guess, calls and the right intuitions as an in-game leader, you don't really gain confidence from anywhere, right? You're having a bad game individually and you're not winning on your T-sides, you're not calling your stars to play well. That's the problem for HooXi. I wouldn't mind if he's sitting with a 0.8 or 0.9 KD on average, as long as the T-sides look good, as long as he's calling them into good positions, which wasn't the case when we Mirage the first time around. That's where the confidence issue perhaps can arise.
Well, we speak about how exactly the new players will be integrating into this G2 squad, so let's hear it straight from the horse's mouth.
For all the individual talent they have, we didn't kind of really see it shining. It wasn't really put in a position to succeed.
His structure did not really fit the play style we want to have as a team. I think we also just failed to create a foundation on how we want to play as a team. We never created our identity. The reason why we picked up HooXi is I think he reminds me a lot of the style that Kerrigan is using in FaZe. He looks like the guy who is leading by the example.
I think it's more excitement and that I'm ready to go, and obviously there's pressure from the outside, but from the inside I don't feel like there's any pressure, so that's what makes me comfortable.
Look, it's a big task for a new in-game leader to come into a team with established personalities and established stars and be able to kind of set his philosophy in with the team. It's going to be really interesting to see if they can pull it off.
I've always wanted to play for a tier 1 organization. It's going to be a lot of challenges, obviously, speaking English all the time and new people, new ways of thinking.
I just feel like his style is gonna fit our play style, basically. I think he can utilize all the individuals in the team.
And I think with a young player like m0NESY, it's probably a hard battle to grapple with when a coach he kind of wants you to be more individual
and an in-game leader's kind of trying to rein you in and make sure you're not kind of making mistakes before he's ready for you to do something.
This move is really risky in the sense of roles and JKS's stock and Hooksy only calling for this one team. I want it to work because I like both those players. I like the lineup as a whole. I think they play exciting CS. I want Hooksy to be the caller to save G2.
We never had an anchor that you can rely on. We never had a pillar on the team that's gonna like deliver no matter what.
He can just be like a turret.
JKS is spot on.
It was probably my best offer, and it's one that I actually really wanted to take just because of the roster. It's a really big deal for me, and whatever they need, I'm going to try and fill in. And of course, I really want to play good myself and keep that individual up, and because I know that I still can. So
his skill ceiling's obviously incredible, but I don't think that's the reason he's been brought in. I think it's just that consistency and reliability that they're going to really, really enjoy. When I think of Hooksy, I gotta wonder, is he going to be able to straight up implement all of his kind of ideas that he wants to right out of the gate?
I definitely think that with such talented players that I have to work with now, that it's just about, like we talk a lot about freedom. With freedom comes a lot of responsibility as well, and I think that's where we have to go. As long as a player like Nico gets to do what he likes to do, then he will be comfortable, and if he's comfortable, he will win the game by himself sometimes.
As I said, we are a new team. It's not going to be a huge disappointment if we fail at this one. It's going to take a lot of time, but it's just about being on the right path and keep learning.
And it is always an interesting question to see how you integrate, a new style of in-game leading, particularly with JKS also on the roster as well. 2 new players coming into the equation.
Of course, and 2 new players who are yet to find their footing, really. We talk about JKS. I think it's very important to say that what G2 is hoping for is that once JKS has caught up both in terms of the Counter-Strike they want to play and both of individual and mechanical skills, I think his ceiling will be much higher than Jack's. I think what he's going to provide to the team is going to be higher than Jack's. We've already had a couple of examples in the first few games. His decision-making, how he's being assertive when he knows alone in the position, it's my time to be aggressive, it's my time to close this corridor here, I have to go to this position. I think he's going to be one step ahead of Jax, but right now he hasn't ascended to that level quite yet. He was a liability. I just hope he won't last for too long.
Don't get fooled by JK's rough start right here. We talked about it coming into the tournament as well. He hasn't played much Counter-Strike lately. The stand-in performance for FaZe was absolutely magnificent, but outside of that, he has not been an active Counter-Strike player for a long, long time. Give him a month, give him 2 months, and I'm sure he's going to not be the liability that we've seen so far.
And I think the question with Hooksy as well is exactly what he's going to be bringing to the table for G2, just in terms of that style of in-game leading. And I believe Danny has a moment for us to break down already in terms of what he's brought to the squad.
Yes, that is correct. So Hooksy joining from Copenhagen Flames, and the real question for me has always been, what kind of influence has he brought from that team into G2? And I actually have a specific example to show you. So he's actually brought along a strat from Copenhagen Flames that he's going to bring into G2. Now, to set context first, I want to show what the strat is, and then you're going to see G2 run it first. So first, this is from his time in Copenhagen Flames. He first throws a top connector smoke, and take a look at the setup here. And I want you to remember all of these details. So top connector smoke here, 2 players towards mid, 2 players at ramp, 1 player palace. And what's going to happen here is basically an A split. We're going to see 2 players come out here towards this mid position. And just take a look at the pathing here as well. 1 player going down towards the bottom of mid, 1 player scaling along catwalk. And this catwalk player is going to take a fight on a player towards connector. Zypin in this particular example is going to get the kill. And Hooksy is going to go into connector off that kill. And what they've done here in this A split is they've established the pressure towards this mid position. Now that they have pressure towards this connector side at middle, now it's down to these A players here to put pressure at A to complete the split. And you can see that's exactly what happens. You see that Roy peeks out from this A ramp position, finds this kill onto the player towards ticket booth. And then the next part of this is there's just that Hooksy goes through this connector smoke on the very left side, and he's able to find this player towards the jungle position. And once they do that, they complete the split, and now they get the bomb down. Now remember all those details now, and look at this from G2 from their match against Na'Vi. You're going to see the same thing. So Hunter, he's going to throw that top connector smoke that we just saw Hooksy throw. And as well, in a moment, we're going to see Hooksy. He's going to go towards this mid position. Take a look at the map. You see the same thing. 2 players here towards this mid position, 2 players at ramp, 1 at palace. This is definitely going to be an A split once again. And the details are very similar. You'll see the pathing here, same thing. 1 player towards the bottom side of middle, 1 player going along this catwalk side. And then Hunter, he's going to do that peek towards that connector side. This time he actually loses the fight. But Hooksy, he still does the same thing. He goes right into connector to trade that kill. And you'll see right on the map once again, something very similar. Pressure here towards this connector side, towards A. It's now down to these players at A to put pressure into A now. And that's exactly what happens. JKS is smoked out, so it's on Nico to actually come out of the palace and find this kill on the player Twit's ticket. And Hooksy, he just does the exact same thing. Goes through the connected smoke on the left side, trying to catch a potential jungle player. Doesn't see anything, but he still wants to get the space, so he's gonna go for it. But you'll basically see that this strat is basically almost the same as what he ran in Copenhagen Flames. And this is really, kind of the influence that Hooksy has brought. So the question is this approach that he's taking from Copenhagen Flames going to work on G2? We're going to find out.
I'm very interested to see if that does work out. I really like that we get to see those smaller details coming from his previous team now into G2 as well.
It's an excellent showcase from Danny here, right? You're coming in as an in-game leader, you have one of your favorite strats from a former team, and you implement that to your new team straight away. Working out well for G2, worked out well for Copenhagen Flames. That's what I want to see more from Hooksy. I got a little bit worried when I heard his interview just before, where he was saying, or the feature we had, where he was saying that as long as you give Nico space to do whatever he wants to, we're going to be fine. I don't want to hear that conversation anymore, because every in-game leader that's going to go into G2 talks about the individuals. You have Monacy, you have Nico, you have Hunter. We're just going to give them space. We're just going to let them do their thing. Everyone has tried that with G2. Everyone has tried to give them all the space in the world. Come in, demand a little more from your players. Take over the team. Take charge of the team. Implement some new strats, and maybe you can elevate Nico to become an even better player. Maybe you can elevate Monacy to become the talent and the force that we all reckon he will be at some point. I want to see Hooksy grab it by the balls and actually take charge of this team instead of just giving space to the players.
Well, you mentioned Monacy, and it turns out he has some big words for the Germans coming into this series.
So Monacy, it's been your opening debut on G2 for this year, right, on a tier 1 team. I just want to see from your opinion, how would you describe your development and how does it feel?
It was better, it was good. It's not the best season it's not the best start of the season for us. Like, we lost 2 games, but we learned a lot from it. So yeah, not a lot of words from me, to be honest.
And another thing I want to touch on is, obviously we saw from the beginning, you and Jax had a special relationship. You've done your first officials now without him. Could you notice the difference?
Yeah, of course I can see the difference, like, between our, mood, atmosphere. He was always the guy who was, bringing in a lot of, words, mood, fun, and joy, atmosphere, and everything, Yeah, so maybe I'm taking his role now a bit. So yeah,
I like that. I think we'll enjoy seeing some Monacy hype and action going on with all of it.
Let's see, I'm gonna trash talk.
Trash talk. He said trash talk. Oh, I'm down for it. We'll have to see though on this next part, because Xtaz mentioned in the interview of HLTV, right, that you'd be a bit more proactive with the AWP. They said they were holding you back. They want to see you take some more space. Yep. Do you feel already you've been able to do that? Is this possible under Hooksy? Is this really the case?
I think yeah. I think to be honest, I'm ready to get more space with AWP. Before that, I was learning a lot from the game. Yeah. Try to learn how the team works, how to make team play together, with utility, other stuff, with positions. But now I think I should take more space with AWP, as on CT side, on T side. So yeah, but I think Hooksy will help me a lot with it.
And I'm really excited for this, right? Because what it reminds me of is back on your Na'Vi Junior days, where you definitely seem to have a lot more of that. So do you think it just suits you better?
Suits me better, I think, yeah.
Nice, that's what we want to hear. Now, today you're going up against Big, right? And Sirison, his style of AWP, a little bit different to yours for sure. Have you looked back at his games? You had to try and look at him stylistically to see how this is going to work out and how you can outmatch him? Because I think right now he has these up and down games. You're very consistent with it, but obviously it's two styles clashing for me.
They're a bit onliners, I watched some POV from his game. I watched only one POV. Yeah. But he's good with AWPer, but let's see on this game. It's on LAN.
It's on LAN, and Monacy's better. Monacy, thank you very much, bro.
Damn.
Onliner.
Okay. Onliner. Okay.
Onliners.
Okay.
He said it.
I like that. I like the confidence.
Trash talk.
Yeah.
Loving it. Banter.
He needs to show it in the server, though, because I think when we compare the in-game leaders, when we're coming into this equation, two very different stories, because tabseN, thus far, second highest rated player in the tournament, Matthew.
Yeah, it's very hard to paint two pictures that would be more different than the ones we have in front of our screen right here. Hooksy and tabseN's position and input in their respective teams is absolutely night and day. If Hooksy is just supposed to be a puppet master putting people in the right place, tabseN is the one putting it in the grave. That's what he does. He's a fragger. He's one of the very, everlasting breed of IGLs who also frag people. It's not the most common right now in Counter-Strike. When we think of the Carrigans of the world, the Nafanis out there, he will do the job. He is a key piece of the big puzzle and a player that I've always had very close to my heart. Somehow, maybe sometimes I regret he's never going to go into a different team, but that's a different story. He is still tabseN and he belongs to Big.
Yeah, let's be completely honest, right? If G2 could require, if they could get hold of tabseN, they would do it in an instant, right? He would be the perfect fit for G2. And I even said it in a couple of interviews leading into the summer break. If tabseN were to leave a team, go to G2. It would be the perfect fit, because you're right. He's the whole package. He can frag, he can lead. He's a demanding guy. He has respect around him. Whereas for HooXi, he can do all those things apart from fragging, and that's pretty important in Counter-Strike.
Well, apparently m0NESY thinks that CSGO is an onliner, but let's hear what tabseN thinks of his teammate.
Is when it comes to CSGO, at least in the group stage, right? Individual level seemed higher. People say onliners, LAN, whatever they're going to say when it comes to it. How important is he in this series, though, when he's going to put someone like m0NESY?
For us, it's just important that he plays like he always does. He shouldn't get something into his head. Like people always have to say something to stay relevant in this kind of sense, I would say. So it's for us, it's not really a big case. But obviously, like we know that what he's capable of doing. Not only online, he also showed improving himself also on LAN many games, and we know that he is a really big part of our game, and we just trust in his play, we just trust in his person as well, that he's able to deliver when it's needed, and we all just support him when it's needed the most, and we just try to lift ourselves up.
I love that. m0NESY can spitfire tabseN.
Trying to stay relevant.
Yeah.
Trying to stay relevant. Look, as long as CSGO doesn't deliver what we had seen from him back in that famous, fantasized summer of 2020, obviously the ghost of the online will fly over his shoulders. But I agree with tabseN. He's showing us some great Counter-Strike that we have on our screen, but yet we all feel like there's more. There's more to come. There's more in the engine. There's more to be delivered. And when he was at the top, that's the only moment that Big even just smelled at the top of Counter-Strike.
We did see the map video flying over that m0NESY interview. Vertigo being pulled into the pool by G2. Logic to that?
Yes and no. It's been a big weakness for G2 for a very, very long time. I think during the time with Nexa, even with AlexiB, they never could figure it out. The CT side on Vertigo was horrendous. They could never find any consistency on the map. One thing they have going for them, though, is HooXi, right? And Danes in particular. I don't know what it is about Vertigo, but we are a bunch of sweaty nerds when it comes to that map. We saw it with HooXi as well in Copenhagen Flames. They played a very solid game on Vertigo. So I expect HooXi to have integrated a lot of the stuff from Copenhagen Flames into this lineup. And I would be delighted to see if G2 all of a sudden can figure out how to play Vertigo, especially on the CT side. The T side has been decent. The CT side has been a massive problem for a very long time.
It's going to be great to observe the touch from HooXi in that game. I think it's going to be way more prevalent than it was on Mirage. And keep an eye on m0NESY as well. If he has to be more proactive, he has to be more assertive, more dominant, Vertigo is a great map to do it.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this one is going to be going down. Can HooXi bring the big brain plays versus the German giants themselves? We'll be seeing it go down, hopefully, on their map pick of Vertigo, and it's coming up after this break with Scrawny and Launders.
One final best of 3 today. It's the Gauntlet stage for the Blast Fall groups, and unfortunately, we got a ticket to the Showdown. 5 tickets to the Showdown on offer tonight. It's a great price for one of these 2 teams, but one of these 2 teams, Launders, and that would be Big, has never in the organization's history been sent to the Blast Showdown. We've constantly said Big are best at Blast, and this is why. They always manage to skate by. They get through the jaws of death. But are these jaws ready to chomp a piece out of the German organization? We've got a new G2 on the other end looking to dodge the Showdown itself. They've been there before. They don't want to go back. And tonight, someone is heading there.
Yeah, and I think we're placing a bet on what's more likely to happen, that the streak keeps going or that it ends eventually. And I guess that's what we'll find out here and now. There's obviously a good chance that G2 could end their hopes here in this series. But you kind of never know what kind of G2 you're going to get. And I think from Big, I think we've seen steady progression. I think we saw a very promising Big last week. I personally expect that to not change.
Here in the pistol round on the ramp, we got m0NESY, HooXi, and Nico inside this bomb site. A map like the analysts allude to, key piece to the Copenhagen Flames. Some of their most important wins occurred here to survive and get to that Antwerp major. Ooh, but it's m0NESY. New piece for HooXi to work with the double taps and make that 3. And, you know, we're kind of destined for the pistol ace because m0NESY keeps this clean. He called Big a bunch of onliners. Well, the kid plays LAN, goes for the Glock shots, and finds the pistol ace.
Oh, that's a way to shut him up. Real quick and early from the youngest player in Tier 1 right now, m0NESY. Look at him go, man. This is insane.
Just cookie cutter clean. Headshot after headshot. A Glock swap, of all things, to just put that cherry on top. A couple style points.
Damn, he messed him up good.
Yes,
I think one of the best maps for m0NESY, you know, when he's coming up on in the junior league was Vertigo for him, right? That's where he was controlling the A ramp. That's where some of his op shots were the best. All the academy players loved playing Vertigo, and he was the king of that. So came through hot. Off some spicy interviews as well. And you know what? I mean, m0NESY, knowing m0NESY, he was probably kind of like half joking, half poking a jab at Searson. But the numbers say that he's telling the truth and that there is a pretty big gap between Searson online and online still. And it was obviously, if I was tabseN, I would go into an interview and defend my teammate 100%.
Of course.
tabseN, though, for himself, is one of the few players who is actually better on LAN this year than he is online, which is very impressive. And we saw him have one of the best weeks last week in the groups.
Yeah, 2 types of players, and ooh, the pendulum swings. Keto kicking it off with the headshot on Hunter. Crack of the deagle out middle, and I love how silent that is. You know, Hunter's playing some grenades, trying to come at it from multiple angles. Next thing you know, he's down for the count, and Big cut all noise.
Yeah, let's slow this one up. JK has to anchor the B site. Looking at the first time they're playing with this new light up on Vertigo as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Dangerous game here, HooXi. MP9. Oh, through the top of the sandbags. But Nico's in one of those playmaker positions that could just completely unravel these hopes from Big. And by the looks of things, not currently being checked. Searson's keeping eyes on it. He just shot Nico in the feet underneath the sandbags. He landed that. Goes for it a second time, so maybe he sees something. And now Nico, trying to deal with it, is still able to catch Keto in the bomb site. Crimbo's going to offer us a deagle. 7 seconds, and that plant happens on the other side of boxes. So no matter what, this is a relatively successful round for Big. But can Crimbo just put the bow on the clutch? The first missed shot towards sandbags. He doesn't know where that second CT's at, and slowly the elevator crunch is about to be his end. Sure enough, G2 get through.
Played that perfectly, waited to see if there's something tricky that would happen, but JKS coming in slowly was perfect. Well played from Nico, and yes, you can see his feet. There's the wood pallets underneath the sandbag, so kind of very aware round from Searson, where he gets the kill on sandbags here, which is a beautiful one on land, by the way, and then comes through and finds Nico, but they don't have the resources to get someone out of sandbags, which is comes down to Molotov, essentially. So Molotov or 2 HE grenades, and you deal with that threat. But it's a good spot to play when you know your opponents are low on nades, low on time, or low on numbers. Never seen someone so happy to see a tech pause.
Yeah, right. I mean, m0NESY said in the interview, JKS coming in, trying to replace Jax in his role, but there's a certain part of Jax that's incredibly difficult to replace. One of the most charismatic Counter-Strike players I feel like we ever had in Tier 1. And now, it's going to take a little time before maybe we get him back. He's not gone.
Jax, he's gone, yeah.
Well, okay, he's gone, but he's not forgotten.
Oh, you mean to come back on it through Tier 1? Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Hey, you. Check this out. It's like, bro, round's live.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll deal with that. So Jax was normally playing B Anchor on Vertigo, and looks like not much has changed. So they just switch him out with Hunter and JKS, and sometimes it's hard to see who's playing Daddy and who's helping at mid. But I think it looks like JKS is anchoring.
Let's see what Searson saw. Ooh, I see that.
Something's wrong here, I can tell. But as soon as he moves, maybe even if he turns a little bit, yeah, there it is. Yeah.
It's the shine on those freshly polished boots.
If you could choose where you get shot in one place, where would it be?
The toes.
The toes?
Yeah.
But the toes facing your heel? I mean, the bullet would have to go through, is what I'm saying.
Oh, it's got to go through.
Well,
like
I mean,
through and through.
Yeah, I guess you could shoot directly down.
Yeah, straight down. I'm thinking straight down.
All right, so I mean,
blow a little toe off.
You already have 2 broken toes. Which toe would you want to get shot off?
The middle one. I've learned
is
through
the
experience.
Least important.
Yeah, because it's like a picture, like the Ninja Turtles hands.
Yeah.
You just kind of forget about the one in the middle. You still got 2 on each side. I like symmetry.
Yeah, so. I mean, it would be funny to call you Connor Nine Toes.
For all you know.
Yeah, I mean, we can finish it off. It's already broken, so.
Man, I missed Counter-Strike over the last 3 days, but we sure did have some fun, didn't we, Londers?
Yes, we did. We went kayaking. We jumped in the ocean a bunch of times.
Yep. Went and saw Tame Impala in the Royal Arena.
I got a 10. Already had one, but Tame Impala was fantastic.
Excellent. It was very cool being back in a stadium that we've been in for Counter-Strike, but to see it through the eyes of the crowd. Fun touch.
Freya kept spilling wine on me.
She does that.
Yeah.
She does that.
When she's not cheating at Scrabble.
What else you got for us?
Let's watch it back.
Oh, just the pistol ace, baby. You think pistol aces are more or less impressive than normal gun round aces?
It's... This one is up there because he didn't use that many bullets.
Mm-hmm.
And even the Glock kill from this distance...
Let's fucking go!
That was pretty good.
Everybody wants high fives. X-Tats, you gotta wait.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta wait, good sir. Justin Savage has played in all regions of the world now at this point.
That's true.
A real globetrotter.
Except Asia?
Well, I mean, Australia's oceanic and the Asian region are kind of mixed together.
Separated by R. He's played in every RMR?
Yeah, sure. Except for CIS RMR used to be separate, right? But now they're combined.
That's fair.
Yeah, let's give it to him.
Okay.
Yeah, every RMR.
Mr. Worldwide.
Imagine that. It's got to be a short list of players.
I mean, maybe he's played so long. You remember Savage? The Chinese CSGO player Savage? Because, if your name is Justin Savage, you're supposed to name yourself Savage in a game, right?
You'd think.
Yeah, it comes with the territory. But then it would have been colliding with Justin Savage. Oh, rock, paper, scissors. We don't know who won. Searson did scissors.
I wasn't paying attention to Crimbo.
Shoot. Who was more clutch?
I just always pick scissors.
Good to know.
Yeah. That's what I want you to think. Let's get back into the action, folks. JKS is rejoined. We've got Crimbo on the AK Deagle, P250s, Tech 9. It's a mixed bag of sidearms here for Big in round 3. And m0NESY, as you alluded to, that pressure down the ramp is kind of bread and butter when it's come to Navi Jr. in the Academy League. Time to watch him hang around. Imagine being m0NESY, Nico by his side. Strong couple of rifles here if the T's want to peek, but again, they're just going to try to use that element of surprise, keep things quiet.
Statistically, some pretty good CS from m0NESY recently. Some big maps, but here he gets outdone by Crimbo, the one hero AK of the round. That's a big find. The Molotov lands right on the gun as well, so they go ahead and pick it up.
Dunked on.
A refrag from above.
More nades follow through, and Nico's going to slide out. Dangerous game to play, but he keeps it crisp. Hooksy going to get himself into the kill feed and trade out Nico, sure enough. So there we have it once more. Crimbo's solo AK gets the ball rolling, but then G2 deflate it as quick as it all started.
Yeah, they make that happen. Now, we've seen good results and bad results from Big on Vertigo. I think one of the styles that worked the best versus them was when Favin and Crimbo were both on the team, kind of fresh, and they played against Furia, got destroyed at the major, and that was a standout performance for me for Furia, but it also showed that you can really do a lot to play aggressively versus Big on this map if you can pull it off. Now, I guess we'll see more about that in half number 2, and this one, we'll see if Big can control the pace a little bit more, slow it down.
Searson works with those gaps again.
Yeah, he's doing well on them too. Those are hard shots to hit.
Eyes like an eagle.
You have to be predictive, right? Because you can't exactly shoot fast enough to hit them right on the spot.
Fair.
But where they're strafing to. So you can tell his team with confidence, yeah, I'd probably hit that guy.
Sure enough, he did. Nico sitting on 6. Couple sets of eyes from Big just poking over that B ledge, but nothing spotted, nothing committed. JKS so far having a very quiet game. Nobody's come at him, really. So we're going to get Big back at it again, 4 times towards this A site.
This is interesting. I mean, they've got absolutely no presence inside of middle. I mean, it's passive, I guess, Hunter spotting. Where are they going to go with this re-aggression? Looks like they're going to go for the full ramp clamp down. They aren't attacking it from both sides, so I feel like these are very dangerous pushes to try to pull off. And again, now that they're in this spot, Splash will be pretty potent. Look how many T's are waiting.
Ooh, m0NESY ready. Doesn't overextend. Keeps it kind of passive, and Tapson is going to get himself the double kill. So that whole setup off of the flashbang, no full commitment there, even though Big's players were caught by that. Nico, beautiful first one through the edge of the smoke, continuously trying to crank out that damage, but it's going to be very difficult to hold on to the site. So sure enough, Bomb Carrier gets that in, and with it, a man advantage for Big in a post plant, but only by the skin of their teeth. 2 players falling back low HP. Nico from that original Searson shot, still walking wounded. The counter-terrorists contemplate their options, look for a flank perhaps, but no, it's all in from Big towards ramp. Front side smoke comes down. Tabson slowly working this, and he's just going to be looking for the exits. JKS ensures that they can all get away alive, and we have Big on the scoreboard with the 4th attempt at that A site.
Yeah, there could be some kind of tell with the way that they're pushing the ramp as to how far Big will be at a certain point in the round. So I guess we should tune in to see at what point, if G2 try to do that again.
Yeah.
But I already find it atypical that they're doing this push very dry in the mid round. There was some damage here to kick things off on Nico behind yellow as he was just crossing over. And so maybe they felt a little insecure in their positions being back on the site. But these angles right here are very T favored. And when I saw them transitioning into the setup, they got into good spots and then came through with the flash, which was good. But you experience the exact same problem on that angle as you do in the previous push, where as they flashed, the sandbags covers all the T's, and even though they're all blind, they can all go to safety. And m0NESY's smart to know he can't overcommit, but it also means when he doesn't see anybody, he's now in the open.
Left on that aisle and starved out. Searson, cheeky angle so far, shooting Nico in the feet through sandbags, catching Nico through the tarp on ramp, and now looking for the kill or damage through grates as well. So, like a submarine, just hunting his prey. Crimbo, top ladder. Oh, missed chance at what would have been a beautiful AK headshot. Punishes that top mid push, had he caught it. But in this case, we've got Big down a man. And CT's starting to inch their way closer to this site. Now this hit's coming through a little bit sooner than some of the previous ones from Big, but it's the first chance for JKS to really get into the action on this side of the map. He's going to keep it close to that box, finds Favin clambering over top. He'll be pinched by both sides, but JKS cuts off one end, and it's a comfy 4v2 at the 30-second mark. You know, an eventual flank that should shut down Tapson had Hunter not got the job done. Searson in the clutch. But very quickly on his heels is Hooksy, and so that's 4 to G2.
Yeah, JKS did that with very little support, you know, just working by himself. They originally flashed him into cross behind the boxes, didn't see anybody, and then he got nice and comfortable. And I think part of the game when you're playing on the B site is playing between two pieces of cover that are not super wide, and then figuring out what angles to peek from. This spot also, Crimbo had a good position to hold that push from, but he was like a little slow, I think, or not exactly ready just yet. And then they got pieced up here, entering on the site, and the Hooksy flank came in, so G2 off to a great start. I do think Big could be a little bit stronger right now, but obviously a good sign for G2. I wonder if you asked G2 right now, would they say they feel like Big are kind of being obvious or not? That's what I would wonder.
Trick up their sleeve with this one, Favin solo AK. We saw Crimbo use it in a previous round, get the opening kill. This one's gonna be real quick, trying to run those Tech 9s at JKS.
Let's go.
But he just sweeps away the 3 kills. 1 mag, and any hopes for Big are basically dead in the water already. Corpses sprinkled on the staircase. That's the end of that.
Good to see him fragging. The last 2 maps they played last week, Hooksy actually had more kills than JKS, which you could look at that as a slight, but I mean, based on what they're hired for, I think you'd expect JKS to do a lot better, so. There was no honeymoon for him, but I think I'd rather have an upward trend rather than a honeymoon anyway.
Yeah, right.
You gotta do that other way, yeah.
Gotta, JKS would technically be on for the second ace of the map. But now Hunter's here as well. Hunter stays tucked. JKS, keep this one clean. Go ahead, bag him. That's 4, and he is also the player that got Crimbo down to 50. So this, I believe, would be a 500 damage.
Damn.
So close. Crimbo gonna just go ahead and delete his hopes of the anti-eco ace. JKS doesn't give a damn. All that matters, G2 with another round 1.
Yeah, not bad. I think it's pretty calm right now for G2. They're feeling good. They're CT side. They're winning pretty much a few different types of rounds. We haven't seen anything incredibly fast from Big. We haven't seen much mid presence heavily. Just a few slow A-ramp walk-ups and a couple of B attacks later on in the round as well. So will they change it up? They just need more output right now. I mean, they just don't have a lot of kills in total, I feel like.
Favin still in the goose egg. Searson 1 and 5. And Keto down there. And Keto's had a good couple of maps throughout the group so far. Brought in to be, you know, a firepower upgrade over top of Tizian, who after trial and tribulations just kind of didn't make that cut. Searson continues to wait for somebody to overface, but to be honest, you know, Nico and Modesty haven't really bitten off more than they could chew so far. Like the play, bottom B stairs, Hunter looking the wrong way, recovers, and that's going to keep Favin at now 0 and 6. If he had, you know, any easy kills so far this half, that had to have been it.
Yeah. To be fair, that was the first bullet from Hunter. It was a nice.
Dang.
And I think Favin started tapping. Yeah, but he thought he had it. But that's definitely one you got to grab.
Like so 2016, bro.
Yeah. Tap too much, end up in Valorant. That happens.
You can't spray there because it's random. Keto top of the ramp and waiting. Nico took a little glance. We get this same 3-man core here. Hooksy, added to the tally. Smoke goes beyond the orange boxes. That's going to give Nico a little pocket to play, but he actually backs up. And by doing so, gives Keto a good run at Monacy. Hooksy comes through, can't manage the kill, and a bomb plant here now as well. Nico gonna chop down a couple players, push this one onto Searson. He's hunting the clutch in the 1v3, and he sees the easy headshot. That's Hunter demolished, but JKS and Nico still very much alive. Between the two of them, no utility. Second frag for Searson and the third.
Let's go.
Little bit of clutch goes Big's way.
Yeah, hell yeah. Those are the land plays that we're looking for. And actually, Searson did have a very nice clutch on day one as well. And you know what? It felt like he was coming. The way he was searching the maps in the earlier rounds, like he didn't get the kills, but he was getting ADR. He was wall-banging people. He was finding people in hard spots. Glad it pays off here. That's the most excited I've ever seen him be.
Damn, look at the impact that has as well. Immediately, we've got JKS to the P250. And I like your point. You know, we saw the rumblings of a Searson impact. Well, that one right there, that's exactly what Big looked for to crack open this T side. Strong start from the defense and a different look here. Nico on top of the totem pole, heads about to round that corner, but just where are they exactly? So close! Up point blank. Crimbo trades out instantly. The fact that Hooksy escapes that stack seems incredible, but he's got Monacy to keep him alive as well. So 2 CTs still within this. Flashbangs stun Big momentarily, and they don't round that penultimate corner. Not until Monacy's ready on the angle. Here comes Fab and wide swing. Gets both with the Galil and dies through the smoke to Hunter. So Searson, how about the back-to-back? First shot to JKS. Hunter over top, and Searson swallows him.
Damn, that's in about 30 seconds. We got 2 Searson clutches back-to-back to bring Big back into this game. Oh, wow.
Just engulfed by Searson. Look how close they got to Nico. And down he gets taken.
Damn, this was nearly saved by Monacy. Short push comes out, kill on the A ramp as well. And of course, it's on display. The numbers are there for G2, but it's another 1BX from Searson. Maybe they should have minced their words a little bit.
Consumed by the German Opper. And now reeling backwards with an MP9 and pistols. Keep it quietly, crawling closer. Monacy, an alternative boost to the one we saw last round, but ooh, Keto's already looking up.
Underrated, but it's kind of nice to have a shorter gun on the boost. So silence him for us, just hanging over like a fishing pole sometimes.
Nico tries to slide in. That's going to be taps in prime for a multi-kill, but oh, hold on. Point blank, Searson.
Here he comes again.
Shuts down Hooksy, but Monacy got away with that. So the MP9's still in play. We've got no kit for the retake. It'll have to be fast. 5-7. Oh, no scope. In what world? Searson just denying G2. Now 3 rounds in a row, essentially, and he'll get back into that more comfortable post-plant position. Bobbin's meant to lend him a helping hand. Monacy, there's only so much he can do with such little health at this point. And we get JKS in the middle of the bomb site, but that's 3 frags off of Monacy. He's had to endure the back-to-back clutch. JKS comes out with just the pistol. Crimbo's gonna have to come around the side. There is time for the defuse, but Crimbo's gonna go through and stop that, and with it, any hopes that G2 rob a round right back.
Damn, it was totally possible if Favin dies right there. I would have been even more ecstatic than I was even on the last round, because on that push, he got blind. Could have gotten killed. 10-second stick was definitely well within reach. And Searson comes through with another round-winning frag. That is an unreal flick with the no-scope.
Why not?
Putting out consistent impact. This is Searson's big day. That's what we're watching here. It's provided for a very entertaining experience, right? We've got the interview calling him an onliner into a LAN match versus the team that was just talking about him, and Caps defending him, and then him having a hell of a day.
I would be curious, and I don't have the numbers, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but just to even compare Searson's LAN performance between studio environments and then big stages. You know, If there's any question around LAN, I do feel like there's less of one in these stages of events.
Yeah.
But
yeah, and it's natural. I mean, if someone has a small discrepancy where they do worse on LAN, that's like totally reasonable, and it's like really impressive when somebody has the exact same stats. And it's always good to have good stats. Like to do well on LAN is also just good, but
really, so blind that Monacy can't get into the cover. Hooksy's just getting pummeled with Nico. Good utility damage coming out of Big. Nice little patient setup here from tabseN. Clips the wings of the first one. Hooksy's alive and kicking, but Keto has offered us another kill with that MAC-10. 2 SMGs in the hands of G2. Hunter's gonna go through smoke once more. That player on site gets caught off. Reload just in time, and Hunter gets a second. CSGO will have to clutch for a third time in 10 rounds if he wants to tie this game at 5. And he's got to piece together the picture. He knows that Hunter's back on that shelf. Big question mark around where JKS is at. 5-7's good enough for the first, but JKS makes sure that the third time's not Big's charm.
Let's go. That leaves a stamp for Hunter here on this round. And denies CSGO. Took down enough of his help just to make that as hard as possible. So what a crazy map. The amount of situations that have distilled on the A site that have ended up like this. And in the last couple, a lot of them have to do with these unbelievable MP9s.
Nice!
Well, yeah, that wins back some favor. I think some confidence too, and just knowing that your opponents just made you save off of 2 big clutches, and now you make them save off of a clutch as well.
Nice. Get a good little back and forth going now.
Definitely.
Game's starting to shape up. And with CSGO doing what he has so far, I look to the blue spruce, his coveted scout, and think anything is possible. Got tabseN with the hands on the deagle and a slow crawl over towards that B site where JKS is very much on his own for now. The fact that Hunter gets the opening kill mid opens up the rotation, but Crimbo's there to take the place of tabseN, and JKS finds CSGO with a nice deep off angle. So the scout will find nothing, and nice timing here from Hunter to just clean up mid in its entirety. Sure, something will go the way of Big, but you'd think too little, too late. Favin's in sight. Insta-deleted by Hunter, who's going to go ahead and rock Big this round. Monacy's op closes. G2 continue to succeed.
I was just taking a look at some of the stats that you were curious about, and I mean, I think on the bright side, we don't see like CSGO actually had a pretty good major. That was actually his best event of the year in terms of big events, rating-wise. But in terms of his group stage versus his LAN, I'm not exactly sure. I got a shovel. I'm gonna go do some digging.
I'm gonna take your time. Just
you got this, right?
Yeah, I got it. We're good. We're good. It's Glocks. Surely I can analyze it myself. They are free. And so should this 12th round be. G2 looking to queue up the 8-4. Just don't dig too deep. You never know what's down there.
That's true. Might pick up a grub.
Ugh. Ooh, JKS. There it is. Bomb spotted. Quick little burst here from Big. The best they can really offer. And suddenly, that MP9 turns into an A1S. Hunter sprays them all down, and he's padding his stats over the course of the last 2. But that's the job. So 8-4, sure enough. Comfortable lead reestablished by G2 after that success story that Big were trying to write themselves.
Yeah, unless you watch this game live, you wouldn't be able to tell the story of how tumultuous it was for both teams to get to the point that they're at. But it certainly doesn't feel like it's 8-4. But by that same token, 2 of the rounds that Big have won have come off the back of the big clutches, and they didn't turn into consistent victories. So that kind of speaks to, I guess, how strong G2 actually are. And even though, Monacy got bested a couple of times there, he's also still having a great game. Everyone on the team is.
Oh, Crimbo. A lethal mistake that would have been. Utility's destined for him. Oh, he puts out the fire, but they know he's right there. So suddenly Keto decides to come help, and that certainly looks like he's got this one delivered.
Ooh, what a teammate. What a teammate Keto is. His friend was about to die.
Crimbo bleeding. Keto puts it out. JKS blind as a bat. Doesn't matter. Keto, he kills the closer rotator. JKS regains vision, finally puts an end to the reign of terror that Keto just put up in round 13.
That was a lean 3K from Keto. He put that together with very few bullets, all headshots. And not only that, it was like G2 were zoning Crimbo, you know, by that ladder where he was previously. They knew he was about to die. And they were just using bullets to spam. Keto just came through, pulled up in his race car, knocked them 2 out. Totally changed the course of this round.
They wanted that kill on Crimbo so bad as well. Molotov, frag grenade. Surprised we didn't get to see him go for maybe just a little bit of wall banging, but I guess the angle's too shallow. Nice shot on Monacy. So
it's crazy. Like, it's not even strategy that's the best. I mean, strategy is as having an impact here, but this is like individuals that are coming through for both teams that are really telling the story.
Tabson.
Fast move from Tabson, man.
Wants to stamp his name on this one quickly. Carves out a clean path. G2 gonna get aggressive, walking up. Tabson's got this held. First shot's his. It's not an insta headshot. But gives Nico a good chance to return the favor. Here's the peek on short side. Searson comes wide, catches Hooksy just around the corner, but Nico, he op swapped. Grabs it out of Monacy's dead hands. Puts the smoke in front and stays alive for now. 24 health, 3 Ts, trying to get ever closer. Nico loses vision and will be caught on the jump back up. Hunter does the same thing. Gets Favin off the plant and gives Favin a chance to close another one for Big. JKS 1v2.
Yeah, if they can get into their favorite post-plant positions, this will be a lot of work cut out for JKS. Smoke in hand, maybe a kid on site, not sure.
Seen all the big clutches go the way of Big thanks to Searson.
Oh, there it is.
JKS's chance. Smoke on the bomb. Kit needs to be picked up. Didn't grab it, in fact. Did not grab that. Oh, there's another one. Perfect. That gets both to peek, but Keto keeps the headshot clean. And we'll give Big yet another.
That's a beautiful round from Big for a couple of reasons. First of all, G2 imploring this push. I still don't really like it. Here, it's more of an off timing. I'm not exactly sure what compelled them to do so, but when they killed Monacy after all Tabson did was wait off of the corner of the Slurk Smoke and had an advantage fight, as you do as a T holding. And then when they got that kill, Searson immediately bulleted up short because he knew that Monacy's not alive, and that's where he'll be. So that gave space for Searson to get his frag, and then the site collapsed naturally. Got an emphatic Gob B in the past couple of weeks.
Looking fit, too.
Yes, healthy and energized.
Excellent. Stacked, jacked.
Maybe he's on the keto diet.
On the attack. Some dense succular gains.
What?
Huh?
Go ahead.
Let's get it. MP9 from Hunter. Ooh, G2 kind of fizzling out at the end of this half. Economically limited. Go for the 3-man boost. But this time, Big are a little bit further back. In fact, they're kind of leaning into the mid play. This is where Keto delivered and then some. Oh man, look how alone JKS is. Surely with that pressure towards middle, they gotta pull Nico off of the A site, so he's coming over with some tempered expectations, and that is then the invite for Big to head towards A. It's all about checking this 3-man totem pole. They haven't used it at all this half. Sprinkling it in round 15.
You call this the $1 million stack, depending on how much Carlos spent.
Tabson's gonna read it like a book. Fragment for Monacy. He jumps back into the site. Ooh, Nico through the smoke. Little X factor on that Deeg shot. Tabson kind of cooled off. Looking to line up the spray, but that could just invite Hooksy to push through with the 5-7. Instead, he'll hold on to his position. Now that smoke's gonna fade, so Big will regain vision before they have to commit for that bomb plant. But off the reload, Oh, that was Hooksy's chance. And he just couldn't finish off tabseN. So now it's going to be Nico, 14 health. All that's left between him and the end of the first 15.
You know what gun would have got that kill?
Tell me.
A1S.
Ooh. And maybe even the Tech 9. CZ, no chance. Nico, not destined for this one. Favin's going to ice off the G2 CT side with a 1-round difference after we come back from the break.
Hi, I'm Zawu and Ampus. This is Crimbo and Yabi. I'm Breeze here and I'm with Robs.
I'm Yitinder and this is JKS. Today with you Dexter and BlameF.
It's Fame for Complexity. I'm joined by STY from Navi.
And we're doing Betway higher or lower.
I think this is
I think
there's
no question.
Yeah, it's lower. I think there's only one answer here. Yeah, lower.
Definitely. That's teamwork right there. The liquid G2 synergy.
Phew, it's a tough one.
I think this is close either way. Oh, this is tricky.
Both have been around the same time, kinda.
At least higher. Let's say higher on this one.
Higher. Let's say lower.
Skills. Oh no.
Wait, Glaive is older, right?
Glaive is older.
Yeah.
That's an old main right there.
Yeah.
Eesh. Higher. Oh, Apex, you should know this one, bro.
I would say lower.
You would? I think he's higher.
I'm just gonna say Apex solo just because he's been playing, from my knowledge, in CSGO longer.
I think Apex would be a bit higher.
Yeah, I think Apex is a bit higher.
I think Apex is higher. Apex is higher.
I have everything on my control.
This one is easy.
This is easy. Yeah. That's the younger. He's like my age or like 1 year before. So this is lower.
Easy one again.
This young guy. He's young.
This is lower. No need to talk about this one. This is.
It's your teammate or what?
Yeah, he's older than Tessus for sure.
Yeah,
right?
I'm pretty sure he's younger.
Rez is younger, right?
No, I don't think so. I think Rez is older than Tessus, but I'm not sure.
I mean, Rez has been around longer, so I would assume he's higher.
Higher?
Yeah, higher for sure.
Rez is, I think, higher.
Rez lower.
Oh. Now it's your time, bro. This one is up to you.
Up to me?
Yeah.
You're not that old.
I'm not gonna answer.
You're not gonna answer? We're gonna get something wrong then?
Yeah.
You wanna lose the game?
Yeah, let's go lower.
How old are you?
21, bro.
Oh, 21? You're younger.
What's the next one?
tabseN.
tabseN.
This one is up to you. You got the EU insights.
Okay. Higher then.
We go so fast, man. Yeah.
What do you think?
My teammate, Grim, NA player. I think Grim's lower.
Nee, wir haben auch kein Mollo dafür.
Vielleicht sollten wir auch saven. Wenn du jetzt
Nein, versucht die Runde zu gewinnen, bitte. Ihr müsst die Leute
ja, ich contacte dann, okay?
Ja. Rechte Seite. Wo willst du contacten?
Ja, ich contacte Kenny, okay?
I'll just sit under you, I guess, Nico, okay?
I drop down.
Okay.
90
I'm on the
seconds.
platform.
I'm holding up.
Saving.
Off-scoping.
Okay, I'm not peeking.
Should be A.
Walk. Nothing here.
I'm jumping up.
Ramp.
One sandbag.
I can molly for side, are they planting?
Planting and then sandbag. Planting and sandbag.
Top default.
Nice, last sandbag with AWP.
Last top, yeah.
I
I'm taking fade.
I will go twist on your contact.
I'm walling left side.
He's short! Short now.
Key.
One more. Richtig, Junge! Was für ein Save! Sehr gut! Alter. Nice Flow. Guck mal, wie oft die aus sind. Wir schießen ihn einfach in die Seite. Sehr gut, Mann. Wichtig, Mann.
Some happy German noises.
Yeah, ice cold CSGO. At the 30-second mark, tabseN says, please try to win this. Please try to win this. And CSGO took that one to heart. So he delivered what tabseN wanted. A decent T-side coming out of big, 1 round the difference as they'll swap to the defense. And we'll see what G2's offense has got to offer.
Yeah, see if they get got. G2 had the chance to really crush on that first half, and tabseN was the reason that didn't happen. So could have looked at a better one. And now that the game is really close, hard one to call. So you have G2 and Baker in their comfort zone.
Ooh, that is nice and clean. Yeah. Nico with the P250 drive-by.
Oh, they're going A.
Love the split.
Hold on. No, they're not. They're just clearing spawn.
Big wraparound.
Okay.
Unfortunate for Favin.
We got a Hooksy strat.
We got a Tabson attempt. Surrounded. Jumping G2 players all around him. That is nice and clean.
That made Vertigo look a lot more organized. I'll be honest. That was really cool. I wonder, so that probably has branching paths, right? If they don't get the first kill on the CT side. Maybe it doesn't, actually, because that's an A player, so they could have tried to smoke him out, take that fight, push him back, and then do the same thing. Like how that looked. Mahone broke down in between this series and the last one. A couple of similar strats that Hooksy was calling back Copenhagen Flames that G2 are already doing. And I think that was a cool one. Really like that pistol. Helps when Nico has a P250, and I think that is also something that Hooksy said jokingly in the interview. Don't even have to shoot anybody.
Don't have to shoot anyone. So he doesn't have to shoot anything for 6 months, and we could still win tournaments.
It is, unfortunately, that for him is going to get quoted for the rest of time.
Oh, yeah.
And yes, and that probably will come back to bite him for sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
But I think to be fair to him, he's probably partly joking. I'm going to assume he's 100% joking, slightly.
That doesn't sound very 100%.
No, I don't know. Yes.
It's like, legitimately, figuratively, maybe joking.
Yes. Like literally in a Zoomer sense,
Oh, okay.
Literally, but not literally.
Oh, sure.
All right. But it will come back to bite him.
It's all right. He's got a good sense of humor.
Yes.
And he's also got good pistol calls. With those two things, you can get pretty far in life. Can you get further than 9 rounds on Vertigo? That's the big question. Favin, point blank, CZ. Let's see the argument for it. 5-7 is better. He gets away. Good amount of damage there. Monacy and Hunter both dropped to like 50 or less. Hunter straight to the front. One fake plant just to see if anybody else wants to try and pounce with those pistols. Tabson will get a few steps closer. Flashbang blinds both sides of that, but a deep angle from Searson's scout will topple Monacy. And with that plant, looks like Big will recede back to where they came. Searson and Crimbo just losing that B site, like the pistol round and the follow-up.
Yeah, of course. Just the CZs and stuff, but a pretty decent defense. The 2 kills, that's all right. They saved 2 guns. Still, good start to the second half for G2. On to 10 rounds. And we'll get to see about this T side. I think, of course, Big could still pull this back, but this is where I think Big have shown a little bit of weakness, especially when teams play fast versus them. So, yeah, I'd put G2 in a camp of teams that might be able to bring that level of ferocity to make it tough to just sit in standard positions and hold, but it's also been a few months since I watched that game where they got run over and bullied.
Fair to say, too, individuals of G2 have all looked good. We know Hunter's kills are a bit inflated just because of a couple of anti-eco rounds, but hell, JKS didn't even see much action at the start of that one and still racked up numbers. Now that it's this pack mentality, the trade train that could just derail Big's attempt of a Vertigo win, I wouldn't be shocked if things just start to slide, but Searson and Crimbo gonna look to hold on. Try to find a foothold with the scout and the MP9. Sneaky stuff from Tabson, but it is being watched by Hooksy. Nico gonna play with some grenades. The legs have been spotted, and the USP goes down alongside that SMG. Not the best of starts for Big. Still in a round they have no business winning. Nico with the wrap into the site, but there's the scout. And therefore, the avalanche effect could now begin. We'll see. G2 still trying to push their way up ramp. Favin finds his hands on that AK, but he gets hit by the grenade. Gonna make things way more awkward for him, unfortunately. But a little bit of a stall from G2.
Yeah, they still have... Oh, great.
There it is.
2 HEs. Beautiful. And they still have the molly as well, so This can kind of guarantee the plant if they want to try to scale up. And with a scout down, I don't think they've got anything to worry about. So really nice job here from G2.
Absolutely love that. Lose the AK on short, but all the damage that they did after that was without peeking, entirely off the back of frags. Half of Favin, all of Searson, straight into the plant and the recovery.
Yeah, I was talking about this the other day, but there are certain maps where it's going to be favorable to get the extra flashes on T side as opposed to the HE. But there are always situations, and if you have a game plan like this, it makes tons of sense, and they put them to good use, but to grab those HE grenades. And on Vertigo, specifically for that boost that they just naded, which actually happens a lot less often, but that also using it to nade the sandbags, these are two situations where, you know, HEs can be your best friend sometimes. So we talk about sometimes you can molly out sandbags, but if someone has a smoke to counter it, you don't kill them, and then they're just stuck there. And it really slows your round down. So sometimes HEs are even better than mollies.
Lots of little pockets on a map like Vertigo.
Look at these.
Absolutely dunked on.
I feel like there's been so many roster moves that people haven't really been talking about Monacy that much of anything else. Like the new players on G2, some of the other moves that have happened, Spinks Vitality, that kind of thing. But I mean, Monacy's quietly having a pretty great year, straight up. I mean, he's in the top 15, he's in the top 20 range for sure, moving into the second half of the year, which is huge for, of course, a rookie.
And a rookie who's, you know, been in now 2 completely revamped rosters.
Yeah, that's important to point out as well. So early kill here from G2, and a second one. Favin just gifts that one away.
Fortunate. You know, Nico had to work way harder for his, running through those smokes over on that A ramp. Keto will offer us some kind of a hold here for Big, but with such little HP left over, it's an easy slice through this B-bomb site, and Crimbo also killed. Monacy tearing them up in this one. 5-round lead, looking comfortable to G2.
I love this B attack. They first showed some presence in mid, and then we spectated them putting pressure on B, got their kills there, and as soon as Keto got his refrag, he realized, well, we just lost mid control. Monacy's got a kill, and they're already working on the split from both sides, so that's a good level of cohesion here from G2. Working like 5 fingers on one hand right now. And they were really scaring Big. There's Hooksy getting loud. Well, that's good. Some of these T rounds looking good.
Ever since that pistol, calls look clean. So do the trades. No gaps, nothing exposed out of G2 so far. And on top of that, last round, I mean, you throw Nico into his own world. He just runs up ramp, kills Tabson in the first 15 seconds.
No, it's fine. You two do it.
That's before you get this stellar B split. So now G2 looking to flex the advantage at the start of the second half. Poor Big, literally, with the 3 Deagles and the A1S. Searson bringing a knife to a gunfight as he tries to save up for that op. I think very much like the first half, if there's any turning point here on Vertigo, if Big are destined to take this back, it may have to be from Searson.
From the absence of pressure that this is absolutely an anti-eco. They're going to molly out all the spots the CT can stand in, and they've got one down back quad. A couple of CTs in tricky positions, and Favin opens up.
Nice flashes at the very least, but so what? You lose a Mac 10. Hooksy's just there to create space, and his teammates traded accordingly. Good little angle here from Searson, hoping Hunter steps into the quad, which he will. Costs him. Searson finishes that one up, but Monacy right back into the kill feed, and Big right back into deep water. No open avenue here for the retake, really. Even with that smoke thrown out, JKS finds a pocket between them. Good aerial view of what will inevitably be Tabson's death. Just a question of who can he take with him? No one. JKS slides around and Searson saves the M4 to give to his teammate before his op by. It's a 13-7 lead comfortably for G2.
Yeah. I think in every case, whoever wins the map completely controls the narrative, and the context of the previous rounds kind of get written in their favor. And I think if Big win this game, for example, we would talk about how Searson dug them out of a pit in the first half, despite G2 playing very well. But now that we're this many rounds in and G2 have this lead and they moved on to T side and have already shown some good stuff, it's really showing how much they've eclipsed Big.
Yes.
You know, even despite Searson getting those rounds in the first half. On fire here in the half number 2.
Yeah, I mean, we attribute 2 of those 7 rounds from Big to his clutches, and then I believe there's like, what, 3 or 4 anti-ecos just because of the timing of the round losses versus G2. That's the majority of Big's round wins. Asterisks next to them. Time to change that. Extinguish the momentum of G2. Use these guns, lock it down. Starting to feel like now or never. Crimbo on an aisle. Hooksy right on the other side, and it's Tabson down first. Crimbo, a singular kill, and Searson just getting pummeled by utility. I mean, he tries to run away with the USP in hand. Never stood a damn chance. But Keto's got something to offer. At least before he's dropped to 42. Hunter goes for the bomb plant, and that flashbang gives just enough breathing room to G2 for them to sink their teeth deep into round 21.
Yeah, you know what? Not a bad idea, but the execution looked really messy. I feel like they were not using the A1Ss in the way that they should have been right there. Favin used so much ammo playing in that Henny position and then swung out for 1 kill, didn't have enough bullets to even fight anymore. And right here, just as they phased the smoke, it's kind of 3 different engagements for the T's to partake in. And not only that, I mean, Searson's over here on Sandbag. He's just a failsafe, really, but he's not part of this hold on the A ramp. So it didn't feel like they were working together in this position. And G2 had just the right amount of speed to take advantage of that.
Spectacular view for a spectacular lead. Doubling the score of Big yet again, but every time they double it, it's that much bigger of a gap.
I feel like they have the opportunity to snowball if Searson is playing a high-low setup with them on the ramp and they're peeking both over top of the sandbags.
Right.
And then Favin comes in for a kill afterwards, but in that situation, it was the worst-case scenario. So, well, Big, maybe this is their last chance to buy, trying to win a single round here in the second half, as G2 have just honestly dominated them.
There was a glimmer of hope. A glint in Searson's scope. Good chance for a collateral. Monacy down first, ready for the repeat. Nice second. Searson won't be able to get that third. Hooksy just laser beaming through the side of the box. Nicely done, you know. But again, it kind of feels like it has to be Searson. It's got to start with Searson. And even as he collects 2 kills, there's now the question on the follow-up. Hunter doing his thing. Oh, and Nico just deletes Crimbo point blank on that short A side. And you can see the effect. Hunter immediately pulling back from his B engagement.
Yeah, they instantly decided to think about taking space on A with Crimbo dead. And the CTs will understand that this is possible as well. They're actually a little locked up, right? It seems like Tabson is thinking maybe they've already taken the A site. So it looks like they're kind of going to set up for a potential retake. Really worried about this lurk. And one thing's for sure. It looks like they're right about the site. Is Hooksy coming out middle here?
Yes, he is.
Oh, okay.
Yep, nice little slow crawl.
Oh, this is a cool play.
Favin still got his eyes behind them, so Big have not forgotten about the possibility. 30 seconds here.
And they can start to speed up as Hooksy comes in. There's enough noise. Oh, but Favin's watching it.
Yeah, now Nico's going to have to mirror Searson with the clutch impact. Grabs bomb at least. Keto goes for the jump up. Dies. 10 seconds. Point blank. Nico's got a second. And we've got Tabson and Nico locking horns for the clutch. So close, but no cigar.
Oh, well, that's a ferocious man right there. Hey, well, they made the most of a tricky situation. Good awareness from Big to, first of all, figure out it's going to be A. Then set up and watch the flank all at once. And I like the attempt from G2, actually. Coming in slowly, they replenished their smokes back on the site, and then tried to have this late round engagement, well, with 2 attacking A and 1 coming in on the wait flank. And even though it doesn't work, I think that was a really good battle of ideas, and that was kind of showed good things from both sides. So a last timeout here called for Big as they finally are able to pick up a round in the second half.
Round that could have gone down much smoother after that 4v3 established by Searson. But a round win's a round win for Big. Take what you can get.
Yeah, 3v4 situation after Searson gets his 2.
First round win for big CT side. Oh, damn, Nico, give him a chance. The Nico versus Tabson head-to-head on this A ramp is just leaned Nico's
One-sided,
way.
yeah.
Dominance. Now the follow-through. We've seen a similar B split. Faven under a lot of pressure, but he at least stops the bomb and tries to skate through. JKS playing with grenades. He's about to get pinched, but as he falls down, it's Keto's turn. Oh. And Monacy finds the headshot. Stellar op at that range. Searson and Crimbo, ever since that pistol round that completely evaded them from G2. This is like the third time these two CTs have been trying to get their teeth back to the B site, and this time they've got themselves at least the first step. But do they try to push the issue? Kit into smoke for Crimbo. And if not, we're talking about a 7-round run just to try and grab OT. So sure enough, that smoke goes forward. Another one here for Searson. So utility picked up on the retake attempt. It has to be Crimbo to go for the defuse, which means Searson's gonna have to give us world-class cover. And as Hunter finds the kill, there's now no time, no hope, and no further margin of error. 7 map points for G2.
Damn, another wonderful round. Honestly, another wonderful call out of Hooksy. I love how this worked. I think they had a golden ticket right there. They had an overarching game plan for the rounds, but when it came to this first kill from Nico, they instantly started speeding up. They got that little bit of pressure down on the A ramp, freed up at mid. Of course, beautiful shots being hit between JKS and Monacy to kill those mid players. But that's what Hooksy was talking about in his interview. I'm not the one who has to frag. I'm going to call, and my team can do the rest. And in this map, he's proved it so far. He's got like 7 frags right now, but they're not close to losing.
Well, if anybody else has given us something spectacular, barring Searson, it's going to be Keto. He finds himself an insta upgrade from MP9 to AK, man advantage to big. Limitation still clearly. Good thing he gets that upgrade, or else it's 2 Famas and a Deagle. Nico not running too much of a risk as his team's already 4v5. He's going to grab the utility off Monacy, leaving the Young Gun's belt nearly empty. Let him focus on the scope.
The gun unrecoverable. I mean, this is 4v5, but I don't see this looking super convincing yet for the CT side. That'll help. Clean one from Keto.
Absolutely, and with a little bit of timing to try and run back towards this B site. Hunter has been spotted. Faven gives himself a smoke to play within. Oh! Right through it. You could feel it coming. And now with that, we've got the CTs split. Monacy still with options open, starting to run that bomb back over towards Nico.
I think they know there's 2 here as well.
23 seconds. Hunter trying to keep everybody preoccupied. Crimbo starting to clear out short side on A. So there's a Crimbo versus Monacy fight that's about to go down. These kills from Hunter, it's on the opposite side of the map. What really matters is this here and now. Monacy finding Searson. Crimbo, he needs it, but it's Nico to end it. The back and forth from G2 in a very one-sided affair. Vertigo with G2's camp stamped on it.
Dude, let's see, go retweet that interview. That was a great map. Well done from G2. I really don't think Bigs showed their best face today. They had some good stuff there, but I'm sure they'd be disappointed. But if we're looking at this from the perspective of G2, everything went right. All the players were hitting their shots, and the calls were fantastic.
Excellent showing from G2 to potentially send Big to the very first showdown that their organization may have to attend. It is Dust 2 up next with Elimination on the line.
Ooh, that's a tough one, actually. That's a hard one. That's a life question, bro.
That's a lot of money.
I mean, as a person who's won a major and has only won a few other tournaments, I would honestly choose win everything else.
There's only a certain amount of majors per year, but I can still qualify for the major, but I'll never win it.
I think we'll win a major.
Of course, a major is big to win, but I think you'll feel more accomplished doing greater things than just winning one tournament, even though it's the most important one.
Anything else, like everything else but the major.
The major obviously has the most prestige out of anything, but you can really solidify a legacy and your name in history if you win everything else.
I pick the major because this is the most prestigious event.
I'm gonna have to say win every other event because that's a lot of money.
It's a better overall. You're gonna be the best team.
When you can win more than one tournament back to back in a row, I think it's really cool to see that.
Winning everything else is a lot, man. So I would say winning everything else.
One tap versus flick shot. Ooh, that's a tough one actually.
I think personally, one taps are cooler.
Oh, it depends on the situation. Damn, I would go for both.
Personally, I think a flick shot looks pretty crisp with an op.
I'm gonna say flick shot because I can't do like one taps only with deagle or pistol, but with AK I can never do a one tap.
Like if you watch like a player such as Manaze lately, when he hits those micro flicks or old Kenny S, it's really satisfying to watch. I think.
I would say one tap and a flick shot. You can do both in the same time.
Both are very are cool.
Probably one tap because I feel like I'd be already pre-aiming where I'm supposed to be aiming.
Flick shots are also nice, but like it also depends on like how big of a flick shot we're talking.
I prefer one tap. It's more simple to kill the enemy.
But other than that, I think one tap is just crisp.
Okay, let's go for flick shots, one tap at the same time for an AK. Can I go with that? Okay, stay inside playing CS or touching grass going outside? Okay, that's a hard one. Damn.
Well, everyone saw the picture of me touching grass. I'm gonna have to say touch grass.
Go outside.
It does be summer right now. Like it does be nice. But yeah, I'm gonna be staying inside playing regardless. So that's probably my answer.
Stay inside playing Counter-Strike.
Hooksy, your first win under G2. Yeah, a lot of shouting, a lot of screaming. How's it feel?
Oh, it feels pretty good, but it's only a map win. It's not a match win, right? So nothing to celebrate yet.
Just the start, right? But normally, when it comes to Vertigo for G2, we look at it as a bit more of a pocket pick coming in. This time around, obviously, add a bit of your flair in there. I want to ask how much of it is based on what the old G2 play, how much of it your style, and where did it all come from?
We took nothing from the old team, basically. I think maybe one thing. On Vertigo, they didn't really feel too comfortable, and I feel really comfortable on the map, so I just went with the things I liked and the things the guys wanted me to keep, and yeah.
And any inspiration come from the days of seeing Manasi on the Na'Vi Junior ways, because he was getting his old position back, he was playing it in the same style he was as well. Was that some factor?
Well, in general, I didn't really watch him play back then. Like, I know he was really good, but it's not like I went back and watched his demos or anything. I just asked him, like, what do you want to do? Tried to make him feel comfortable, and he's not scared to say his opinion. So that's really good for a 17-year-old.
That's definitely positive for sure. Now going into map 2, obviously confidence is high. You feel like you can get this and close it out?
Oh, I think we can win on momentum, yeah. But it's definitely going to be tough because they're really good. So yeah.
Well, good luck, mate. Thank you very much.
A completely revamped look from G2 coming into Vertigo, and it darn well showed on the server. An almost flawless T side, only dropping one round to their opponents. But I want to talk about the CT side, because that was where the real narrative was going down versus Big. It got dicey, it went back and forth. So many incredible rounds to be diving into on that one.
Yes, this is where G2 made the difference, I reckon, and we also have to put it into context. Big decided to start on the T side. This was G2's pick. Big decided on the T side, which thought they must have had weapons, they must have had ideas on how they wanted to play that offensive side. That didn't really work out. We're obviously going to talk about the clutches down the line, but overall, I think G2 were really a step ahead, a good step ahead.
Yeah, I was just about to say the one weapon they had was Sirsen, right? And we are going to talk about Sirsen more later on, but it felt like they didn't have much to offer. I fully agree with you. We see the first clutch coming in here from Sirsen, the first time they're struggling, already down 5-1 Matthew. And without Sirsen, this game wouldn't have been close in the first half.
No, this game had Sirsen written all over it. We have the primary example right here. You said it. It's round number 7. 5-1 situation and 1v3. Very well played from Sersen. First of all, he waits for the end of that smoke, finds the kid, and you can see he directly has a plan. He knows exactly where the next target is, repositions very cleverly, slow peek, gets the kill, insta. That is the second round for Big. He saved them from extinction, I would say, at that point in time. But the craziest thing is, right after, he does it again. G2 with the high pressure financially, buying into buying, and Sersen stems them again. He had his print all over that first half. This could have been G2 just running away with it with a very easy scoreline.
I love how Sersen says after that trash talk from Monesi earlier on, hold my beer, I'm going to show you who's a real onliner. It was huge stuff from Sersen, but then G2 really answering back, and we've got an eco play to show exactly how they did it.
We do have an eco play. We have a lot of different rounds to actually put together, because look at the force buys coming in for G2. They kept on doing it. This is the round after the Sersen clutch. Look at the buy, not optimal for G2. The round after again went into the 1v1 clutch for Sersen, not optimal. Third round in a row after Faven clutching it out, not optimal, but fourth time is the charm for G2. They kept forcing, and Big only survived one player in every single round, and finally it paid off. Matthew, in this round, all the MP9 work, all the forcing actually paid off in a 4v2 scenario.
Yes.
Big was supposed to win this round, but I guess resilience came out from G2. I guess they had an idea that they came so close with these MP9s, and finally they hit the nail on the coffin by Hunter, getting up a nice double kill right here. And at the end of the day, that's kind of where Big's first half died.
Oh, it changed everything. It changed everything. This round was so hard. If you're a Big fan, if you're watching this, you have basically a 5v4 with weapon advantage, even half HP on the side of G2, and still G2 managed to pull it back. And this is where financially everything changed. From that moment on, G2 ran away with it and really asserted their dominance.
And it's really great to see this kind of new revamped look of G2, particularly coming into Vertigo. We heard it straight from the horse's mouth from Hooksy saying, you know, we took basically nothing from the old G2 on this particular map. That is something that you wanted to see, particularly on that CT side. What were kind of the biggest notable differences for you coming into this map, Jeff?
I think Hooksy involved himself a lot in that CT side. He was moving around. He was pushing with his mates on A ramp. He was pushing middle with Honda a couple of rounds as well. He was doing a good job being proactive, assertive around the map, and it looked like a different team. The G2 I saw play in Vertigo earlier days with Nexa and also Alexi B were a terrible CT-sided team. This time around, let's be honest, without Sersen winning two magnificent clutches, and Faven's 1v1 as well, this could have been a 12 rounds, 13 rounds, maybe even 14 rounds if you really stretch it a little bit here for G2. They played more or less a perfect CT side outside of the clutches, so I was very happy to see that. I called out for Hooksy to grab it by the balls, right? And he did that this time around. He was the one on the server leading charge and setting it up for the boys.
Bit graphic there, Jacob.
Very graphic, very graphic. We love to hear that kind of comparison. Look, I also think that his footprint was all over the T side as well.
Yeah.
That whole mid to B pressure, which is a little bit outside of the meta. We've seen Vertigo maps that turn into ARAM 5 simulators, boring as hell if you ask me. None of that bull crap here. We had G2 focusing a lot towards the mid, towards the B side. We had Hunter taking a whole lot of fights from the stair position, finding a lot of kills there as well. So that was an interesting look from G2.
You saw the scoreboard right here? Hooksy with 7 kills. We talked about it coming into the game. It doesn't matter whether or not he's fracking out. As long as I can see on the server that his calling is working out. As said, he was sacrificing for the guys on A-ramp. He was sacrificing for Hunter in middle. He was constantly running in first, dying for his teammates. As long as he's calling a good game, as long as we can see on the T side, which was also perfect from G2, that it's actually a purpose behind his having, not a lot of fracks on the server, then I'm okay with it. Then you shouldn't worry. Then you shouldn't be looking at the scoreboard thinking to yourself, that could be a problem down the line. As long as he sets up all the talent around him in Monesi, in Hunter, in Nico, then no problem whatsoever.
You mentioned Monesi. He had a banger of a game, an absolute banger of a game. And I think it's important that we consider his position and his trajectory as a player, right? He was brought into G2 with the former lineup. And of course, he was the recipient of all the resources and all the mentorship was towards him. He was the next guy. He was the next big thing. Now he's been in that project for a few months. We have new players coming in that also require time and energy. And for Monesi, you have to have a little bit more self-sufficient now. I think he has to show what he has learned. His input has to be improved, and that's what we're seeing so far. In Blast, Monesi has been up there in terms of numbers, up there in terms of impact, and for G2, success goes through Monesi not being a rookie anymore, but just being a stable player for them.
Yeah, exactly. 5th highest rated player in the tournament thus far as well, and that's exactly what Extaz was saying. Coming into this particular tournament, the fact that, they've got to be integrating a new in-game leader, they've got to be integrating JKS into the mix as well. He needs to take more responsibility, more proactivity as well.
I think we saw that, especially on the CT side. He was up front with the AWP, he was playing solo a lot of rounds, he was being mature in the way he was playing playing, taking a peek, falling back, playing with the team. You can argue in some of the clutches that he could have done better, but so could the entirety of G2. That was not one player's fault or one person's fault to be precise. So yeah, overall good performance. We touched a bit on JKS as well. He needed to show more.
There's a shout out
First
as well.
half, he was doing great. I think he got 7 or 8 eco frags, but he shut down the B bombs. The few times they came over there with Reperny, he was the one shutting it out with Hunter. So again, well done to JKS, well done to Hooksy, well done to Monacy, and all of a sudden we look at a G2 lineup that actually looks solid on the server.
As we see on the bottom of our screens, Dust 2 next up on the docket in this best of 3 series. Big's pick coming into things. Do you see this still favouring Big after that performance on Vertigo? Do you see them resetting mentally coming into this one?
Hopefully, I think it's going to take a whole lot for Big to push us through a third map. I do believe that Dust 2 is up there in terms of the map. They dominate, they master. I think it's a map where Tapson really has a huge impact, not only in terms of the utility he's been using, but his position. He's a very shiny, very impactful player. I'm just a little bit worried. The reason I say that is that aside from the magistral clutches from Surson, which we touched on, I feel like the copy from Big was kind of flat. The rest of them was kind of flat. We talked about Tapson being a high fragile IGL, kind of went through this game like a shadow. Kido had a couple of good openings towards the mid side, but that is about it. Faven, we didn't even mention his name. From the whole cast of Big, I think I need to see a little bit more. It was too timid for me. It was too shy, and if it wasn't for Surson, it would have been an empty performance.
100% agree. I will say though that you're mentioning a little bit Dust 2 for Big is a known quantity. We know how good they are on this map. We know how stable they are on it. And you can also argue on Vertigo, they lost both pistol rounds, lost both second rounds. Let's say they get a pistol right here. Let's say they get Surson on the AWP early in the game as well. The dynamic of the game can completely change. I think Surson is a known quantity as well when it comes to Dust 2. Very versatile, likes to peek long, likes to go up short. Is a very smart player as well, never over peaks, never take too many duels. So there's a lot of positives to be said about the Big Dust 2. So I would say it's a 50-50 despite Big showing nothing on Vertigo.
Yeah, definitely a known quantity for Big coming into this. An unknown quantity though for G2. This is the first time we're going to see this new look squad coming onto this particular map, but I'm very excited to be diving into the action. But for Big, one more potential lifeline to stop them tumbling into the depths of the showdown. We're going to see how it goes down on their map pick of Dust 2 after this.
And so we find ourselves on the brink of jumping into Dust 2. Something fresh from this G2 camp, and yet here they are, something fresh for Big as well. Potentially going to the Showdown, man. It would be a historic moment for the Blast circuit, for the big organization, but not good history. You know, that like bad history type vibe.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to talk about the streak any longer.
No,
We'd
sir.
be always saying they went to every final except one.
Back in my day, Big always made finals.
And you know, I mean, if you go to the Showdown, you're probably not making the final.
Oh, it's ruthless.
It's brutal down there.
It's ruthless. The likes of Lin Visions, 9Zs, the real tests.
Okay, so we get to see Dust 2 for G2. The last time they played was at Cologne. So we're seeing them play with these new 2 players for the first time. We're looking at some new spots. And Hooksy's actually started on A. So got some interesting stuff about this in a second. But let's see this pistol take place as Monacy finds the first kill and understands they're trying to take Cat.
Aced the first pistol round of the last map and is looking to do it back to back. But it's harder to ace when Nico's standing right next to you. Hooksy also sitting in the bomb site. I like this. Push 2 players down long. Make sure nothing's coming through on that 2-pronged attack. Hooksy's out of this one. So's Monacy. Nico's chance. Oh, that shot to Fabin so clean. But it's not enough to stop this bomb from going down. So the other Kovac and JKS are looking to get this first CT pistol round back in their control. And we've got...
Oh, you can't do that.
He just did.
You're not supposed to do that. Last time someone did that, they got banned.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
Watch yourself, Hunter.
Oh, the flying Kovac. A beautiful circus act.
Wow. Good stuff.
Give it to me, please.
1, 2. Okay, dude.
Nice!
Wow. Maniacal. I love the laughing. Hooksy's bringing the energy today.
Yep.
Okay, so we talk about space in CSGO.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, we need a space map. I would just like to derail my own point here right now. Just say we need a space map. Gravity like Mario Odyssey. That'd be cool.
Hell, let's do it.
Hooksy's over here playing A. So on Copenhagen Flames, he was playing B. And JKS, actually, when he was on Complexity, if we go all the way back, he was playing B.
Yeah.
When he subbed in for FaZe, he was playing A. So there are a lot of swaps going on. And there's also just a long period of time between now and when JKS last played B. But when we talk about space, it's JKS getting the spot that I think he's the most comfortable in, and Hooksy getting moved over to A rotator, I believe, here. Or a long anchor. Maybe. We'll see. So it could be new territory from him.
Nico's about to shred him. Yep. Pistol didn't fully clear that goose spot. 3 kills for Nico. Easy does it. But to go off what you're talking about, you know, this is one of my favorite things about JKS. You just kind of airdrop him. You know, he's like a paratrooper. You just throw him behind, leave him in his bomb site. Let him sabotage the other team, not his own. And it's nice to see him back in these anchor roles. Some of my favorite clips of JKS underneath Palace on Mirage. That's one of those times where he doesn't actually play at a solo anchor, but just always kind of in his own own
he's
world.
anchoring A there too, yeah.
In his own world. Leave him on B. He's going to be good for a few kills. Analyst Desk talked about it. Never really got too much of a test on Vertigo. Did pad his stats with some anti-ecos, but anytime they were leaning that way, he's always good for 2.
I mean, G2 could lose anti-ecos, so someone's got to get those kills.
That is fair. G2 can forget to defuse bombs.
Yeah. JKS not gonna let that happen.
No. That's why they bought him.
Very little vision, but lots of damage.
Ouch.
These HEs spams have been fantastic from feet.
Facility damage through the roof, honestly, but now Hooksy's down.
A-site instantly gets a lot weaker with that 1 kill.
But what it does is unleash the beast. Nico's getting dangerously close to that.
He's just on his own, but sometimes he's enough.
Another smoke.
Okay.
Tyson point blank. Hunter ready for the flash. Beautiful flashbang. 2 kills from Hunter, but Searson in that same amount of time also just picked up 2 op shots. And that's the beauty of Searson.
But the bomb has to cross.
And it needs to be brought by the opper. JKS kind of floating on this island here. He's surrounded but didn't get seen at any point. Slides into ramp and almost kills Favin.
That was such a beautiful maneuver by JKS. Like, that almost... He knew exactly what they were trying to do.
Nice movement. Very quick.
Yeah.
But Keto, element of surprise, pops out of the...
So JKS's move right there is really nice. And if he had got the kill, of course, he knows Searson's coming up with the bomb right after that. And there's actually a chance they win this 2v3. But this got real messy after Hooksy died. And the CTs on site didn't really know what to do.
Ooh. I thought that was a tattoo. But it's just God B staying tethered.
We'll be free from the wires one day.
One day. One day.
We'll look back and say, what were the wires for?
Well, I mean, you can charge things wirelessly nowadays.
That blows my mind.
I don't know.
Transporting energy through the air.
Whoa, man.
Whoa, man.
Yeah. Put your phone on this little thing here, man, and it's gonna charge.
That's all I need. That and Mr. Clean Magic Erasers. Those are the 2 things that blow my mind.
Got to be careful with those things. They're stronger than you think. One time, somebody at a party had drawn on me with permanent marker. And I woke up the next day. Yeah, right? Yeah, give me that look. I hate those people. Like, bro.
I mean, I was going to make... Okay, that happens, but I was going to make the face. They use Mr. Clean... Wait, you used it on yourself?
I tried. I was like, how do I get permanent marker
This is the power of a hangover, folks. No way you use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser on your body.
Yeah, man, it cleans well.
No, dude.
Soap's not working, man.
Is that why you're white?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, very much so. So, yeah, I tried it. And at first I was like, oh, this is working. This is working really well. Oh, this is working too well. Oh, my hair's gone. And so, you know, let me teach you all a lesson. Don't try cleaning your body with magic erasers.
Yeah. If you do, you know, you can maybe snack on a Tide Pod, make you feel better about it.
I don't think we can sign off.
You're in the same IQ bracket.
No, I'm not.
Tide Pods, so
no. Those are 2 different things, man. 2 different things. But they do taste great. Okay. Back in with a very little buy here from G2. What do we got in store? Nobody inside this bomb site. JKS lives outside it. Nade. Very nice. Something to work with, but at this point, the B site belongs to Big.
B is for Big.
What does A stand for?
AG. It's a German noise.
Oh, okay, yeah. Happy German noises. That's my favorite thing when we replay the TeamSpeak clips of Big, and you know, it's all translated at the bottom. Happy German noises. But they won't be too happy if they lose this map. Again, somewhere they've never been. The Showdown. 5 seasons since their introduction to the circuit.
Yeah, seeing G2 last week, I mean, it didn't really inspire confidence. I think specifically, like, Hooksy is one thing. That was kind of, you know, he's not, we still haven't seen consistent output from Hooksy yet. And there's really no events or stats or long-term, you know, macro statistics here to prove that would just change all of a sudden. Going up to a next level competition with a brand new team, like, that's probably not going to change. But JKS, of course, that was like, oh, that wasn't good enough last week. This last map was a lot better, and the team overall was super good. So I think you know, there's a lot to do with a new roster. Between all the new utility that people have to throw on top of all the dry running, and then the spots getting swapped around. And Dust 2 is also a map where spawns are going to play a huge factor. Like, you could say someone plays a spot, but if suddenly Monacy has a B spawn, he's going there, and then JKS is going to be spotting mid, and then Hunter could be outside the site, supporting him in a new way. So you got to be really dynamic.
Ooh, they wanted to. They thought about it.
But they're kind of up mid here. What?
Hunter floating on the other side of Xbox, but nobody's watching top mid. Hunter, does he regain vision? Yes, just in time. Blindsides Tabson. Smoke down in front. A second kill from Hunter. That's a robbery.
But he knows the flash came from the top of mid, but he gets out of there. They don't swing on him, and he actually didn't have cover in the back. It was Nico also watching lower, so no refrag. 5v3.
Damn.
They just busted down the doors and ate the porridge.
I mean, Crimbo at any moment could have swung out top mid. Not, you know, he doesn't know that, but still.
Yeah, he's
never going to run the risk.
He was worried about the Monacy cover from the back line. Didn't want to make a bad problem worse. But in this situation, it was just this cool little off angle from Hunter that locked it up.
Very niche.
Yeah, you don't often see someone in that spot.
So we're talking, you know, new positions, new utility, new tactics, and even new ideas. Then he leans over towards this B site to try and lend JKS a helping hand, and all that remains of Big is going to try to smash their way into this side of the map. JKS ready, flicks back, nothing. Cannot deliver. They seem to be clearing it, but a little lapse here. Have they forgotten about Hunter deep in this corner? Absolutely. No. They thought they had gone enough, but no sir. Hunter just pressed up close to that wall, and as the time trickles to an end, Searson looks to hang on to the op.
Damn, well, he does an ace, but he gets all 4 that are coming into the site, so that's all about Hunter right there. That's pretty beautiful. And he moved out from this position so quickly and so fluidly, I guess. They thought, no way he's going to be tucked in the car. They thought JKS was all alone in this position, so that's well done. But there's also not really an excuse for Big to not clear this. They could worry about window, but swinging on this just should be part of clearing the site. This doesn't cost you much, if anything. A little bit of your time.
Ooh, no timing there for Searson.
Funnily enough, in situations that like that, like if JKS isn't there, Hunter gets cleared for sure, right? So,
miss smoke.
Oh yeah.
And if your smoke's gonna miss, then at least he follows it up with a 40 damage grenade on Favin.
Yeah, I think this would definitely be a situation where the T's would be all right. Let's walk into this, but they've only got one B defaulting right now.
Oh, dude, the nades! They've been so good all day from G2.
Yeah, they've been making good use of these HEs from the CT side here on Dust 2 to T side over on Vertigo. That's very good, yeah.
Little walkout. Another double up here between Hunter and JKS, leaving B open. Pop up from close. Almost all 3 kills from Hunter. Spraying through smoke is Nico, and he's going to cut off Keto, so a quick sprint towards that B site will give Searson a plant, but it's man advantage for G2. Nice kills from Hunter there. JKS going down empty-handed just as he did on the window of that B site 1 round prior, but it's impact from Hunter round after round, and Searson now scoped up across the map.
Ooh, he doesn't go back to tunnels. So they'll play Curdle on the site, which actually can give some odds to the CT side. They do have to take a little risk here. Monse has a scaling flash for Hooksy. He's going to swing off this, but he instantly dies.
Damn.
And now there isn't much of a chance for Monacy, but I think he might know they're both back here.
Yeah, it's the Molotov at least. That should land right on Favin. Frag will also soften him up. Decides not to go in through the window. The wallbangs lined up. And this could still just, rack up some costs. He's going to fall back ever slightly. Favin is a done deal, but at least that serves up a distraction, so Searson can survive with his op.
Oh, he actually got out with that op, which is massive. We almost have a situation there where Hunter makes up for JKS, but this is a couple of times here where JKS has just failed, and Hunter has done a ton.
Yeah.
So that setup is a great setup for stopping mid-Bs. But of course, you know, your teammate top box is meant to get the kills. And someone might be wondering, why isn't Hunter peeking at the same time? It's because one of them has to play anti-flash. And so JKS was expected to take contact there, but no kills for him.
Masterminds of German Counter-Strike coming together to try and keep this team's hopes of the fall finals alive.
I like when Gob talks to them, he kind of like almost gets in front of them.
Yeah.
You have to look at me.
It's true. It's easier to ignore someone behind you.
Yes.
and then we come back to
I wonder if there's anything in the rule books that coaches have to stand behind.
Can they stand on the tables?
Now that's now we're thinking.
Yes.
You know, hockey coaches, they walk up and down the bench of the players, right? They'll stand on it.
Yes. They look so coachly.
Yeah.
They do the Captain Morgan pose on everything.
Yeah, I think God B stomping on your mouse pad would keep you very, very much focused.
Then you'd learn.
Oh, nice boost. m0NESY nearly killing Tapson, but he'll survive on 6.
Good damage.
Oh, Keto tried to chase that one. Little gap here. Damn, m0NESY goes back. Searson just disappears.
Just like a phantom popping up.
Yeah, dives into the ocean like you did yesterday.
Excuse you. I was a swan.
Yeah, with one wing. Now Keto's all that's left over in middle. So we got JKS again alone in the bomb site. Hunter's flirting around with the doors. Utility's very low here for G2. Weapons are not ideal, but the hopes are high. And the impact from Hunter so far has been huge. Hooksy 0 kills. JKS 0 kills. Hunter's on 11. He's been trying to keep him in this. And now JKS waits for a chance to strike so many players that could line up for him. He slides out, gets 2. And then Hunter gets himself another. Tapson's op finds a kill. Bogdan's Law in full effect. But it gets swept away by Hunter, who extends in and catches Keto off guard.
Damn. He's got the camo on. He's in the forest. He's proning. He's got the radar out. He's looking for him. He's taking names right now. Hunter's doing great. That was a good round from JKS. And a new setup and another good one. But yeah, it's ultimately the pressure that comes down on B, and it comes down to which one of these two is going to frag, and they're both doing a good job now. So what'll Big do?
Save, for the most part. Easy pickup. m0NESY, just cue up the quick highlight reel, shall we?
Okay. Hunter's just pushing.
Yeah, he's padding those stats, making the money. And again, just kind of dominating big out of these rounds where they're not supposed to do much anyways.
Hey, if you had like some ideas about how to play this and you got Hunter playing this well, use him aggressively. I think the one thing about m0NESY was that even in the Academy League, he just wasn't being used aggressively. And there are certain maps like Mirage, I think specifically, where I was like, dude, for a kid this good, especially compared to everyone else in the Academy League, why is he not doing more aggressive? Hunter's 17 kills. He's 17-3 in 9 rounds. Wow, okay. But yeah, this is just to say, if you got someone playing well, you know, start peeking stuff. Put on pressure, flash, push.
Like this?
Yeah.
More and more from Hunter, just seeing red round after round. He's only got an MP9, but maybe that's all he needs.
He's kind of in a good spot. I mean, they could do a lot with this space, but 2 MP9s here. And Hoaxy, jeez, I don't think he understands how close they are, actually.
Yeah, 2 MP9s, but 2 very different experiences. One's in Hunter's 17-3 hands. The other's dead again without a frag so far this map. m0NESY scoped in. Oh, nice little flick into Favin. And a tease on the corner of Long. He hits the arm. There's the assist. And who else other than Hunter to get back into the kill feed? Nice Galil kill from Keto. But he's got 2 more to take down. And the Kovacs don't go down easy.
Yeah, that was fierce for m0NESY, man. Beautiful round with those kills. And underrated, but Hunter throws a great flash for him as well to make sure that he doesn't die off the first peak. And that slows him down going towards the blue bin. So Oaksy kind of delays with his life, and then m0NESY puts up a highlight. Hunter comes in for the final stamp. And Keto, maybe it's not a final stamp. Keto in the 1v2, entirely possible.
For sure. Especially...
Oh, he didn't get the bomb. Oh, no. Dude, it slows things down. He does have a smoke to go and grab it, but he would have already made it to the site. It's not really an option for him to go be in this position, so...
He'll continue on. Look how much time this gave Nico to not only throw util from Cat, but then also wrap around on Long.
You can kind of just run this, too.
Hunter's MP9 wasn't ideal to duel on the cross. Keto's still worried about Cat, but that internal timing ticking. Smoke down in front. Gives him a little wiggle room, but he's still so worried about that catwalk. And nice move here from Hunter. It would have ensured it. Even if Nico's not able to win that straight-up fight, Hunter already inside the bomb site. Another round for G2's tally.
That's well done. Yeah, I think they're using him exactly perfectly. we just saw Hunter in upper B, right? Getting that space in the early part of the round. It's kind of hard to rotate out of there. I mean, he couldn't even cross past into the site.
What is that? What did he see?
I don't know.
Anything?
He flicked into the door. Oh my god. Yeah, that's frustrating.
This kid's got that sixth sense. I make dead people.
Oh boy.
Pistols again for Big, trying to maybe catch the rambunctious plays of Hunter. But he's on the other side of the middle doors. As blind as a bat. Nico's got the fight up cat. Searson trying to sprint this pistol towards the doorways. Good dink. A little assist here from JKS, but he's lost his teammate. So a nice recovery here as the pistol kills do start to trickle in from Big. Good tap damage into Keto. Crimbo tries to press up against the smoke, but JKS on a swivel cuts it all down. Easy versus pistols.
Ooh, they got to be careful. Maybe they're just powering them up over on this side of the map now. Tested them a couple times early, didn't work out. Now they're running pistols in a Hunter. Is that what you want to do?
Man,
help him set a record, maybe.
I don't know if I've ever seen JKS smile as much as he has on G2.
Yeah, well, you know that won't last long.
Yes, you're right. Very serious. Okay, a little Crimbo Deeg, so that's one of the pickups from Big, but...
Yeah, but this is solid. And when he was playing, again, he was playing Phil on phase, so he didn't get his spots, and he still did really well. So now that he's playing some of his complexity spots, he also maybe, I'd see, and then you'd have to go back so far to see his last, you know, Renegades or whatever, which is almost irrelevant to who he is today, to see what spots he was playing then. But, you know, you want to go back that far. But I'm not sure he had all the space and spots that he wanted to on complexity, I think, because he came in late after the team was already pretty well established. So I can't remember off memory if he was always anchoring B, but it would make sense for someone like him to be doing so. Nice shot here for Searson. That helps.
JKS now secondary opping.
Oh, okay.
He'll hang on to the back plat. Mind you, it's hard not to smile when you're sitting next to Hunter, and he is 19-4. They're going to hear those footsteps. Hunter, oh, 3 kills, 1 mag, and then JKS recovers. That's a 4th.
Well.
Hunter can just do no wrong.
Seriously, what is that? 3 frags like that kind of sequence with the A1S? That's crazy. He's actually in demon mode right now. Wow. This is a duo I could get used to.
Yeah. Absolutely. Pieces coming together for G2 so far.
Bro, he's 23-4, and we're 11 rounds deep.
Hooksy literally doesn't need to get kills.
He actually wasn't
0-6.
He actually wasn't wrong.
Oh, come on. How poetic. Let's go. Keep it going. Doesn't matter. The wins just keep coming for G2. Nico with the USP taps as JKS finds Fobin with that op. But again, it reappears here. 2 snipers for G2, but it's not all fun and games, and they can't laugh their way to a 9th round win. They've got Searson in the clutch. It's what's been the biggest impact for Big so far this evening.
But versus the newfound synergy of the Aussie and the Kovac. So let's see what happens here with Hunter on this flank. It's super fast, and Searson's not on an op, which would make the long kill a little easier. But he is still pretty sharp.
So Hunter, as he gets closer, though, those grenades could definitely start to apply a bit too much pressure. Searson trying to keep his head down. JKS looking to confirm the position. Searson piecing together this picture, but how about the frags? Hunter's up the ramp now. Bomb 3/4 of the way gone. Finds JKS, turns, and almost finishes that one, but Hunter just will not die.
Yeah.
24 kills, 4 deaths, and another round to G2.
Yeah. Let's get the crash zoom. It's Hunter. He is the star of the show right now. He's making things real easy. 185 ADR. He is on the moon. Astronomical map here for Mr. Hunter. This could not be easier. Now he's got a round to his name. Least deaths, most kills. Hooksy with no kills.
Doesn't need him.
And it's all good. He's been laughing every round with 10 ADR. You know, what a dream.
Nice finish here from Nico. Star of the show, however, on Dust 2, that would be Hunter. And props to Searson. He almost pulls off his 3rd clutch of the night. One more bullet through that box, and it's Hunter down.
Yeah, that was low-key tricky of him to sit on the... He was sitting on the long plant, which means if Hunter went up there, he was dead. But that was... You have to take some kind of risk, and he found the right one to make that complicated. JKS tripped himself out and thought, oh, he must have pushed Cat if he's not peeking over the box right now. So good effort. I think Searson always brings something creative to the clutch.
Yes,
whether or
very
not he wins.
cerebral.
Yeah. Looks like they're getting tired of feeding the B player, so it'll be an attack on long here from Big, but Hunter will follow him.
Yeah, joke's on them.
He has legs.
Monacy and Nico creepy crawling towards middle. There's Favin in the lower tunnels. Everybody else for Big out long. Monacy can just remain posted. Actually decides not to. We'll peel back ever so slightly. So we're going to have 8 players ready to lock horns on long. Hunter tucked in spawn. Hooksy awkwardly just behind the sight box. Crimbo will open with the first kill. Keto comes around and takes Hooksy out of this one. Still killless. Nico and Monacy up on catwalk. JKS called over, but Favin finds the perfect timing. And this should be an end to the streak of G2. Sure enough, Favin finding a headshot. And while Keto has 9 health, Favin's on 3, and Crimbo 41, it is 3 separate duels that Big pick up to give themselves 4.
Just go A, I guess. That worked out pretty well. Quick little bit of long control into... They got a... Don't know if they saw Hunter in spawn, but him first one dead. That was a nice nail right there. Probably scared him a little bit thinking, oh no, this is a guy who should be in B. Maybe they're set up really heavily on A site. And that technically was correct. The 2 cats set up, 1 back site. But no deaths here for Big. So we'll extinguish the flame from G2 and try to come back into this half. Oh, nicely done.
Yeah, well timed on Crimbo there. Makes the most of the smoke falling down.
Sometimes when you see the double cross smokes, you have to think, all right, how much are they going to do a staggered cross, or are they going to cross right away? And right there, he's crossing in order to get vision, specifically looking for someone throwing grenades, you know, trying to catch Hunter off. So that was not lucky by any means. That was a very nice play from Big.
Ooh, he gets away. Oh, the legs. Keto shows a little skin. Hunter shaves him off. While they fall away from those long doors, looks like G2 could be calling the perfect round to maybe just go pry through it.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting, but it looks like they're going out mid B again. I mean, Bomb's still up on Cat, but I can't help but feel like Tabson's just here faking.
Could join his teammates now. Searson's posted. Oh, Monacy walks right into the scope.
They're still going B? I'm not sure. They got the long flank. This is actually not a super solid position for Big, even though they got these kills.
This is his round. Sure enough, there's Crimbo. First kill on the scoreboard. And more importantly than the kill, it's just a bunch of information. They're still floating around in middle. Nico needs to be on high alert. Molly's spreading to him. Ouch. Dropped beyond the halfway point and then some. Still a threat? Ooh. Sure enough. Finds Favin in the background. A second chance, but Tabson's tearing them up from within this bomb site. And Nico, he's got Tabson point blank. Searson's going to give good cover. These are the stars of Big looking to align for their 5th round win. Nico emerging and a no-scope straight into the chest of Tabson. Bomb dropped on site. He hits Searson with the nade. And if Nico can finish this clutch... Oh, that's so close to the mark, but it's just not on the money. And Searson dropped, spotted by Nico. 7 seconds as he's looking to use this clock. Nico! Just a couple no-scopes for G2's round win.
Yeah, right. He IGLs and ops. It really is a new Nico. God damn. That was nasty.
Sit down. punch.
That was a sick round.
By a couple no-scopes, and just when Big thought they had something going, Nico decides to pick up that off. Final round of the half. Nico with another couple kills, Kovac effect in full effect. Because between the two of them, it is 41 kills. $18 for their 3 teammates combined.
Gee, the reaction times on some of those shots were...
This is the firepower money can buy. Hunter, he's gonna slide out, finds Favin, wants to ice out what's left, but Tabson, after having watched Keto and Searson clutch, had to endure that one from Nico. He's looking to put one to the tally. It would be an ace as well for Tabson, so a massive ask of him. But if anyone can pull this off, it could be Tabson. What are they working with? Smoke, flash, Molotov between Nico and Monacy. These were the big money moves of G2. Looking for that 11th on this CT side. And Tabson has just kept it simple. Tucked in back sight. Time quite far gone. Oh, it's a lot of damage. He gets the kill. 5th frag, not his. It is Nico with the back-to-back clutch, doing what Searson can too, as G2 establish that 11-4 half.
I couldn't even see it. What the?
Let's go flames. To be right now. Window and B. I might.
AC failed smoke. Can smoke on the right with double swing. Let's double swing. 3, 2, 1. AC left side.
1v1.
Was Zaibu. Bomb is not for you. No kit, man.
Parle français. Je regarde des faux, je regarde des faux.
J'ai le spawn.
Je regarde des faux, y'a rien.
Je pense qu'il va être côté appartement.
Bah, you can play kitchen if you want, bro.
He was 1 HP, yeah? Yeah, I'm playing kitchen.
Ziwu, 1 Can you check from time to time short and be absolutely, I'm just hiding.
Yes, I'm checking something.
Attends un peu avant de planter, Kevin, qu'il est ton appartement.
Je vois un spawn.
Prends bien l'appart, Kematou.
Check again, il est.
Planting. He's checking.
Planting.
Toi, t'as une mollo.
I have CT.
One CT.
I can flash CT.
TTT, prime set. Last, ticket.
Cache-toi.
Défaut.
Ticket last.
No, hiding ticket. Pas de kit, Kevin. Il t'a vu avec la netcam.
Peut-être pas.
Nice!
Sick.
Rushing, I'm blind.
Bang.
Mola.
Down. Low.
Dead. Okay. We can play kinda aggro on ramp, guys. We're 3.
Let's nade sandbags.
Right.
I'm coming to honor. I'm picking with you now. You hit him, nice. One off, nice. 2 ramp. One more. He's looking Ivan. Nice. Ramp. Nice. Wait.
Rush B.
Okay. Nice.
I bait you, Jackie.
They're not coming.
They want.
They want.
They're in.
Dead tunnel.
They're in.
I'm flashing the door smoke. I'm going through. Xbox.
One dead. I'm full blind.
Xbox.
2 car.
Tunnel.
Nice. Sick.
Smoked.
Monster.
I'm B. They flash mid as well, but it's bait. Molly behind them short.
Short.
Rushing short.
I'm just running CT and
Yeah, same.
Nice. One more short, I think.
They molly CT.
Side, short.
Picking CT from short.
Top side.
Opposite.
Father.
Well, on this episode, Nico or Monacy.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Good luck. I've never seen a man with 1 kill having so much fun.
Yeah.
Hooksy.
Yeah.
Putting his pieces in the right place to succeed. Hunter and Nico delivering round after round, an 11-4 dominance on that CT half. And we saw what happened when G2 swapped from the defense to the offense on Vertigo. Well, sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, because G2 could be sending big to the showdown.
It feels like they're the unstoppable force right now, but I don't know if they're the immovable object.
Little peek off catwalk from Searson. That's nice. Costs him a bunch of health. Double gush from Monacy on the 2 cat players. And then everybody else for Big is actually on this B site, so it's a great setup from Big.
And they see 2 outside the site on B. Doesn't necessarily a ton of info, but they know nearly 200 damage done already, and they'll finish off 1.
Searson just can't escape, can't manage that cross fast enough. JKS hot on his heels. Here comes Favin, though, up from spawn. Crimbo by his side. Pop up from Monacy. His 3rd headshot of the round, but his 1st kill.
Let's go, Hooksy.
Oh, it's a little messy. And now suddenly, Monacy into the clutch. He's done a ton of damage already to Tabsint and Favin. Now he's just looking to finish off this pistol round. Going for that defuse. They come off of it. Neither player defusing, but they find Monacy. Just pushing out far enough to finish him off and at least win pistol.
And are those the first 2 players that he gushed?
I believe one of
them. Oh, yeah. And then the other killed him and come up. Wow, that was close. Hey, good start to CT side. I've seen crazier comebacks. That was probably a kill that Hooksy should have gotten right here. And they both took time, it looks like, to get this.
Oh, God.
Someone had to win. I think that was the point.
But he's still smiling.
Yeah, I think, I mean, based on this game, you're just so insulated right now from a loss. Like, you've got so many things going well.
Yeah.
CT side, Dust 2 is a gift sometimes. And Big are one of the best Dust 2 teams to do it in the past few years. So there's a world where we see a 3rd map, even if we saw such an unreal CT side from G2 to kick things off.
It's also G2's first showing on this T side of Dust 2. This iteration.
Yeah. I mean, it is fun in games to talk about, like, oh, Hooksy. I mean, Hooksy on the last map proved that if he had good enough calls and everything, his team's playing well enough, he really doesn't have to frag that much. You zoom out a little bit and take it to a bigger sample size, it will catch up with the team. So, 1 kill half, all jokes aside, is real rough. We'll see if it matters in half number 2.
A lot of space being given over to G2 from Big. That B split looking juicy. You can see Favin concerned with it, floating between the window of the site. Good duel here for JKS. He's tagged down to a 1/3 of his HP. If he comes around that corner, Keto should bag him. MP9 point blank, but they lose the teammate in the back. Keto, he can only get the 1. Monacy slides through. Hooksy with the deagle shot. And he's got Crimbo confirmed top mid, and this is what happened on Vertigo as well. You lose 1/2 of the map, you've got Crimbo and Searson immediately into the save. It looked like that hold was going well, but then Monacy just kind of cranked it to a 10 out of nowhere, jumps up onto those boxes, and slides by.
Yeah, they got mercenaries on this team. Beautiful rifle work here from Monacy, and...
Was he reloading?
Yeah, it looked like Favin was reloading and jumping up, because they had a fresh smoke down they came through.
Right.
So he was going to try to get behind big box and then just post up, but right as the setup was transitioning, Monacy decided to come out. So great timing here for G2.
Killer instinct.
Yeah.
Not an ideal situation whatsoever, from winning pistol to having to save a scout and an MP9.
So that'll feel good after dropping the pistol. That was kind of set in place. And yeah, for those tuning in, this is the first time we've seen this new lineup play on Dust 2. That is for G2 esports. So we're seeing their T side for the first time as well. See how much defaulting gets done here.
movement here from Tabson up Cat. Trying to time his nade perfectly. Oh, eats one in return and finds Nico for 42. Not half bad. That would prime Searson perfectly, but missed scout shot at first. Also missed smoke. Sends a shiver down Nico's spine. Missed util and a jump up. Because Nico's not really that afraid. Yeah. Ooh, Crimbo deciding to take things into his own hand. A nice assist here from Tabson's flash. But that's now an MP9 in the dirt. One of the 2 guns saved, gone.
So what are the clues in the composition here for the T side? Of course, they're trying to figure out if Hunter's left, sorry, Searson's left or right side, but they just kill him.
Straight up.
They know there's a flasher on A as well with that push, but are they still going back here? It looks like they will be.
Honestly tried to give bomb over, had a mind of its own. Nico at the forefront of all this, finishes Tabson. Favin just stuck. Nowhere to run with the fire on his feet, and Nico up above him. So a good little recovery here from G2, despite, you know, an initial missed smoke on Hinge. Good scout damage, good nade damage, all for naught. Keto into the save, and G2 to 13.
Yeah, clean one. Thought they could have lost going towards A with the amount of CTs there, but sometimes it's really hard to read the map on anti-ecos because people are not in their normal spots. Sometimes they're stacking, and sometimes you just got to make sure you're grouped so you can trade all your kills and use that advantage, which is objective. So Keto trying to save, hang on to this. Searson said, hey, don't die here, I need this.
But not in his control. Hunter, true to his name, gets that gun out of the hands of Big, and so the hopes as well start to wane.
Going down to the showdown, it literally, it's a death sentence for almost everybody that goes there. So this will be a pretty brutal loss for Big, who again have just never even seen it. They don't even know how nasty it is down there.
Nah, they've sent many teams to
like
the showdown.
G2, if they beat them, they can tell them on the way out.
Well, that's the thing, right?
You're not going to like it down there.
G2 are one of those teams that, like Vitality once upon a time when RPK was on the roster, who lost to 9Z. Cut out at the showdown. That was RPK's retirement game.
Tough.
And then G2, it looked like we were going to get the same thing, and especially at a time where there were like question marks around the team when they lost that map to Lin Vision. Kind of thought to ourselves like, oh damn, this is how it ends?
One of the best showdown maps in history.
But G2 did recover that showdown, managed to get to the finals. So it can be done.
But they didn't make it through, did they?
I don't know.
I remember...
The way you look at me, I'm now doubting myself.
Well, is it both teams that make it? No, it's only the team who wins?
What does that mean? No, there's 2 teams from showdown.
Okay, so then it must have... Okay, the thing was, because there was a tweet, I remember.
Oh, you remember a tweet?
From Eco.
Oh, yeah. You do Twitter.
Promised that they qualified to the fall final. And then they didn't.
Ooh.
Bomb has been planted. It wasn't his fault, though, for real. He actually went Super Saiyan, but they still couldn't make it. But this time, maybe they won't even have to see the showdown.
No, they did make it. They did. He followed through on his promise. Yeah, that was G2 and Gambit taking the 2 European spots from that showdown.
Well, the one he tweeted at, I should say, they didn't make it. But
oh my God, did they go down to the showdown twice? Surely not.
As in they lost at the showdown and didn't make it to the final. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
This showdown they won.
That's good.
That's good. And this showdown they're looking to avoid.
On their way. I guess it would also be funny if they just both ended up in the showdown.
Yeah, that is genuinely a possibility. Yeah. Fair enough. Nobody sees the curveballs coming.
Oh, it wasn't through a smoke? Well, you know, yeah, Hunter takes out Keto, anchoring in the B site.
Kill feeds can lie. Either way, Keto feeling the sting. Favin probably feeling a little hopeless here. Very much alone if Tabson doesn't get any impact in mid. But Big just need impact from somebody other than Tabson. Nobody else yet in the double digits. Favin's going to have an entire G2 squad flying out that tunnel exit soon enough. And as the utility trickles in, that's the warning sign. Can't afford to get caught backside reloading or moving around like he did last time they headed this direction. But now suddenly, G2 look to head elsewhere. 30 seconds. Another volley of utility in mid. Maybe a split between m0NESY and Nico. 20 seconds now, really playing down this clock. Favin waiting and waiting for his chance to strike him down, but that's the commitment, that's the flash that they're going to use to get around this corner. Favin's teammate delivers another kill, but the trades are right there for G2, and so the man advantage is there with the plant.
Man, that just made me realize is we haven't seen G2 get into time trouble really almost ever yet, which is nice.
Yeah, fair.
We've seen G2 get into time trouble a lot in their history. And they, yeah, in those 20 seconds, that was pretty much the last chance. They organized, they got out there, and they traded pretty effectively. We've got 3 dead on this mid-B split, 3 alive for G2 as they now touch on to match point. And another save out of the same 2 suspects here, and Searson and Crimbo to defend. And they've got such a long climb back up just to get to overtime, just to get to map 3.
It seems insurmountable. 10 map and match points. A G2 who had a few days off between the showing when we established who was at the top of groups and who would have to fight from the bottom.
Another hinge smoke. Oh, he left clicked it. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That'll do it.
Just too strong for his own good.
Yeah. Carrying all those ops. New languages.
That's how Kovacs talk to one another. You wouldn't understand.
Well, got B still in it. Still talking.
Never go down without a fight.
Good boys, you want to prove we're good? We'll make this comeback happen.
Oh, Favin thinking he was covered, but not when m0NESY is ready. And I mean, there's just, you can't do anything to stop it. This is a G2 who is not going to the showdown tonight.
Dude, seriously.
You simply cannot compete.
That's crazy.
To the sharpness of these individuals.
Searson knows where he's peeking from. He's holding the angle. He's waiting for m0NESY, who has to hit a really hard pre-aim.
Yep.
And all 3 things fall in line. m0NESY hits that beautiful shot. What do you do now?
Hope to God that Crimbo can do something fantastic with this FAMAS. He would get bomb control. He's got a huge shadow advantage. Yes, 2 kills and a dink, but m0NESY, the no-scope. And no-scopes have sucked the soul out of Big so far tonight. That clutch from Nico on ramp. But at least, at the very least, it's a chance. It's something from Crimbo to set up tabseN and Keto. And if there's been one stellar piece to Big so far this evening, it has been tabseN. He finds the headshot into Nico, an equal 2v2, if not an advantage. m0NESY, a measly 18 health, 3 kills already to his name. And Hunter goes through the CT smoke, but he doesn't get his vision, so he just looks so foolish.
Ooh, yeah, he thought he wasn't all the way through, but he was totally smoke blind. m0NESY up the bat looking for the ace.
Oh, with that shot, it could have been 4, but just off the mark, and so Big, hang on.
Nicely done, tabseN.
And Crimbo.
And Crimbo. Big had suffered some pretty tough losses last week. I think tabseN had one game with like 30 kills. His next highest teammate had 18. I think that was versus Navi, if I'm not mistaken. They got 14 rounds, something very, very close. I think that must have been frustrating for tabseN, the leader of the team, but you know, not just as an IGL, but the frag leader as well. So immense pressure here out towards long, and well, we've got one in pit who has lost some support. There's still another CT here. Searson is a little bit farther back. Now the pressure's on Crimbo.
He's got the smoke to play around with. Searson not too far. best flash in the world. That's a welcoming call for Searson. Oh, but it's not the best cover. It's temporary too, so he dives back to Car, tucks his head and hopes that Favin can come over and help. What can Keto offer us here? At the very least, no one from G2 is watching flank just yet.
Yeah,
it'll give him a deeper spot.
Yeah, Hooksy was looking for Keto to clear out the tunnels and go through spawn, but Keto's found a different route. And they could find this if they look back, but I would certainly rather be the CT side here. The op's still in play. They're hoping it's long, and they're still right about that. Keto has their fallback. Hooksy will have trouble finding Keto in this position, I think. It depends if he moves. And it looks like G2 will eventually have to move forward. So this could come down to utility, and Hooksy has a molly, but he's far away. But so does m0NESY.
Oh, a chance. A desperate tap. Searson praying to the fire gods that it doesn't spread any further, and he holds on for now. That's a false sense of confidence to G2, but a shot back from m0NESY right through the windows, shattering Searson and deflating Big's chances till Favin comes out on that corner. m0NESY 15 seconds, swapping over to the AK, and this would just destroy Big through the fire. The shots come out from Keto, and they won't go down just yet.
Yeah, they keep fighting. They brought it right there. That was nice. I mean, I especially like how Keto doesn't overplay his hand. Like, if he goes out to the back of the long doors or goes up through spawn, maybe he dies to Hooksy. Things get a little weird. But instead, he just makes sure they can't go back. And Searson does a great job of finding a place to attack without overcommitting. But still, not just simply dying later on. I think Car in that situation was a good piece of control to keep on your side. And G2 are only into 2 timeouts so far. Resting on match point. Next guy's got to pull teeth to get these
high fives in, yeah.
Karin, mach mal von Kar Smoke Deck.
Full focus from G2. 8 more rounds that Big have to string together. What feels like an impossible task. Oh, and that will not help. They have not gotten what they need out of Searson. Hooksy's gonna dive out through doors. Doesn't clear close right, so Keto's capitalizing. A second headshot from him. And now Crimbo's gonna get a little closer. He sees the shadow. JKS ends him though. Keeps things equal at the 3v3.
Yeah, I've seen some critical trades here coming out from JKS, which is real sweet from G2. And with 3 up, again, similar position. But this time, Op was downed, you know, inside of mid. It would be hard for an Op to be a Car, for example. And m0NESY has this push crushed.
Next push doesn't yet come. Tabson stays tucked.
Ooh, the bomb is going back through spawn. Are we overplaying the situation? Oh, m0NESY's patience is what pays off the most.
With that, it could be Big falling into the showdown with a whimper. A little patience goes a long way for m0NESY. 2 kills off the catwalk. Opens the door wide back towards that A site. There's no clear cross for Favin. If Searson can't win that op duel, what are Favin's chances? A smoke on JKS to at least help with the cross, but I mean, Favin's not even got that line of sight, so throwing the bomb over, and every step of the way, the likelihood of Favin pulling off this miraculous 1 versus 3 gets smaller and smaller. And so it seems like history will not repeat itself, but rather something new. Big, for the very first time, about to be sent to the showdown. Unfortunately for them, the Blast season doesn't get any easier once they get there. JKS and Nico locking it in on the cross. He comes out through his own smoke, but his back's turned to Nico, and that is a lethal error. A fantastic showing out of Hunter and Nico. A dominant Dust 2 after a victory on Vertigo, and a clear improvement from each of the pieces of this super team. Hooksy slotting in, and unfortunately for Big, it comes at their cost. They will fall to the showdown.
Lived up to a few different articles here. The Searson one, he had a pretty good couple of maps. We had the Hooksy one talking about he doesn't have to frag and they still win. That came true. And everybody else on the team also just doing so well. It's a stark contrast and kind of a welcome difference for a team that costs so much money.
However, you know, it's all smiles tonight, but their job is not done. They are still in the possibility of being sent to Showdown as well. G2 will have to head back, practice, and stay sharp. And we'll send this down to James.
GG, guys.
I've got the man of Dust 2 for sure, Hunter, by the side of me. And, well, let's just touch on this Dust 2. You know, Hooksy isn't supposed to make the memes come into reality by not getting many kills, but you guys did the rest of the work. This looked very good from you guys.
Yeah, I mean, we expected them to pick Dust 2, and we were practicing it last 3 days. Like, after we lost the first 2 games in group stage, we had some time to practice it and prepare for Big. So I think we did good preparation, and we knew what we can expect from Big, honestly. And I was just ready, like, individually, and Nico was ready on A as well. So I think it was really clean, and both maps, like, honestly, nothing much to say. We prepared well, we played well, mood was good, atmosphere was good in the team, everything was fine.
And in terms of that, though, right, obviously it's not just coming down to the kills. You guys are not just headshotting all day long. There is some leadership going with that. So how has that been with Hooksy? Are you starting to see the benefit of that? Kind of take me through maybe what these calls are looking like.
Yeah, I mean, like, new IGL, new system, new everything. We started from zero with Justin and Rasmus, like, since the beginning, honestly. And it was not easy, obviously, for us. But, yeah, I mean, different vision comparing to Alexi and Exa before, obviously, and we need some time to get used to it. And I mean, we were not disappointed too much after first 2 losses. Now we played good today, and I mean, this is the first event. We don't have that much pressure, honestly. We are just trying to improve and to see what he's expecting from us, and like we are getting better between each other to get to know each other better and to just know what to expect in the game, you know. So yeah, that's it, honestly. Nothing else.
You got a big smile on your face though, man, which must be nice, especially after how it went in the opening games. I also want to touch on the Vertigo pick, right? Do you think that kind of threw them off guard? Do you think they expected that at all? Because in the past it's been a pocket pick for you guys, sure, but normally not one you're going to all the time.
Yeah, I think they didn't expect us to pick Vertigo ever. I think they expected us to pick Inferno. I mean, they were pretty sure because they were banning it like let's say, since last 3 months they started to play it, but before they were banning it and we were good on the map, they didn't expect Vertigo. I think we surprised them. On City side, like, I think we needed to be better because we lost a lot of clutches against Searson, 1v2, 1v3, a lot of like close rounds. But on T side, honestly, Rasmus did a really good job calling Hooksy, calling, and I think they didn't have a chance, honestly. It was clean and easy.
It definitely was clean and easy. Now when it comes to, though, looking at m0NESY as well, right? On Vertigo, he was able to take a lot more space. We see him get very confident with it, just the ace to start things off with. You feel like he's been able to come into his own a bit more now under this leadership? And is this a sign of things to come? Is this what we can get excited about?
Yeah, for sure, honestly. Before, we had an Opers, like, Opers who were standing in as an Oper. Amanek, like, after Kenny S, then Nico was at some point Oper, and they were both supportive, you know. Then after, when we got m0NESY, we started, like, to work with him more and to make him to be a star player, because I really want him to be a star player of this team because he is capable of it. He's still young, he needs some time, he needs some experience, we need to be patient with him, but he will be star player of this team very soon because Hooksy is forcing him.
High praise indeed. Hunter, congratulations and good luck later on.
Thank you.
0 to 100 real quick for G2 because that was a commanding series victory to say at the very least. Dust 2, obviously the pick of Big coming into things, and the man we just heard of, the man of the hour, I would say. Hunter looked absolutely dominant throughout that last map.
Yeah, what a stratospheric performance from Hunter. At that point, it almost annihilates any need for what this is we're doing here. Like, analysis, but who needs analysis when Hunter actually pops up the way he had? That was crazy. What, 26 kills in the first half? Then was doing absolutely everything. Of course, catapulted by this great. Shout out to Cali. I hope you're rotten in hell. Hunter, absolutely great Counter-Strike from him. This is just great to see him. I like him. I like that.
Your feelings are still hurt. We can get you some help. We can get you some help. You're not wrong about that at all. Hunter took over the server. Nico took over the server. G2 took over the server. We can talk a lot about Hooksy, how he's not fracking at all, how he's not contributing frag-wise. Doesn't matter when you have so much firepower around him. In Hunter having a fantastic CT side. Nico showing up with the AWP clutch. You have m0NESY as well opening up with the AWP. Everything was working for G2 right here, and then it doesn't matter whether Hooksy is fracking or not. That would have just been icing on the cake.
Yeah, your tweet the other day from me, Maniac, the quote from the HLTV interview of Hooksy saying, I literally don't need to hit anything and we're still going to win. And he literally does just that. 1 kill in that first half. What was it, 3, 4 to round off the actual map of Dust 2? Listen, and he didn't need to have any impact because it was all the stars around him really performing.
I'll just rain on our parade just 1 second if you allow me. For now, it's just fun. It's all memes and funs and grins. And I mean, G2 are winning and Hunter is having a great game. And we laugh about Hooksy's situation on the stats page. There's going to be a time, and probably sooner rather than later here in this tournament, where that won't be enough. So for today, it's fine. We're clowning around. We're having a good time. But that can't last for too long.
No, it can't. I'm just looking at the scoreboard right now. My mind is blown away. You're right. Once you go up against top-level opposition, not saying that Big is not a top-level opposition, but Vitality is in the bracket right there. You have Na'Vi potentially waiting for you as well. It's going to be a banger of a match. So, yeah, Hooksy needs to step up just a tiny bit more. Maybe 6 frags would help out.
Yeah, maybe just double the kill
there you go.
on that last map. That can't be too much to ask. But he
the ball
just
low.
didn't... Yeah, I mean, but he didn't need to. Let's be fair. In this particular series, just didn't really need to be putting it too much up to Big. And that's where my question kind of leads. What was lacking in the Big camp? Because we were coming into this saying, 2 very close losses versus Heroic obviously netted them the spot here. But I don't think I was expecting such a lackluster performance coming out of them.
No. I thought they had more under the tank. I thought they would be able to overcome the obstacles. The problem is, Dust 2 will always be a map that allows individuals who are catching on fire to really take over whatever hell is going on. We had the example with Hunter. I also don't think that this performance from Hunter should overshine or make forget what m0NESY was bringing to the table in this situation. He was a very great player in the series. I appreciated Hunter's comment as well in the interview with James. He said, we want to turn m0NESY into a star player. We want to help him turn into a star player. I was listening to G2 when they were on the brink of closing that game, and I really liked the communication that was coming out of m0NESY. He was organizing, he was micromanaging what he was seeing on his screen, explaining, listen, this is what I'm going to do. Guys, we can do this. I'm going to take that angle. You can come here. And this is the next step for m0NESY. I mean, we know he's got the flicks. We know he's got the mechanical talent. There's no question. But can you translate that into an actual round-winning situation? He's on his way, and we are just seeing, I guess, glimpses of what m0NESY will turn out to be.
I can only echo that sentiment. The m0NESY had a great game. The m0NESY is maturing as a player, and that's something they will benefit from in the future.
Absolutely.
If you focus on Big, right, and what you asked about here as well, disappointing? Yeah, I'd say so. You come into this game, you come into this second half of the season, you're switching out Tizian, you're bringing in Keto, which should be upgrade-wise firepower. It should be an upgrade in Big. It should be a step in the right direction. I feel they stagnated badly, and, even stagnation would have been fine for Big, but it's starting to go downhill right now. They need to write off this tournament, say it's the beginning of the season, we can do better. The next time around, they need to hit the ground running, because otherwise Big will go into this weird period where we're talking about them being a team that just stagnated, right? They once, in online period in COVID, they were the best team in the world. You had Citizen owning it up. Nowadays, are they even a top 7, top 8, top 9 team? Is it even a team that we expect to go into playoffs? I'm not sure anymore.
Yeah, and for the first time in history, Big don't make it through the Blast groups, as Connor was aptly saying. Yeah, Showdown does await them. But I do want to get a few words from Gobby after that game versus G2.
All right, Gob, sadly, you will be eliminated here off that game against G2. I'm going to start with the veto process, right? I'm guessing maybe you expected Inferno to come through. They end up picking in Vertigo. Was that something that threw you guys off from the beginning?
I mean, yeah, maybe a little bit, I must say, but I felt like I knew kind of like from old demos how they will play, and luckily we have a lot of time in Blast to... After the veto, so we were talking a lot about Vertigo. We had like a good plan, I felt like. But today, we could have played any map, it doesn't matter. We were just not individually there. We were not awake enough. We were just a little bit... in our mind, we were too low level, I would say. Like, not like sharp and tier 1 niveau. So... I would say the map, like they could have, like we could have played any map without even overpass. We probably would have lost.
Okay, so you're putting it down a bit to yourselves on that, right? Not being in the right frame of mind. I also want to come into your Dust 2. Now, you know me, I love Dust 2. You're one of the few teams I say you can pick it, but it is obviously something where momentum can play a factor. But from your opinion, where did you guys lose it when it came to this? Because one thing Hunter just said to me in the winners interview is that they prepped hard for it, knowing you'd go for it. They were ready and waiting in every moment, and I think that obviously maybe enabled them that extra confidence going into it.
I mean, we have played a lot Dust 2 against teams which were prepping, and they had always the kind of same game plan. I would of course not say what exactly it was, because also don't want to fuck us up or something like this, but I must say, like our protocols not were working. People were making bad calls. Me suggesting rounds what we should play were called in the wrong time. Even when I would say not play this round, not now, play it later in the game. But then we still do this B explode where Hunter kills 3 people. But that's what I mean. It's like today was like everyone was not like ready to play maybe a tier 1 team like G2. Yeah. And that's why I think we lost. But of course they were well prepared. They were hitting their shots, and I would have loved to face them when we play good, so that we can fight a little bit more back. We tried to fight and I was trying to, you know, like ignite the fire, but today was not our day.
Today it wasn't, but maybe next time. Gob, thank you so much for the insight and good luck, man, going forward. I can feel your frustration.
Great to get some insight from Gobby, despite having a loss versus G2. Of course, they will get one final opportunity as we move on to the showdown later on in October to hopefully claim a place in the Royal Arena. But we do want to recap some highlights from today. And you guys can get involved in the action, as always, in our CS Money Play of the Day. Jacob, what's the first choice for the viewers?
We'll start out with Young Monacy, you know, owning it up with the USP. 2 quick headshots, moving around, being versatile on the map, shutting it all down and getting off to a good start. What ended up being a very nice series from Monacy. When you start off with an ace like that, you know you're going to have a great night.
My, oh my, big money Monacy. Second option, we have on the vertigo, bringing in the clutch, bringing in the power here. Very clever, very cerebral clutch at that, starting in, finding the gap at the edge of that smoke, repositioning, quick frag here, and the quick scope to end it all. Great clutch from Searson.
Apologize the problems we have with the mixer. We're finishing off with Nico in this scenario, also with the AWP. He once had a period where he thought he was going to be the main AWP. Thank God he's not that anymore, but he still has the qualities to pull off highlights left, right, and center. A nice kill, and then this double no-scope. That's just dirty, and he finishes all up with another no-scope. Nico on an AWP, he still got it.
Yeah,
Ridiculous.
beautiful stuff indeed. I love how all of our options for Player of the Day come from that final series of the day, because that was an absolute banger to be rounding out the day. Unfortunate that Big don't progress any further through the tournament, but G2, I just want to get your thoughts, because obviously we'll be seeing them going on through the bracket. They now have they have more chances to be getting that place in full finals. How are you weighing them up from what we saw firstly in the group stage coming into now? Because I feel like we're seeing a completely different squad.
The thing is, our sample size is so small with G2, is that any extreme performance will completely influence how we see them, how we look at them, right? After their first day, of course, we were very much on the negative side of things. We were asking questions. We were pointing fingers at JKS and Hooksies and the whatnot. Now, today, we might be tempted to fall over the other side of that Rubicon and talk about, oh my God, this is it. Everything clicked together. It's amazing. They're going to win the major. Like, let's wait a little bit, you know? Let's give us some data. Let the sample be a little bit bigger so that we can have a better and more clear view. But I do appreciate some of the individuals popping off and Hooksy at the helm.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a stretch to say they're going to be winning the major already, but I do believe a couple of these players are probably going to be in contention for our Mersk MVP at the end of the tournament. Is that right, Banks?
Oh, Freya, I would certainly think so. It's time to have our Mersk MVP check in and see who is on that leaderboard. All of them are fighting out for that incredible trophy at the end of the tournament. And while we still see a man like Monacy right at the top there as well, Saiwu's there at the same time, you've got to give a lot of credit here to Mr. Hunter for that game that we just saw from him. Nico shining at the top at the same time as well. And Dexter has crept his way in. So things are ever changing as more maps go down. I'm going to start by looking at one of the men in question, and it is Dexter. He put the hurt onto Complexity with that AWP from start to finish. Obviously, the new man into this OG roster. And so far, so good. He's been given a lot of space. There's a lot of things changing. When I was speaking to Nexa and Rugger earlier, they were saying there's obviously some other players on the team who did think they had that space and things were changing for him. But also, you know, when change comes in, you just need a bit more time. But let's take a look at Hunter as well, because after that performance he put up, oh boy, he really did put the hurt onto Big. It was at the first half, he had 26 kills and 7 deaths. That USP kill was just ridiculous. It was confidence from start to finish from this man. When I did the winner's interview with him, he was speaking non-stop about the fact that the prep was really good for him. You could see it was all working. The team communication was there as well. A lot to look in for. And if he can keep this kind of performance up, maybe he could be the man picking up that Mersk MVP trophy. It is just a highlight reel of frags coming out from this guy. And everything that Big tried, well, Hunter was able to shut it down. This is where our players sit right now. Each day I'll be doing a check-in. We'll have to see how it goes throughout the rest of them.
Yeah, wouldn't be too surprised if we do see a couple of Na'Vi players maybe sneaking into there. No bias from James.
Just make sure he's got no influence on the vote. And
yeah, I mean, I was going to ask you who you would be awarding the MVP to thus far. We haven't actually seen anything from Zyru, so maybe take him out of the equation. Who do you think is in contention for taking it?
Well, you know what? I think Hunter's the one that impressed me the most. I mean, he's had the most influential performance we've been given during this first few Blast days. So it would be Hunter, but it's still very early.
Yeah, very excited to see who will be taking home that Mersk MVP trophy at the end of the tournament. And I think we've also got a trophy on the line with our Betway predictions. Very excited to see how they're stacking up, because I believe almost green across the cards for everybody apart from the Complexity and Big believers, unfortunately. But Launders was right with his OG, and we all followed him.
Great. What do we do? High five for Launders or something?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, the people in question are... Yeah, true. But we're the big brains up here.
That's as famous philosophers T-Pain said, all we do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on our mind. Can never get enough. I'm out.
Christ.
That's enough. Let's just take a look at the gauntlet and see exactly how that's shaping up after that incredible recital from Matthew, because we have got more games on the cards heading forward tomorrow. Of course, we're going to be moving into our semi-final spot as you see OG progressing on to take phase. Obviously, G2 are just sealing that spot versus Vitality, and NIP taking on Team Liquid. Man, these
Getting
are some
spicy.
bangers of games tomorrow. I'm so excited for these to go down.
Yeah, it's getting real spicy, honestly. All of these matchups make me kind of fluff at the mouth, I guess, is how you say that.
There's no bad games tomorrow whatsoever. You start up by FaZe versus OG, you have Liquid versus NIP, and then you finish off with what should be a banging game between G2 and Vitality. 2 question marks, 2 teams that, yeah, as you said, you know, we see G2 play some fantastic Counter-Strike today. We saw Vitality show glimpses of what they can do. I just want to see that Saivu versus Monisi duel in that game. You know, the AWPs going head-to-head against each other. There's so much good Counter-Strike left there. I like to say, you know, after we have Elimination Days, now we got the noobs out. There's only good teams left at this tournament.
Yeah, hopefully the noobs aren't tuned in too loudly to hear that
The
one.
noobs
It
out,
was
he
a
said.
pretty cutthroat today. 3 teams eliminated, 3 teams sent to the gauntlet. That is the showdown coming up later on in October. Of course, it wasn't a great showing for the North American representatives. Obviously, Liquid, you know, they can be bringing it back for NA, but Big also joining on the cards there. First time we see Bigger falling down into that showdown as well.
Yeah, I mean, times are going to be different for Big once they get to play the showdown. They're going to have a little bit more time with Kido as their 5th, possibly a Dipper Maple. I think they would definitely be a team to keep an eye on during the showdown. All hard that be.
I think they're going straight into the showdown as one of the favorites. Obviously, we don't know who's going to end down there. We don't know who's going to qualify through the open qualifiers either. But Big is a team that, you know, throughout their entire history, they've been at all the finals. They're always qualifying for it. So to see them not making it, that would be a bit of a surprise. But it's going to be a hard cutthroat in the showdown.
Yeah, very much looking forward to seeing all the matches that are beginning going down throughout the full groups and the showdown as well. Of course, we'll be back same time at same place tomorrow, kicking off with FaZe versus OG. You don't want to miss it. Make sure you join us then.